एंड चैट आई एम लाइव विद नॉर्वे चेस डे 1। भाई मैंने गलती से एंड स्ट्रीम का बटन दबा दिया था अभी। थोड़ा मैंने एक दो चेंजेस करे थे ओबीएस में, इसलिए बढ़िया भाई बच गए। सो चैट क्या हाल है भाई? एंड वी आर लाइव हियर विद डे 1 एंड आज विशी का मैच है अगेंस्ट एमवीएल। लेट मी डू अ क्विक पोल। आई थिंक एक पोल कर सकते हैं कि जल्दी से भाई क्या हाल है चैट? पहले बताओ यार हाल क्या है भाई? हाल है कि बेहाल है भाई? So Vishy versus MVL is today's important match. Of course, like this is classical, so इसमें draw होने के chances बढ़ जाते हैं automatically. There's no doubt the chances of a draw will be much higher. But जो भी है, I think Vishy has the white pieces. He's in great form. आज एक ही मैच होगा यार, एक ही मैच होगा. It will be classical, but well, we'll see कि मतलब कैसे follow करते हैं. आज एक ही मैच है भाई। क्लासिकल में एक ही मैच होता है भाई चैट जादू ही ऐसा है क्लासिकल का कि भाई अगर 2 गेम एक दिन में खेलेंगे तो सारे प्लेयर बेहोश हो जाएंगे। सो इट्स नॉट रियली पॉसिबल कि मतलब एक दिन में 2 राउंड हो। आई थिंक when you start playing chess तो below 2000 below 1600 टूर्नामेंट में कई बार 2-3 मैच एक दिन में होते हैं, but that's like at the bottom level यार। मतलब जब तुम चेस स्टार्ट करते हो at this level you just can't play 2 classical games in a day. It's just not possible. Even during the Olympiad, by the way, when you play during the Olympiad, I think एक दिन में एक ही गेम होगा. They could technically have 2 games in a day and end it all, like मतलब खत्म करो आधे दिन, सबका टाइम बच जाएगा, but no, they go for 1 game a day and that's how it usually works. भाई लेट क्यों भाई? क्या खरीदे, समोसे या पराठा? भाई बिल्कुल टाइम पे हो भाई, अभी 30 ही है भाई, 1 मिनट पहले आया यार, क्या बात कर रहे हो? मॉड बनाओ मुझे, कब से हूं यार भाई। फायर सिंबल डालने से कोई मॉड नहीं बनता भाई। इंतजार भाई इंतजार, पहले विशी को मूव तो खेल ले दो। यो विश भाई, यो अर्चित भाई। क्या हाल है? बस बढ़िया, तुसी सुनाओ भाई, तुसी सुनाओ। तुसी सुनाओ। माय गॉड, कश्मीरी होके पंजाबी वैसे ठीक है यार, लैंग्वेज सारी आनी चाहिए। जो ना कोने पाल फ्रांस। एनीवेज, यो चेसजी भाई क्या हाल है भाई? गेम विल स्टार्ट एनी मोमेंट। आई थिंक 30 पे स्टार्ट होना था, इट शुड स्टार्ट नाउ. By the way, just to put out the pairings now, Anand is playing against MVL, then Carlsen against Wang Hao, then Wesley against Rajabov, Anish against Topalov, and then Mamedyarov against Tari. And we have E4 by Vishy Anand. The game has started. E4, C5 by MVL, C5, knight off is MVL's pet opening by. After knight f3, d6, bishop b5, bishop d7 takes, queen takes. Now when I plays as black, I usually take with the knight. That's my choice of moves. But queen takes is the most commonly played move here. That's the main thing. And now after the move c4, what white is trying to do is maintain that Meroxy kind of structure, but without the bishops. Without the bishops, he will play knight c3, he will castle, he will play d4, takes, and have that typical 2 pawns on c4, e4, and then we will see how he goes. So black is really very fine because he's got rid of 1 bishop, so that means he has enough space for his pieces, and the bishop can obviously drop to g7 and it will be very safe there. And then the rook will go to c8, he will play either e6 and d5, or he will play a6 and b5, and he will try to break through in the structure. If black plays either d5 or b5, then he's usually fine. If he can't do so till the end of the game, then white is usually on top and can gain an edge. So let's see what happens. कब तक स्ट्रीम करोगे फुल मैच? भाई लेट्स सी भाई, डिपेंड करता है यार। यू नेवर नो कि कितनी लंबी गेम चलती है, क्या गेम का सोल्यूशन है। लाइक इफ द गेम इज, यू नेवर नो, क्लासिकल में कोई लिमिट नहीं होती ना, बिकॉज गेम कैन एंड एट एनी पॉइंट, देयर इज नो टाइम लिमिट देयर। अबे टिक्की ये क्या है भाई, आते ही गालियां। भाई अभी तो हमने कुछ बोला ही नहीं कंट्रोवर्शियल। भाई मैं बहुत टाइम से हूँ चिल नंबर, क्या दूसरों को मॉड देते हो भाई? किसी को मॉड नहीं मिला भाई, किसी को मॉड नहीं मिला भाई। चिल करो भाई, चिल. And by the way, usually you have the structure with the bishop on e2 and the bishop on c8 or d7, and then black goes bishop b7, white plays bishop e2, but यहाँ पे ये दोनों bishop missing है, so this is usually okay for both sides. White का भी एक light square है तो bad bishop निकल गया, black का भी एक bishop निकल गया तो at least he has more space for his pieces. कल के मैच देखकर विशी आनंद सब प्लेयर से टाइम में अब थे, ग्रेटेस्ट प्लेयर अपनी टाइम में। वही तो यार, मतलब इट्स क्रेजी, मतलब इतना लाइक एज फैक्टर इज डेफिनेटली अ फैक्टर, एंड स्टिल ही वाज हेड ऑन द क्लॉक अगेंस्ट लाइक सबसे आगे थे भाई टाइम पे। ही वाज नॉट बिहाइंड एनी सिंगल प्लेयर भाई, एक प्लेयर के पीछे नहीं थी भाई वो टाइम से। ही वाज अहेड ऑफ एवरीबॉडी, दैट वाज क्रेजी मैन। बाय द वे, बिशप e3 played, now queen will go to d2. White well has the choice, he could technically take it all and castle queen side, risk ले सकता है, but I don't think with the open c file that would be the best choice. I think simply castle king side, then queen d2, then rook here, then rook to c1 is very safe, and the correct white can play knight d5, and then either like he will open the c file with the space advantage, this pawn will transfer transfer to d5, and then white will be slightly better and white will try to push for the rest of the game. And black हमेशा slightly worse रहता ही है, like space advantage हमेशा white के हाथ में होती है. What he has to avoid is prevent e6 and d5. अगर ये खुल गया ना, suddenly black's pieces come to life. ये important है. Yeah, this is still theory. This is very much theory still. I think इतनी तो मुझे ही पता है, तो इनको तो पता ही होगी. One match per day क्या है टिक्कू जी? Indeed, one match per day. Time control. So time control chat बड़ा complicated है. This is a very complicated tournament. Let me try to explain in layman's terms. Basically chat there will be 9 rounds, 10 players, ठीक है? And हर दिन एक राउंड होगा. In each match, I'll tell you why this tournament is a bit different than the others. In each game, there will be one classical match. एंड अगर वो क्लासिकल एक प्लेयर जीतता है, ही गेट्स 3 पॉइंट्स, ठीक है? ही गेट्स 3 पॉइंट्स फॉर द विन. अगर वो मैच ड्रॉ होता है तो दे विल प्ले अ आर्मेगेडन मैच. सो इट विल नॉट बी द एंड. यहाँ पे ड्रॉ नहीं जमता भाई किसी को. दे विल प्ले एन आर्मेगेडन मैच विद व्हाइट हैविंग लाइक 10 मिनट्स, ब्लैक हैविंग 7 मिनट्स, एंड उसमें अगर ड्रॉ होगा तो ब्लैक जीतेगा, एंड उसका विनर को मिलते हैं 1.5 पॉइंट एंड लूजर को 1 पॉइंट. सो इट्स वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, बट या, एंड एज समबडी मेंशन द चैट, टाइम कंट्रोल है 2 hours for 40 moves, एंड उसके बाद ही इंक्रीमेंट मिलेगा. देयर इज नो इंक्रीमेंट टिल 40 moves एट ऑल. सो ये बड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड फॉर्मेट है, बट इट्स ऑल्सो वेरी फेयर इन अ वे, बिकॉज इंक्रीमेंट नहीं है तो प्लेयर वो लास्ट के 10 मूव में हर किसी के हाथ कांपते हैं. सो दैट्स वन थिंग. एंड सेकंड चीज ये है कि मतलब देयर इज नो ड्रॉ, देयर इज बेसिकली नो ड्रॉ. यहाँ पे कोई ड्रॉ होता ही नहीं है भाई. समबडी विल टेक होम द पॉइंट. दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. Why do players write moon classic? Because claim draw करना पड़ सकता है ना. Imagine you have a 3-fold repetition. How do you claim it? Like in rapid and blitz, you cannot claim a 3-fold repetition until you've written the moves. That's why it's important. हाँ, हर मैच का एक विनर होगा भाई, हर मैच का एक विनर होगा. देयर विल बी नो ड्रॉस, एंड बाय चांस मान लो 10 में ड्रॉ हो गया इनका, ठीक है? दे एग्री टू अ ड्रॉ इन द नेक्स्ट मूव, ठीक है? व्हिच इज लाइक, ए एमवीएल, ए अपनी पुरानी दोस्ती तो है ना रे, तू ड्रॉ करेगा? ओ विशी भाई यार, तुम तो बिल्कुल सही बोलते हो यार, अपन दोस्त तो है, चलो ड्रॉ कर लेते हैं. इंडिया फ्रांस भाई भाई. एंड देन ड्रॉ करने के बाद आर्बिटर आएंगे, ये ड्रॉ नहीं माना जाएगा, आपको अब खेलना पड़ेगा आर्मेगेडन, एंड दोनों रो पड़ेंगे. सो आई थिंक आर्मेगेडन विल बी द फाइनल सोल्यूशन इफ इट्स अ ड्रॉ. d6 d5 खुल गया तो ब्लैक की नहीं, अगर d5 आ गया ना, e6 d5, तो क्या होगा कि मतलब ये सारे वीक स्क्वायर्स ना, ये सारे जो वीक स्क्वायर्स है, ये ब्लैक की न्यूट्रलाइज फॉर हिज पीसेस. देन दैट्स द मेन इशू. चैट ये क्या हाल है चैट? इफ यू आर हियर फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम, डू सब्सक्राइब चैनल गाइस एंड डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम भाई जल्दी से. क्लासिकल है, कब से चल रहा है गेम भाई? अभी 5 मिनट हुए हैं लिटरली. एंड एज आई मेंशन, दिस इज नॉट जस्ट क्लासिकल. अगर गेम ड्रॉ होगा तो लास्ट में आर्मेगेडन होगा भाई. आर्मेगेडन में एक तलवार दे दी जाएगी प्लेयर्स को, एंड दे हैव टू फाइट टिल डेथ, यू नो. Will you stream Nihal versus Arjun OP? Yes, indeed, bhai. That game will be on 6th, I think, as far as I know. आज तो नहीं है, जहाँ तक मुझे आइडिया है. It's on 6th. We'll follow that game as well. Do you think Armageddon is fair? Of course, man, it's fair. I mean, it's better than having draws. No, imagine करो कि तुम्हें पता है कि Armageddon खेलना पड़ेगा, तो you will not take quick draws. Either you will take a very quick draw, और जिससे गेम जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगी, टाइम बचेगा सबका, और you will try to play on till the end for a win, right? That's the best part. So we basically get to see blitz matches as well. That's the best part. Blitz भी देखने को मिल रहा है भाई क्लासिकल के साथ, और क्या चाहिए? कैसे हो भाई? वॉचिंग आफ्टर लॉन्ग टाइम. वेलकम सुमन, हाउ आर यू? आज विषय कितने मैचेस है? आज एक ही मैच है, कार्लसन गेम बाय द वे. लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट ऑल द गेम्स यार, बाकी गेम भी देखते हैं. सो कार्लसन अगेंस्ट हैंग नहीं, मैं हैंग वाओ बोलने वाला था, सॉरी, नॉट हैंग वाओ, वैंग हाओ. यस. So knight f3 by Carlsen, d5, g3, knight to d7. This is a very interesting choice. अगर आपको रेटी के अगेंस्ट खेलना पसंद नहीं है ना, मान लो आपको ये पसंद नहीं सेटअप, ठीक है, यू डोंट लाइक व्हाइट प्लेइंग दिस सेटअप अगेंस्ट यू, दिस इज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग चॉइस बिकॉज यू काइंड ऑफ फोर्स व्हाइट टू प्ले d4. This is not what white wants to play. Usually he wants to play this and c4. He delays d4, but now if you don't play, let's say you play bishop g7, g2, I just play e5 and I gain the center. So that's why I think this is a very interesting setup here. And after the move knight to b6, Carlsen opens up his bishop. Wang Hao opens his bishop now. The bishop will go to f5. He will play e6. He will play knight f6. He will play c5 slowly, and he should be fine. And now we go to the game of Rajabov against Wesley. So, typical Italian, I would say. Rajabov has the black pieces. He finished last in the blitz section yesterday. So 5 black मिले Rajabov को. And to be honest, वो 2 साल से practice कर रहा है. And he did not play his best chess yesterday. So he'll be under a lot of pressure to prove to himself that he can actually win the candidates. आज से ये खत्म होने के literally 5 दिन बाद candidates है. If he does not play well, तो I don't think he can win the candidates at all. So he really wants to play well, and he's playing Wesley So, who was the winner of the blitz section. So he's in great form as well, and very difficult Rajabov here. Next is Anish against Topalov. Now, this is my second favorite game of the day because Topalov retired player hai, and Anish Giri, well, of course, you know, he's a legend, so it will be a lot of fun to follow this game as well. कि क्या Topalov खेलते हैं, because it's very difficult to come back from retirement. I know Wang Hao का retirement भी है, but the real retirement was by Topalov, yeah, kind of, because he's not played chess for a long while. Imagine if she blunders stalemate and then the Armageddon, the other France blunders stalemate, Rit will be booing with memes. I know भाई, but the thing is, I don't think players are looking कि भाई Rit में memes किसकी बनेंगी. उनका focus game जीतने का है. So, and the final game is Mamedyarov against Aryan. Tari, of course, as mentioned, Mamedyarov wants to win this. Tari is the lowest level of the tournament. Tari भाई को सब पेलना चाहेंगे. It's very rare, you know, somebody is going to be assaulted by every single chess player on the board. But Tari will be that guy in this tournament जिसको हर कोई हराना चाहेगा. Because if you want to play well in this tournament, Tari is literally like 100 lower points lower than everybody else in the field. So उसको हराना हर किसी के दिमाग में है ही. इसको तो हराना ही है, and that's why Mamedyarov will be, you know, trying to put a lot of pressure. And I think यहाँ पे knight c5 होगा, then bishop g2, then black will take on c3 and try to control the e4 square, and then yeah, so on. He can also take on c5, by the way. And let's go back to Vishy's game here. And yeah, after the move f3, bishop g7 was played indeed, and you can see this pressure, yeah, on the dark squares. Castles, and now a6, and you can see black is preparing b5. Long term, he wants to play b5 or d5. That's how he can break through these pawns. Otherwise, white is just good lead, yeah. Matlab he'll play queen d2, rook e1, rook c1, knight to d5, and white is just clearly better. I guess white ka plan itna simple hai. I think if I tell it to you right now, you can play it half an hour later. It's so simple for white to play. Black को basically b5 और d5 prepare करना है. Yo, Aryan भाई, ये क्या है? ये क्या बेकार सा यूजर नेम है भाई. No offense, but this is a very bad user name. Aryan यार अच्छा था भाई, बॉस से भी अच्छा. ये लव चेस क्या है भाई? What's wrong with Mame's rating? भाई मामे की रेटिंग में गड़बड़ है यार. Who's Mame? What's your career goals in next 2 years? Oh dude, that's a very complicated question. Hello भाई, कैसे हो? बहुत बढ़िया हो भाई. By the way, Vishy played knight to b3, and chat मुझे क्या बताएगा? What was the idea of knight b3? Come on chat. What is the main strategic idea of knight b3? Come on chat, let me know. क्या idea है? Then it's best classical tournament. Indeed, I think classical भी है, and then there'll also be Armageddon, तो मजा आएगा भाई. What's the idea of knight to b3 chat? क्यों खेला ये white ने? क्यों खेला ये? c5, c5, c5. Now c5 could be part of the plan. Yes, that is definitely possible. I mean, if you can manage c5 and if he has to take, yeah, sure. But that also keeps the structure symmetrical. So एक और idea concept होता है, chat जिसके पास space ज़्यादा होती है ना. Question for you. If you have more space, do you want to exchange pieces or do you want to avoid exchanges? Come on chat. Strategic question. You have more space. Do you want to exchange pieces? And your opponent has less space. Do you want to exchange pieces? Do you want to avoid exchanges? Come on chat. Strategic question. कुछ controversial बोलो. Controversial बोलना है क्या? Johnny Depp rocks. Avoid exchange, avoid exchange, avoid exchange. You want to avoid it. You want to avoid. When you have more space, you want to avoid exchanges. The reason is simple. Because आपके पास बहुत ज़्यादा space है. Imagine करो आप एक बिलियनर हो, आपके पास 10 बच्चे कर लिए आपने. आपके पास इतने पैसे हैं कि हर किसी को आप एक फरारी गिफ्ट कर सकते हो. अब इमेजिन करो आपके पास बैंक बैलेंस ही मेरे इतना भाई 2 रुपए पड़ा है, तो अगर आप 10 बच्चे कर लोगे तो उनको क्या ही मिलेगा. So that's the main point. You have more space as white. That's why if black takes on d4, that helps black a little bit. So you want to avoid these exchanges, and that's why knight b3 has one more benefit. It avoids the knight exchange and maintains pieces on the board. Very important. Controversial beach chess is underrated. भाई that's a fact भाई. सारे chess streamer underrated ही है भाई. भाई 10 बच्चे आरती के बारे में सोचो. भाई आरती कौन है? खाली आरती अवेलेबल है क्या? और से कर लेंगे यार. और ब्लंडर I don't like it, avoid, but blender likes me, I can't avoid. Nice. सारा मूड खराब कर दिया. भाई काहे का मूड तो अभी शुरुआत ही हुई है भाई. अभी तो नाइट b3 खेला है. And the thing is, black is thinking now chat, question for you. ये रुक कहां जाएगा? कमान चैट, कहां से खेलोगे इस रुक को? कमान चैट, which square is रुक to? Very very common plan. ये रुक कहां जाएगा? What do you think are the Vishy's chances given his performance in blitz? I think he has good chances to finish the top section of this tournament. Will he win the event? I mean, if he does, तो भाई मैं स्ट्रीम पे वो सौरव गांगुली की तरह नाचूंगा. That will be awesome, of course. But yeah, we have to see. I love you sir, no homework. Thanks by 60 cent. 50 cent होता तो आराम जाते. 10 cent extra कहां से मिले आपको? Yeah, so rook d8 can be played, but the thing is, अगर हमें rook d8 खेलना है ना, we can always play this rook to d8. So usually this rook will go to c8. टू द हाफ ओपन फाइल बाय द वे। अभी बोर्ड पे व्हाइट के लिए एक ओपन फाइल है, वो है डी फाइल। ब्लैक के लिए एक ओपन फाइल है, वो है सी फाइल। सो रुक को ना ओपन फाइल बहुत पसंद है, जैसे तुम्हें अपनी बगल वाली पड़ोसन पसंद है, वैसे ही रुक को सी फाइल बहुत पसंद है। एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक रुक विल गो टू c8 एंड लेटर ऑन आफ्टर रुक c8 the knight can also go to e5 and put pressure on this, c4 pawn. And the drawback of playing knight b3 is that you can't play b3 anymore. You can't play b3 anymore. It's just not possible. It's just not possible. And that means ki, this pawn can be weak. So that's why knight b3 has some drawbacks as well. And black should probably play rook c8. भाई आप मैरिड हो? नहीं भाई, ऐसी कोई जल्दी नहीं है मुझे शादी करने की. No offense. How many games? One game today for each player. Just a brief look at Carlsen's game, by the way. Carlsen की गेम बहुत स्लो चल रही है. आई थिंक वैंग हाउ ने कुछ क्रेजी मूव निकाली है. Maybe knight b6 is not the most common move here. Yeah, it hasn't played in many games, but Carlsen trying to figure out all the stuff. Yeah, he's thinking for a while. He's thought for 10 minutes already on move number 3. So next game, he plays b3. Bye. Chat. How do you satisfy Srinath and Adiban in 5 minutes? You play g3 and b3 in 5 minutes on the consecutive moves. Well done. Let's go to the game of Anish Giri. क्या चल रहा है? Okay, bishop on f4 without the runner system. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Catalan ने queen c2 खेला है. He will play rook c1. At some point, probably take on d5. The queen can sometimes go to c7 as well, and so on. Hikaru lost to Wesley. अरे awesome. I met Wesley recently during the National Rapid Blitz. Yeah, he's pretty fast. आपको टेबल टेनिस, वो टाइल ट्यूसडे की बात कर रहे हैं भाई. आज टाइल ट्यूसडे इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. एंड नाउ लेट्स गो टू Rajabov, by the way. Okay, so Rajabov breaks through with d5, but the point of this is, this pawn on e5 can be weak. Like even if I just take or even play knight g3, at some moment this e5 pawn can be weak, and black will have to take care of it. You can already see the knight on d7 a bit passive, trying to defend this pawn. I don't play e4 e5 myself, but if I looked at this position for the first time with these threats in the air, I would consider white to be slightly, practically better. So Wesley, yeah, doing fine. And then we go to the game of Mamedyarov once. क्या चल रहा है? Yeah, this is typical theory, man. I think queen c5 खेलते हैं यहाँ पे. And now I think knight b3 is one move. You also want to play c4, but for now I think it's not possible. And so I've seen this theory. I think I had plans to play this, but फिर pandemic आ गया तो खेल ही नहीं पाए. Anyways, मेरे future opponents को पता लग गया मेरी क्या opening होने वाली है. Let's not discuss this now. Let's go to the game of Vishy Anand again. Congrats on your baby, भाई. Who baby, भाई? भूल के लगता है. अरे नहीं भाई, क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? ये नंगे जी कहाँ से चैट में आ गए यार? हम नंगे किंग की बात करते हैं. ये वाले नंगा का मतलब नहीं था हमारा. हाइड यूजर ऑन द चैनल, वेरी वेल डन. टीटी में हिकारू को पे लो भाई. यार मुश्किल है यार. मैंने अभी जस्ट सुना कि आपके 10 बच्चे हो गए. सही है क्या? अरे नहीं भाई, 10 बच्चे नहीं, मैं मजाक कर रहे थे भाई. Will you be going to Chennai? Akshata bhai, I'm not sure yet. The thing is, Chennai जाने के लिए ना, मतलब to stay there for 10-15 days is a huge expense, and I'll go if I'm involved with somebody like maybe chess.com, chess24, या somebody. If they involve me in some way or form, I will definitely try to go. But if they don't, then I'll maybe go for a few days. Like there's some rapid tournament there as well before the Olympia. I'll play the tournament, go there for 2-3 days and come back. Hey Anisha, how are you? Congrats on baby. ये क्या है भाई? ये क्या बदतमीजी है? Chat, do like the stream यार. Can we get to जल्दी से भाई? मतलब जितनी वॉचिंग उतने लाइक हो जाए तो मजा आ जाए भाई. मतलब दिल खुश जाए भाई. मतलब जल्दी से भाई. And if you have for the first time, there's a red button in front of you. उसको सब्सक्राइब कर दबा दो यार, पुचिक करके. Can Wesley play d4? Wesley can indeed play d4, but I think फिलहाल your knight is not developed. So I would suggest first playing knight g3. पहले पूरी डेवलपमेंट कर दो, and then you can try to break in the center. So पहले डेवलपमेंट important है, and then you can maybe even do the bishop first, and then slowly you can prepare d4. I think that's a better strategy, right? That makes more sense to me. Binary fission. Binary fission क्या है भाई? What the hell is binary fission? अच्छा, partially visible है क्या? रुको. I'll change that. रुको. I'll change that. हाँ, now it's fine. Anyways, 100 babies, but in the ये क्या है भाई? 40 moves के बाद क्या होगा? 40 moves के बाद they will gain increment chat. This is one of the rare tournaments जहाँ पे कोई भी increment नहीं है. why don't you play for volunteer? Because यार I want to do my own thing. Like I want to create my own content. मेरे ideas थोड़े crazy होते हैं. I mean मैं literally राजस्थान गया भाई एशिया के सबसे हॉन्टेस्ट प्लेस में चेस खेलने के लिए. मेरे ideas थोड़े उस तरह के होते हैं. So I don't want to be limited in a certain कि कोई मुझे बताएगा आपको ये करना है, ये करो. That's something I don't like. Is this fit rated? Of course भाई. I mean अगर ये fit rated नहीं है तो क्या fit rated होगा भाई? This is the of course it's fit rated भाई. टाइम एडिशन नहीं है. नो इंक्रीमेंट 40 मूव्स के बाद ही 10 सेकंड इंक्रीमेंट लेगा. इफ दे वांट टू लीव देमसेल्व्स दे बेटर they will leave themselves on their own time. Rajabov beat Tikku in 2 moves. Yeah man, फिलहाल तो it looks doubtful I think. Considering his yesterday's performance. By the way, Carlsen's game, I don't know what Carlsen is doing. I mean he has pleased Adiban and Srinath both in 2 moves. Now who will he please? Will he play Bishafor and please me as well? Come on Carlsen please. आपने श्रीनाथ और अधिपा को खुश कर दिया, मुझे भी खुश कर दो बिशप 4 खेल के, मजे आ जाए भाई. कम ऑन कार्लसन, लेट्स गो कार्लसन. व्हाट्स योर MBTI? व्हाट द हेल इज MBTI? आर यू एन आई एम अ नेशनल मास्टर. माय रेफ्रिजरेटिंग इज 2201. Do you think Vishy could have prepared for classical? Because I don't think this tournament is so important that Vishy will sit down and study. He surely will, Sachin bhai. If you are playing at this level, जहाँ पे Carlsen खेल रहा है, you know, like Wesley So is playing, Anish Giri is playing, it's just a habit for these guys. Imagine करो आपने 30 साल से right जूता पहले पहना है, तो even if you get a bit older, you will still wear the right shoe first. Yeah, it's just a matter of habit now. अच्छा पर्सनैलिटी टाइप, अच्छा वो मैंने, अच्छा अरे मोमबत्ती नहीं है उसका मतलब. ये लो भाई हमारी तरह. या वो चीज तो है, बट ठीक है. आई मीन इट वाज स्टिल अ फन एक्सपेरिमेंट. आई थिंक मजा तो आया करके. दैट्स द मेन थिंग. या यू शुड एंजॉय इट. इफ यू एंजॉय इट देन इट डजंट मैटर टू मच, बट या ऑफ कोर्स. एनीवेज लेट्स गो टू द विशी आनंद गेम अगेन. ब्लैक सोच रहा है ऑनेस्टली, एंड maybe he could try 95 though. That's also possible, yeah. Putting some pressure on c4. That's definitely a possibility because, as I mentioned, after knight b3, you can't play b3. So if I play knight e5 as black, how do you defend this pawn? Let's say you play queen e2. That is a very logical move, developing a piece and defending the pawn. Now I could play rook a c8, and you can see how difficult it's getting to defend the pawn. So either I have to move the knight back, which is a passive move, or I have to play c5, but then, yeah, it is possible to play c5, of course, but then you will not have this bind any longer. And if black takes, you know, it will be a symmetrical structure with high drawing chances. So, knight b3 has its own drawbacks, but Vishy, of course, will be prepared. Let's see what MVL actually plays. Did you watch this new vlog? Maza aa gaya. I have not seen it yet, but मैं देखूंगा. I will have a look at it tomorrow morning. Hey Tanek, how are you, man? The sad reality is that Tikku is our Magnus on YouTube. ये क्या है भाई? Do you know if the death match with Anish will be streamed online? Yes, it will be streamed online. Sagar Shah will stream it along with Samay, I think. I think what Sagar Shah is trying to do, I'll tell you what he's thinking. At least that's my perception. ठीक है, maybe I'm wrong here. He is doing this once, जहाँ पे he's has this chance of getting Anish as well. He will do it once. If it works, if the tickets sell, for example, chess का chat में देखिए, बताओ क्रिकेट में इतना पैसा क्यों है? बताओगे? Why do you think cricket has so much money in it? Like, do you know the main reason? Come on, chat, let's go. Yeah, queen d2 makes a lot of sense, but it's black to play. First of all, let's see कि black क्या खेलेगा. If he plays knight e5, then you have to play queen to e2 and defend the c4 pawn. So that's the main thing. Audience है, but कहाँ की viewership? कहाँ की viewership? It's actually the TV audience, right? It's the TV audience. So unless you can bring a sport on television, I don't think there'll be enough money there. Exactly, किसी ने Star Sports बोला है. Exactly, Hotstar, exactly. So maybe it's a wild guess by me. Maybe what Sagar is trying to do, he's trying to hold this match ऐसे मतलब मुंबई में, and then he will see tickets की sale कितनी होती है. Is it profitable? Then he can do it, on a grander scale with more players, on a grander scale with more players, on a grander scale, maybe an entire tournament, and then he can have his own thing, just like Norway Chess. Just like Norway Chess, there'll be Chess Base India, yeah, मतलब Chess India original. So it could be a long-term strategy, and maybe someday, maybe 10 years into the future, to bring it on television. And if he does that, man, hats off to Sagar bhai, man. That's a crazy idea. I don't know if that's the concept or not. Even if it is not, I hope he's listening and goes for it, because I think he's one guy who can do it, yeah. Sponsorship, exactly. IPL की girls की viewership है भाई, ये लो. ये सिंगल की असली पहचान है. IPL के girls, ये देखो भाई, ये सिंगल की असली पहचान है. अरे पर ऑडियंस तो उतनी नहीं रहेगी ना. हाँ, बट यू बिल्ड अप द ऑडियंस, राइट? यू बिल्ड अप द ऑडियंस. लाइक अभी मान लो सागर भाई को लाइक 6,000 10,000 लोग देखते हैं, then it becomes 15K, then 20K, 25K, 30K, ऐसे ही होता है. It will not happen कि तुम suddenly एक दिन उठोगे, आज कितनी ऑडियंस है, 5 लाख. ये जॉनी डेप का ट्रायल केस नहीं है भाई. By the way, E6 played indeed. So E6 का आइडिया क्या है? He is going for D5, yeah. He wants to play D5 long term. Also, chat, एक और benefit है, it prevents knight to D5. That is one more benefit. And there's one drawback of this move, of course. If you don't manage D5, then suddenly, this pawn can be weak. I can play queen D2, rook D1, bishop F4, and apni puri army I can put up, into attacking this pawn. But the thing is, luckily for black, he will always have enough defenses. Rook D8, bishop F8, knight E8. So this will not fall. And yeah, so I think Wright's plan is very simple now. Queen E2, then rook to D1. Rook to C1, and then see how black plays this, because he cannot allow D5 at the correct moment. If black plays D5 and liberates his pieces, suddenly the bishop opens up to B2. Suddenly the knights are into the game, and that's not what white wants basically. 500 लोग तो आ ही जाएंगे. Yeah, but इस बार 500, अगली बार 1000, अगली बार 1500, ऐसे बढ़ना चाहिए. Then he can continue doing it, yeah. चैट रीड करने के लिए मॉड बनना पड़ेगा. इफ नॉट मॉड्स क्या करते हैं भाई, देखो पढ़ ली चैट, ऐसी बात थोड़ी है. सिंस इट इज क्लासिकल, कैन यू गो थ्रू ऑल द गेम्स स्लोली? या आई विल I'll focus like 50% of my attention on this game, and then I'll divide the remaining 5 games 10% each. By the way, look at Carlsen's prep, dude. चैट मुझे एक चीज बताओ, ऑनेस्टली बताना, ठीक है? You look at this position, ठीक है? Look at this position once, and I hide the names of the players. Guess the yellow. Guess the yellow, chat, come on. ये तुम्हें पता नहीं है कौन कौन से प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं. Guess the yellow, chat, come on. Guess the yellow करो भाई. Please guess the yellow of this match. Of course, Snake bhai. Of course, I'll wait for that day. Guess the yellow, bhai. Like, this makes no sense. It only makes sense at the absolute top level. शायद भाई क्लासिकल है, बट आर्मल भी होगा भाई बाद में, बहुत चांसेस हैं. Yeah, so it's very obvious कि भाई you and I cannot play like this. It only Carlsen can play like this. So what is the point of this? You want to get the bishop pair. What you basically want is bishop goes back, I take, and I get the bishop pair. I play bishop G2, and white is clearly better. He will have the center after C4 at some moment, and he should be clearly better here. So that's why black should probably not kill a bishop G6, play bishop G4, or even go back to D7 or C8, but not play bishop G6. So yeah, I should put up the player names back. It is Carlsen, by the way, against Wang Hao. So Carlsen played the best move. Bar to dekho, yeah, Bar likes it. After bishop C, Bar does not like it anymore. Bar thinks white is better now, and it's not surprising. Bishop pair with this weird knight on B6, जिसके पास कोई move ही नहीं है. This looks really bad. This knight better be on D7. That would be better square in fact. Alieza and MVL both not playing Olympiad. Really? I mean, if Alieza is not playing, that kind of makes sense from MVL as well not to play. Because, I mean, they will not win the Olympiad. So, maybe he was like, मैं अपना खाना काला कर लेता हूँ. ये तो मैं खेलता हूँ. अरे वाह, सौरव and Carlsen एक common है भाई. बस वो Carlsen सिंगल नहीं है भाई. Just saying. Now we go to the game of Wesley So against Rajabov. Again, chat, this is a very important tournament for Rajabov. Absolutely important. He has not played OTB chess for a long while. When he used to play before that, he was accused of making so many draws. I don't know if you know about this, but there were many articles written, about how many draws he used to make. Like, बहुत target किया था उसको. And then now it's like, he's not played chess for 2 years. So if he does not play well here, he's playing the candidate for 15 June, and that will be a big problem for him because सारा confidence चला जाएगा उसका. So he, as a chess player, has a lot at stake. I think the most at stake in this tournament. So, and he is black against Wesley So, who was the winner yesterday of the Blitz tournament. So he better come up with some good moves here. And here I think the knight on D7 does not make a great impression, but it defends the pawn for now. And yeah, white will go knight G3. He will go queen E2. He'll play rook to D1. Maybe this rook as well. And black could probably just play queen E7, delay the queen, also connect his rooks. And this will be a very, very long game. जहाँ पे they will strategically try to beat each other. बहुत लंबी कहानी है. आओ कैसे पता भाई, क्योंकि मैं चेस पहले से खेल रहा हूँ ना भाई. मैंने पैंडेमिक में स्टार्ट नहीं करा है. Anyways, let's go to the game of Anish Giri now. आजकल असली वॉचिंग तो मैकेनिकल की आती है. कितनी आती है सक्षम भाई? कितने टूर्नामेंट है भाई? एक हफ्ते 8 दिन का टूर्नामेंट है आई थिंक. हाउ डू यू प्रिपेयर फॉर योर मैचेस डेटा बेसिस? यस मैन, चेस बेस इज द बेस्ट टूल. आई थिंक इफ एनीबडी वांट्स, इफ यू आर रेटेड अबव 1800 FIDE, like chess-based tool is the best tool on the planet. You need, absolutely need it. वो I think chess-based सागर भाई की वेबसाइट में मिल जाएगा तुम्हें. It's the best tool on the planet भाई. There's no doubt. डांस स्ट्रीम ओपी भाई, डांस भी करेंगे भाई सम अदर डे, नॉट टुडे मे बी। आई थिंक यहाँ पे नॉर्वे चेस में डांस करना सही नहीं रहेगा। थैंक्स लॉट सईद भाई। Yes, there are 9 rounds, but 1 round today. By the way, Topalov has developed his bishop, so I think he is kind of equalized. But the main thing is, chat, why do you think in this position, white is slightly better? What is the one main element because of which white is supposed to be slightly better in this position? Come on, chat, batao. Lichess best free. I know Lichess feels like the best one, but the problem there is you cannot pair on Lichess for your classical games because there is no database for the classical games there. So you need that chess base for that. There are no cams for this, man. Amber Hodo Karaki, none by. Space is one thing, true, space is one thing, but I think space के साथ light square bishop किसी ने बोला, जिन्होंने बोला well done. I think बहुत लोग, आरव ने बोला है and काफी लोगों ने बोला था light square bishop is a very important deal. Until black can play c5 and open up his bishop is basically looking at a pawn, and our bishop has much more potential long term. This knight can go to e5. I can play rook e1, rook d1, or rook c1, rook d1, and he takes on d5. And after black takes with the c pawn, of course we take with the c pawn here. Now you can see, this bishop is opened up, but this bishop will always look at its own pawn. That's why white took. Now once black captures back, let's say this, इस bishop को देखो भाई, ये मतलब literally मतलब it's like ये इसका बड़ा भाई को बस अब ये बड़े भाई की छाव में ही बड़ा होगा मतलब ये कभी उससे आगे निकल नहीं सकता. दैट्स द मेन प्रॉब्लम. बड़े भाई ने आईआईटी क्रैक कर लिया है एंड ही विल ऑलवेज बी बिहाइंड दैट गाय नाउ. पेरेंट्स हमेशा टॉन्ट करेंगे, तेरे भाई ने आईआईटी कर लिया, तू भी कुछ कर ले नालायक, बट ही कैन नॉट डू मच अबाउट दिस. दैट्स द मेन प्रॉब्लम. Yeah, c5 will be open now and black will play rook c8, while will play rook c1 and so on. So Anish tiny bit better, maybe he'll play rook f c1 now because the a rook can be used for a4 a5 later on, that can be used. So that's one more thing. And now we go to the game of Mamedyarov against Tari. I think this is one game which is Mamedyarov will be striving to win because he's playing the lowest seed and he is in prep. He's 12 minutes on the clock than Tari, and I think यहाँ पे rook to b5 definitely looks like a tempting move because after rook to b5, if queen takes c3, queen takes c3, knight takes c3, you can play rook b3, knight e4, and now black is not clearly developed. You can play a4 and try to break this pawn chain, and if you win this pawn for one pawn, then white will be slightly better, and white has very good pieces here. These bishop cut across important diagonals. So Mamedyarov slightly better, I feel, but still in theory, so black should be fine. And now we go back to Vishy's game. By the way, Vishy has played indeed after e6, queen to e2 he has played, and now the rook will go to d1. Time control. By time control is 120 minutes basically for 2 hours, and there is no increment for the first 40 moves. Once you play the first 40 moves, then there's a 10-second increment for the middle of the game. And also important is, even if they draw, the game will not end. They will have to play a Armageddon match immediately afterwards, like 5 minutes after the game ends. And the time control of white will be 7 minutes and black's 10 minutes. And black has to, of course, win. He has to win. And then something like this. And then, of course, the winner gets 1.5 points and 1 point for loser in Armageddon. And if you win directly, you get 3 points. ये तो पुरानी क्लॉक से टाइम कंट्रोल है. Indeed, you don't need you need increment for this from move number 40, but till the first 40 moves you could totally play with the analog clock. Yeah. 120 minutes. Sorry, 120. अरे भाई, what I mean is 120 minutes for 40 moves. 40 moves, bhai. My bad. White 10, black 7 minutes. Yeah, of course. My bad. Ulta bol diya. So when do you think Dubov Karakin will be allowed? Bhai, Dubov is allowed. Dubov can play tournaments. Dubov has no issues in playing individual tournaments, but I think Karakin does, and I hope we don't see him very soon. D5 पे E5 आएगा. You can't really play E5 by the way, because by the way, black plays queen E7. If you had played D5, you can't play E5 because his pawn is hanging. But what you can chat, what if black had played D5, what would you play here? Come on chat. Black played queen E7 in the real game, but what if black was like, अरे D5 आ गया, हम खेलेंगे D5, let's go. तो क्या खेलोगे आज white तुम? Armageddon white को जीतना होता है ना. Yes, white has to win. Missing Karakin. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get to 400-500 likes. जल्दी से भाई कर दो यार. And if you're here for the first time, आपके सामने एक लाल बटन होगा, उस पे सब्सक्राइब लिखा होगा, उस पे उंगली रखे और ऐसे दबा दे पुचुक करके, मजा आ जाएगा. Armageddon में black किसको मिलेगा भाई? वो सेम कलर रहेंगे जिसके बाद अभी white है उसके white रहेंगे. Yeah, you can indeed play one of the rooks to d1. I think rook a d1 here is indeed a very good move because you just win this pawn for free now. This pawn is pinned. You can't capture either way. You can't push. I'll just take, and black just loses. So that's the main thing, and that's why black in the game played queen to e7, and he'll slowly repair this. He'll play maybe rook c8, rook d8, maybe rook d8. There is bishop b6 as well, so you have to keep that in mind. And d5 will not happen anytime soon, at least. At least that's what I feel. Exactly, chess puzzle 5, exactly. Armageddon में usually 5 minutes और 4 minutes मिलते हैं, so 7 minutes isn't more disadvantage to black. You will get 8 minutes inside. I know, but the thing is, what they're trying to do is, they're trying to make it, more spicy. They're trying to force a result. I know 8 minutes would be better, but they've kept it 7 minutes, so जो भी है, I think we have to accept it. Vishy structure is like Jhopdi. I mean, this is a Mamedyarov structure, by the way. This is very common against a Sicilian. Once your opponent plays c5, in almost all Sicilians, you can get this structure. Usually you have the bishop on e2 and the bishop on b7 and the pawn is on b6 in most, Scheveningen structures. But in this structure, it was knight off, of course. That's why the bishops have been traded off. But this is very, very common, by the way. Meroxy, bhai, peroxy nahi. That means there must be a win or loss result. Yes, there will be no draws here, bhai. If there are 2 draws in a row, then black wins, basically. So somebody is asking, Wang Hao retire ho gaya tha. Chat, basically what happened was, what I figured was, मैंने कुछ देखा था, I read it somewhere, कि Wang Hao had some stomach issues, which made him it made it impossible for him to basically sit at the board for consecutive hours. So he could not really play chess with focus. But since last year, it's actually gotten better for him, and that's why he's playing this tournament. That's what I heard, and it might just be true. Hey Sadak bhai, how are you, man? Isn't Armageddon unfair for Nihal's opponent? Yeah, that's why I did not invite Nihal. Like, you keep asking, why Nihal is not here, why, these guys are not here. Because it would be unfair to the opponent. That's why. Paad marne ki problem, what the hell, dude? Kuch bhi. Do all NMs know so much about theory? I think you can be super WGM. Yes, WGM I can be. I think I have 3 WGM norms for sure. My rating is, although peak is 2275, but I have 3 WGM norms, yes. But I'll have to change my sex for that, and I don't think I have the intent or the money for that, so let's avoid it. Are you playing DVG music? Not really. Does experience matter when top GMs play each other, like young prodigies also tend to beat top GMs sometimes? Experience matters a lot, but so does tactical ability and, enthusiasm. So it kind of balances out overall. Why not rook fd1? I feel rook c1 better. Yeah, so the thing is, you will play rook fd1. The reason I'm saying d5 ke baad rook d1 is because I think now this e file will open up most likely. So you can also play rook f e1. If d5 does not happen, for example, in the game, you will play rook fd1 and rook c1 indeed, because the e file is not opening up anytime soon. So he played rook fd1, and again, that's putting pressure on the d6 pawn, prevents d5, and also now rook c1 next, and then White will actually think, like, if Vishy wanted, he could have played all these, like all these moves literally in a second, because these are so natural. Why do you need to change sex to become a WGM? Because WGM means woman grandmaster. Why? That's the issue there. Parag with playing with Nihal is forced loss like nano system for most of the players in Bullet. I mean, Hikaru will disagree, Shashank bhai. So there's always the exception. Maybe the exception is you. Maybe the system suits you. Just saying. Anyway, so rook fd1 played now, and probably it's time to defend the pawn. So rook d8 or rook c8 or rook fd8. All these moves are logical. अरे भाई जोक था WGM वाला, भाई जोक था भाई, फैक्ट्स गलत है भाई, जोक के अंदर फैक्ट्स भी सही होने चाहिए. Only then it's fun, otherwise it's not fun. How many GM norms do you need? Only 3 भाई, 3 ही चाहिए बस, only 3. But NM is cooler भाई, get all the norms and rating, but don't get your title changed. Nice. I think that will be cool to have a rating of 3000 on Chess.com with the NM title, yeah. ताकि सब लोग बोले कौन है ये NM, कौन है 3000 rating वाला NM. For example, if you play rook d8 and bishop b6, somebody is asking, it's not a big deal, chat, because you can just play rook d7 and the game goes on. It's not a big deal. Of course, this is slightly uncomfortable, but this is usually the case, yeah. Matlab, for most Sicilians, it can happen sometimes. So, yeah, let's see what MVL plays though. Yokshish bhai, kya haal hai? Only 3 GM norms and you will become GM Sahil Tiku. Yes. अर्पण जी कह रहे हैं, मतलब साहिल के पास पैसा होता तो करवा लेते. अभी रुक पेटीएम करता हूँ भाई, पता है कितना खर्चा था उसमें, और बाद में मुझे कह रहे हैं स्कैम कर लिया. भाई मैंने ऐसा कुछ इंटेंशन नहीं है, पहले ही बोल दिया, ठीक है ना. What is the format of the match, please? By format is 9 round Swiss. Let's go to the Carlsen's game. By the way, he did not play this. He's still thinking. Kya? Let me refresh and confirm this. By Wang Hao is still thinking. Like, imagine karo 5वें move pe. Like, you know, I put up this video on the second channel recently जहाँ मैंने time management का graph बताया था, like how you can manage your time roughly. इस graph की पूरी धज्जियाँ उड़ा दी इन दोनों players ने. I mean, they are top players, you can definitely do it. But yeah, I mean, knight h4 and bishop has to probably go g4, but he's still thinking. That's weird, right? That's weird. इतना सोचना. Interesting. Let's go to Wesley. So, by the way, Rajabov has played queen e7, one of the best moves in the position. He connected his rooks now. And White indeed played queen e2. So you can see the similarity, yeah? Bishop e3, bishop e6, queen e2, queen here, knight f3, knight c6, very, very similar. And yeah, I mean, he could just take on e3 now. He could also bring on the rooks into the game. He could also play knight to d8 and then c6, also a possibility. Let's see what black goes for. Now we go to Anish's game. By the way, in the Anish game, typical plan, yeah? You take on d5, he takes on d5, rook f c1, rook a c8, and you immediately play queen a4. The idea being, you want to attack this pawn. And if black were to go a6, for example, you know, then you can later on sometimes pressure it like this. Or you can also just play queen b3 and put some pressure here. If he goes b5, then you have a4 ideas and so on. So there are always plans. And also knight e5 will always be on the cards, yeah? That's always going to happen. So that's not a big deal. Final game, I think he played rook b5 indeed. Now black will take on c3 most likely. And we'll see this exchange. The board is getting trimmed. Really? Oh, अच्छा right से हो रहा है क्या? Let me check that one. रुको. अच्छा इवाल से हो रहा है ना? इवाल से हो रहा है सच में. रुको. ओ भाई इतना बड़ा नहीं करना. ओ इतना बड़ा तो कुछ भी लाइफ में नहीं होना चाहिए यार. ओ भाई ये क्या हो रहा है? ओ भाई ये तो क्रेजी था भाई. Let me reduce the board a little bit. रुको. Let me do one thing. Now it should be fine, I think. Now it should be fine. Badhiya. And is NGM a title? I don't think so. NGM does not feel like a title. Hey, Shagar bhai, itna bada bhi nahi. Do you know about the longest chess game? Yeah, I think it was like 260 moves, right? If I'm not wrong. 260 moves, 250 moves. What is Prag's next tournament? I'm not sure about Prag. Prag actually यही tournament खेल रहा है ना? He's playing the Norway Open. By the way, Prag is playing Norway Open. I am not sure if they have the games for that. Let me have a brief look. If they actually have the games for Norway Chess Open as well. No, they don't. They don't have the games for that. But indeed, Prag is playing the Norway Chess Open in the same city here. Still getting trimmed from top. अच्छा, top से हो रहा है क्या? Oh. Okay, now it should be fine. I think. Chat, let me know if it's fine now. If the board is absolutely fine. If it's not, I'll fix it. I think it should be fine now. इतना close up से तो मैं जिंदगी में कुछ देखा नहीं. It should be fine now. सब ठीक है. बढ़िया. 2 hours time control यार. अरे but the thing is, if it ends in a draw, chat याद रखना भाई. If it ends in a draw, the main thing is कि draw के बाद there will be an Armageddon match. So that's also very important. 10 minutes of white. नहीं check via phone. Really? अच्छा but नीचे से हो रहा है ना, ऊपर से नहीं हो रहा. रुको. I think नीचे से हो रहा है थोड़ा सा. But I think it should be okay. Let me confirm. Let me check. Okay. No, actually it's fine. I think it's fine. I think now it should be for sure fine. अब तो मुश्किल है कि सही नहीं होगा. I think it should be fine. Yeah, now it should be fine, I think. बता दे if it's fine. Let me know if it's fine now. Basically, how are you? Carlsen game में क्या हुआ भाई? Carlsen game चल रहा है. बढ़िया. Actually, I think what happens is like जो notation होती है ना, like if you've played chess for a while, you can sometimes ignore the notation because you kind of memorize it somehow. So it can happen. Yeah, मतलब notation is important. 900 रेटिंग में कोई टाइटल मिलेगा नहीं यार, अनफॉर्चुनेटली नहीं. माय ओसीडी ये राइट वाले भी ओसीडी तो नहीं हो रहा ना मोहन भाई, जो कार्लसन का मैच है. आई होप नॉट. कैन विन टाटा स्टील? यस. अरे अक्षय भाई क्या हाल है? वापस सब्जेक्ट ट्रेन चालू करे क्या साहिल? अरे नहीं भाई ठीक है भाई. थैंक्स फॉर सब्जेक्ट भाई. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई. दो थैंक्स अ लॉट यार. मॉड्स ओनली चैट भाई, एक भी मॉड दिख नहीं रहा चैट में मुझे, कहां से मॉड्स ओनली? कैसे अक्षय भाई? मुझे लगा आप कहने वाले मैं ट्रेन में बैठ के स्टार्ट कर रहा हूं। आई हैव क्वेश्चन, कैन यू टेल सेम गेम प्लेड इन 3.5 10 minutes while टिक फॉर 2 hours? सो अक्षय भाई ने एक बहुत क्रेजी क्वेश्चन पूछा है कि इफ यू कैन प्ले द सेम गेम इन 5 minutes, व्हाई डू यू नीड 2 hours? बेसिकली द क्वालिटी ऑफ द प्ले इंक्रीजेस, लाइक द क्वालिटी ऑफ द प्ले इंक्रीजेस. व्हाट हैपेंस इज, फॉर एग्जांपल, let's say कि आप गेम खेल रहे हो, you have 10 minutes for one move and you have like 10 seconds, you can play better moves, and chess has always been played for a longer time format. जो blitz और rapid है ना, these are like T20 क्रिकेट यार, पिछले 10 साल में फेमस हुए हैं. Before that, you know, sometimes if you've not seen the video on the channel, games used to go on for literally like multiple days. Literally multiple days, dude, like multiple dates. मतलब आज लोग खेलते थे, दूसरा बंदा पिक्चर देख के आता था, वो बंदा सोच ही रहा होता था भाई. जस्ट इमेजिन, वो बंदा सोच के, वो बंदा मूवी देख के आ गया भाई, लिटरली वो बंदा सोच ही रहा है अभी. अरे पवन भाई, थैंक्स फॉर सुपर चैट भाई, थैंक्स अ लॉट यार. ये सुपर स्टिकर है, सुपर चैट है? आई एम कंफ्यूज्ड. सुपर चैट ही होगा. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई, थैंक्स अ लॉट यार. By the way, he played rook f d8. Yeah, he's not scared of bishop b6. Rook d7 is possible. So he's not scared of this. He wants to play d5 at the correct moment. That's his plan. Mamedyarov rating 277 क्यों है भाई? 2770 है भाई. सही तो लिखा है 2770. क्या बोल रहे हो भाई, कुछ भी. अच्छा तुम चेस 24 में कह रहे हो क्या? नहीं, सॉरी 270 भाई, सही तो है. क्रिकेट भी ऐसे ही लंबा चलता था. Exactly. And slowly, of course, rapid chess is taking over and blitz is taking over. But for now, you can only gain titles through classical chess. Yeah. So if you want to be a GM, IM, WIM, WGM, NM, whatever, you can only get it through classical chess. Just saying. अच्छा ये स्टिकर है. थैंक्स अ लॉट पवन भाई, ये स्टिकर आप समझा. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई, थैंक्स अ लॉट. बोरिंग ड्रॉ भाई, ऐसा लग रहा है तुम्हें यार? तुम, द थिंग इज, इट्स लाइक सेइंग कि मतलब हमें वो जब टाइटैनिक गिरी, जब टाइटैनिक सैंक, क्या यार मतलब 100 फुट की आइस क्यूब के साथ सैंक, मतलब क्या ही टाइटैनिक थी भाई, मतलब क्या ही नूब शिप था. बट यू डोंट नो द डेप्थ ऑफ द, मतलब वो ना, वो जो क्या बोलते हैं उसको यार, बोलते क्या उनको? दिमाग से निकल गया भाई. जो पानी में वो आइस क्यूब, क्या बोलते हैं उनको? दिमाग से निकल गया भाई. ओ माय गॉड. एनीवेज, सो बेसिकली वो बहुत नीचे, आइसबर्ग. थैंक यू आइसबर्ग. यस, मेरी वोकैबुलरी को क्या हो गया भाई? यस, आइसबर्ग, माय बैड. सो आइसबर्ग नीचे से बहुत डेप्थ में. सेम वे यू सी दिस सिंपल मूव्स, बट बिहाइंड द ऑब्वियस मूव्स, राइट, देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ कैलकुलेशन गोइंग ऑन. दे आर ट्राइंग टू कैलकुलेट एवरीथिंग, लाइक b5, d5, knight d7, bishop f8, h5, knight h5, like queen c7, rook c8, like just trying to calculate all these moves. So it's not easy. ये हमें लगता है यार, मतलब रुक c1, अरे ये तो मैं भी खेल लेता. सिंपल, आई मीन इतना सिंपल है क्या? बट इट्स नॉट दैट सिंपल भाई. ये नॉर्म के बारे में बताओ भाई. नॉर्म 3 नॉर्म करने पड़ते हैं. यू हैव टू डिफीट अ लॉट ऑफ प्लेयर्स, टाइटल प्लेयर्स, टू गेन 3 नॉर्म्स, एंड 3 नॉर्म्स के बाद जीएम टाइटल मिलता है, 3 नॉर्म्स के आईएम टाइटल मिलता है. क्लासिकल शोज द क्वालिटी एंड ब्यूटी ऑफ चेस. इंडीड मैन, जितने क्वीन सैक्रिफाइसेस क्लासिकल में होंगे ना, जो जेन्युइन एक्चुअल अच्छे होंगे, उतने ब्लिट्स और रैपिड में कभी हो ही नहीं सकते, बिकॉज यू कैन एक्चुअली कैलकुलेट सम क्रेजी वेरिएशंस. या imagine if she enters world top 10 after this tournament. Is it possible? I think it might be. I'm not sure exactly. I think his rank is 15, so technically it is possible, but he'll have to play really well for this. But let's see. Classical after a point has diminishing returns per move. Correct. I mean, depends what your goal is, right? If you really want to, for example, get a title, then not really. I think until you become a GM, there is no diminishing returns, right? No, you have to defeat many GMs in a tournament. You have to perform at a rating of 2600 in a tournament to gain 1 GM norm, and perform at 26450 for an 2450 sorry for an IM norm. So इतना बढ़िया खेलना पड़ता है. ऐसे 3 tournament form करोगे, तब जाके you get the title. C5 is possible, but the thing is, by the way, black played rook c8. Now c5 is technically possible, but the problem with this I have is d5. And black के pieces perfectly बैठ गए, and ये c5 square, I would like to put my bishop and knight here, but it's like, you know, होता नहीं है, मतलब प्लेन में तुम बोर्ड करते हो, बच्चों के साथ बच्चे शोर करते हैं, तुम व्यू भी इंजॉय नहीं कर पाते, बादल इंजॉय नहीं कर पाते. सेम वे ये वही बच्चा है जो रोता रहता है. सो आई वुड से इसको होल्ड करो, थोड़ा थामो. लेट्स प्रिवेंट d5. दैट्स मोर इंपॉर्टेंट. Chat, do like the stream भाई. Let's go to 500 likes, and if you're here for the first time, अपने लाल बटन सब्सक्राइब का, उसको पुचुक करके दबा दो, हमारी फैमिली में शामिल हो जाओ भाई. Silence childhood. भाई I don't cry man. मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता है. and other sexist statements. Anyways, Vishy's come back into top 10, gonna create legacy for sure, but he has already done a lot. That's true, man. That's true. मुझे भी रोना है प्लेन में. I don't know भाई, मतलब यार प्लेन में रोना. इट्स लाइक अगर बच्चा कोई प्लेन में रोता है ना भाई, इमेजिन करो भाई, अगर कोई बच्चा प्लेन में होता है ना, लाइक इतनी इरिटेशन होती है ना, दैट्स द वर्स्ट. इमेजिन यू ऑन ऑफ लाइक अ 3 hour फ्लाइट इवन, या मतलब मान लो तुम जम्मू से आई डोंट नो त्रिवेंद्रम जा रहे हो, व्हाटएवर, लाइक 3.5 hour फ्लाइट. भाई कितना दिमाग खराब हो जाता है भाई. आई विल स्टार्ट प्लेइंग द कौन सा अटैक भाई. इंडिया से नेक्स्ट वर्ल्ड चैंपियन कौन हो सकता है? आई थिंक इट कुड बी एनीबडी. आई थिंक इफ आई हैव टू नेम लाइक 5 people इनसे कोई बन सकता है, इट हैज टू बी विदित, Arjun, Nihal, Gukesh and Prag. I think so far these 5 look the most likely. Also depends on how well Prag plays in classical. Yeah, you've not seen Prag play classical for a long while. I have 12 flight. I hope no crying babies in flight. पवन भाई अगर हुए ना एक, और पता है क्या है ऊपर से, इफ यू आर इन अ फ्लाइट जहां देयर आर बेबीज, दे विल लिटरली पुल योर शर्ट, दे विल प्ले विद योर नोज, यू कांट डू शिट अबाउट इट. तुम कुछ नहीं करते. हाँ अरे कितना क्यूट है रे आपका बेटा, बहुत क्यूट है, मेरे कपड़े फाड़ दिए. कितना. एनीवेज, chat, Rook C8 played. Now let's go to Carlsen's game briefly. Oh, by the way, what the hell happened here? Wait. He just played e6. He did not save the bishop. That's a very interesting choice. After knight takes f5, he takes f5, bishop, queen d3 played. So kind of forcing g6, I think here. And now the idea of bishop g to knight 6, so black basically gained the e4 square. That's what black gained out of this. He gained the e4 square. So he has proper dominance over the e4 square. But what white gained is the bishop pair, some weak squares to use later on, and he could play c4. I mean, I think it just looks like a better position for Carlsen here. So Wang Hao definitely under pressure. There's no doubt. And ये bishop कितना खतरनाक piece है भाई. After c4, if black even, captures, look at this bishop scope यार. मतलब आज के ज़माने में IT का scope तो इस bishop का है भाई. Yeah, dark squares are weak. For now, black has the bishop, of course. It kind of helps control these squares, but yeah, long term, it could be a problem as well, for sure. And so that means Carlsen slightly better for now. Let's go to Wesley So's game. The game is still in the same position we left it at, so let's go to the next game. Anish Giri, by the way, black did play a6, and now I think queen b3 makes the most sense, and if b5, then a4. And you try to break this queenside formation, because Crackland में ना, you have a slight edge. तुम्हारी हल्की से होती है. मतलब यू कैनॉट विन विद दैट एज, तुम्हें कुछ और निकालना पड़ेगा. ये हल्की सी एडवांटेज है. गुड बिशप, बढ़िया बिशप, खुद ठीक है भाई, बढ़िया. बट ऑन पेपर ही है ना, उसका एडवांटेज भी उठाना है हमें. एंड वी आल्सो हैव डबल पॉन, सो इट्स नॉट ऑलवेज इजी. So I think queen b3 here makes sense. Bishop f1 also possible. I think for now black is threatening b5 anyway, so it makes sense कि, for example, let's say bishop f1, ठीक है, let's say bishop f1, and now he can go b5, queen b3, and he can also play queen b6, he can also play knight b6, and then a4 might not be as strong. So but if you play queen b3 first, after b5, before he can play queen b6, knight b6, तुम immediately धक्का लगाए तो a4 का. And now imagine queen b6, I take, and now bishop f1 becomes much stronger, because this pawn is a lone pawn. कोई साथी defend नहीं कर रहा उसको. So that's why move orders are very important. And I think Anish will play. Yeah, he plays queen b3. He plays the move queen to b3. And Anish definitely fighting for an edge here. Let's go to Mamedyarof's game. Yeah, black took on c3. Now we saw the same variation. I think rook will come back to b3. And white will play for this compensation. He will play a4, a5 and try to use these two bishops here. That's his plan. Let's go to the Anand games again. Chat, let's go. If I respond on d3 or e3, then I think bishop would be seem more strong. Yeah, for sure. Grandmaster Gauri is actually from Chicago. Doesn't matter why Chicago से कहाँ से भाई, but GM नहीं है वो. What about Hari Ronak? Also possible. They are not playing this tournament, right? So I think you mean in terms of world champion. I mean, it is possible, but Ronak is definitely, the thing is Ronak is kind of unlucky there, because he has, it's like, imagine करो you are a millionaire, ठीक है, but you live in a country जहाँ पे सारे billionaires हैं, so it becomes a bit difficult for you to flaunt your wealth maybe. So Ronak is a very strong player, but these players are slightly ahead of him, and they are just as young as well, so he doesn't get the publicity sometimes. Can chess players lose titles if their rating goes down, the eligible rating for title? No. Unless the player cheats, for example, जैसे वो Roses था, वो GM 2500 जिसने फ्रांस में cheating करी थी, unless they cheat, they cannot lose the title. The title is for life. By the way, look at this. Vishy realizes कि मतलब black has played some good moves, so he plays the knight back to d4, and he's offering the trade now. He's simply offering the trade, and then he will go b3, I think, because once white reaches this position, no, there's not much to improve. You could play king h1 maybe, you could play other moves, but अब कुछ खास कर नहीं सकते. You don't want to play f4 because e4 will become weak. You can't play e5, c5, d5, h3 weakens the g3 square, so knight h5 becomes very tempting, and then queen h, for example, h3, then knight h5, queen h4, bishop e5, suddenly black is attacking, so it's also dangerous. So you don't have any clear plan here, and that's why knight d4 here, preparing moves like b3, or even in some cases a3, b4 later on. So even that is possible. आपके लेवल के स्ट्रीमर के साथ डेडिकेशन करो कभी, लाइक समय. ये क्या भाई, बॉस अभी का जीएम टाइटल स्ट्रिप हो गया ना. Can you compare FIDE rating with online rating? I mean, how much difference does it create? It depends on which platform you're playing on. Leeches is definitely inflated. So if you want to compare your FIDE rating to Chess.com rating, that's more appropriate and more logical. I would say if you are Chess.com, let's say 2000, your FIDE would be around 1700, 1800. I'm talking about Blitz here, not Rapid. Rapid is a bit higher. So Blitz 2000 would be FIDE like, 1800, 1700. If you are 1500, then your FIDE rating would be like 1200, 1300. So 200 points, for example, my Blitz is around 24, 2500. So my FIDE is 2200. That normally adds up. Can you not play in Tari? I'm not that strong, Mukesh bhai, unfortunately. Why not bishop g6 instead of knight d4? Bishop g6. I think you mean bishop h6, but the queen is not on d2, bhai. I would love to play this, but I can't because the queen is actually on e2. They're talking about FIDE online rating, not FIDE OTB rating. Acha, FIDE online rating. Acha. See, honestly, I've not gotten a FIDE online rating. I don't know how valuable it is. But all I'll say is, if your dream is to become a real grandmaster or international master, maybe bothering with the online titles is not the best way to go, because they will give you satisfaction when it does not have much value. But if, for example, you play for fun and you don't really dream of becoming like a 2600 grandmaster, then I think they're a great source of getting a title and some recognition. Yeah, it's a great way. Tell about your match with Mitraba. Yeah, that's the crazy match, man. I think some other day I'll tell you about it. विशी को प्लस कितने पॉइंट मिलेंगे अगर वो ये मैच जीतेंगे? सो बेसिकली रेटिंग येलो में क्या होता है, वंस यू क्रॉस IM लेवल योर K factor is 10. So that basically means if you beat somebody who's 400 points higher than you, you get 10 points. If you beat somebody whose exact rating as you get 5 points. If you beat somebody who's 400 points lower than you, then you get nothing. Yeah. So MVS rating is exactly the same as Vishy Anand. So I think he will get like 5 points on beating him. I was saying bishop to b6. B6, it's possible. You could have played this. I think black would probably just play rook e8. And now next he will play knight to d7. So your bishop will eventually have to come back. That's the main problem. It cannot stay there forever. And even if black, were a bit, play rook f8, a passive move, it still will get kicked back. So I think bishop b6 looks more strong than it actually is, because it will get kicked back by knight d7 afterwards. So that's why Vishy does not go for this. He could have gone for this. Like, he wanted a draw, he could play this. Yeah, this could be even a repetition. Who the hell knows? Totally possible. But I think he went for knight to d4, a more ambitious move. Your opinion on Perk? मेरी FIDE rating 1200 हो गई है, 1200 उससे ही आई है. Perk is a good opening, but I would say कि you cannot play it exclusively. It's like, मतलब Perk तुम्हारी girlfriend हो सकती है, बीवी नहीं. So I would say कि if you play the Perk exclusively, you will struggle at some point, because white gets the space advantage always, and you don't have the typical counterplay like the King's Indian, yeah, where you'd have this crazy attack. So I would say कि मतलब play it occasionally, not all the time. Dominguez is known as most boring player because he plays very solidly. But Dominguez is not here, bhai. He is not here. So we don't need to bother with it, yeah? In Rapid, I'm 650. Okay, anyways. You should do commentary with Saga, bhai. Someday, man. Surely, man. Someday. It'll be an honor. Stream पे पैसे कैसे भेजते हैं, भाई? ये कैसा सवाल है, भाई? Good luck for TT. No pressure. Thanks a lot for the super chat, भाई. But आज TT शायद नहीं खेलेंगे, यार. Because TT 8:30 था. TT 8:30. Thanks a lot for chat, भाई. Thanks a lot. साहिल भाई ने रुक ब्लंडर कर दिया था शायद में, भाई होता है भाई, होता है यार, होता है भाई. तब तक तो चल लेता है, तब तक ले गेम इक्वल थी ऑलमोस्ट. Anyways, chat. So, what would I do if I was black? Chat, by the way, I think black could even just play d5 here. It is totally possible because he set up his pieces perfectly for this. And yeah, it feels like it might just be possible. It's definitely possible. Why are backward moves hard to come up with? Because once you develop the piece, it's very hard. Yeah, matlab once you say yes to anything, it's very hard to actually say no to it later. So that's why the skill of judging beforehand what's good for me and not is very important. That's why if I've already played my queen to e2, and if I have to play to d2 now, it becomes much more difficult because I've already played to e2. And that's why the queen d2 move, for example, even if queen d2 here is the best move, I will struggle to play it because I've just played the queen to e2 and my mind will be like, abbe agar khela tha d2 to bhai d2 pehle khelta na, e2 kyun khela, bevkoof hai kya tu? So that's why your mind will try to prevent this. A suggestion, you should try to block about all the norms so that we can share on chat or some of us about it. Yeah, surely I can do that. I think ठीक है, I'll do it. Chess.com पे कर दूंगा मैं. Why bar showing black is better? Bar is not showing black is better. Bar is saying that black can probably equalize with a move like d5, I think, or even knight takes d4. But that's usually equal. Yeah, that's usually equal. That's usually equal. This structure is not supposed to be amazing for white. But yeah, I mean, if black plays d5, then he's probably fine. अरे सार्थक भाई, thanks for the spread. भाई दिल्ली चेस पे न्यू टूर्नामेंट आया 2 दिन का, खेलने चले फैन. I might play सार्थक. इस सार्थक कपूर मेरा दोस्त ही है क्या? ये मेरा दोस्त सार्थक कपूर है क्या भाई? भाई सुपर चैट की I don't know if it's my friend or some other सार्थक कपूर. भाई चल सकते हैं भाई, चल सकते हैं. I think 11 को है ना, चल सकते हैं भाई, चल सकते हैं. अबे सार्थक अगर तू ही है तो भाई ये क्या है? Why scrambles are so slow? You should be having 100k with the quality you have. Tushar bhai, I think chess itself is the boom itself is down. I think it's not just me. Everybody's struggling to gain subscribers. You can ask any chess streamer there. To be honest, I want Carlsen to win all games so that he moves closer to his dream of 2000. So let's agree to Rubet bhai. Let's reach to a compromise here. Let's have Carlsen come second and gain like 15 points and Vishy sir come first, and I think we can agree to that. Yeah, compromise कर लेते हैं. Carlsen अपनी rating और Vishy का अपना price. बढ़िया ना? No, you can't play Janil bhai. You can't. All but one. Nice. Anyways, let's go to the Carlsen game again. By the way, did something happen? Let me refresh and confirm this. Something hasn't played. Yeah, not yet. MVL is trying to calculate d5, and as you can see, if d5 works, then he has to go for it. So he is going to take his time here because this is such a critical move. Yeah, stories page crazy Akshat bhai. I do suggest you check out chesses.com/stories. बहुत crazy. हमने I think कम से कम 50 country के players से you've taken this short interview kind of thing जहाँ पे कि how has chess benefited them. So yeah, I think if he can go through with d5, that is the best move, no doubt, perfect. So that's why he's calculating and taking his time. Very important moment for MVL here. Let's go to the game of Carlsen against Wang Hao. By the way, Wang Hao has played bishop e7, which is kind of a bit weird to me. I mean, yeah, this is weird, right? Because, I mean, you leave these squares, unattended. It's like, गोली ही पता नहीं कहाँ जा चुका है भाई. गोली ही कहाँ जा चुका है. A streamer is a big streamer and his friends have to super chat him. अरे नहीं पवन भाई, वो चिढ़ा रहा है, पता है. Last time क्या हुआ था, when I went for a local tournament, तो I was with Sarthak himself and basically क्या हुआ था कि 3-4 लोग आके फोटो खिंचवा के गए थे मुझसे. तो सार्थक कैसे टीज करा था, अरे वाह भाई बड़ा आदमी हो गया, यही नाटक कर रहा है वो, और कुछ नहीं है भाई. It's hard to decide between Sagar Shah and you. If both can collab, it will be awesome. Someday, man, I would love to. But the thing is, Sagar bhai ko I think खास benefit नहीं है मेरे collab से because subscriber count, obviously. So if someday invites me, it will be an honor, of course. I'll go there someday. If the game draws, blitz hoga. Yes, bhai, blitz hoga indeed. And for now, I think I don't like the move bishop to e7. I think bishop h6 probably will be the move preventing castling, and this is going to be problematic from black's point of view if you have to go back bishop f8. I mean, इतना खेला क्यों e7 जब f8 वापस जाना था. You can also play knight g4, but the problem is it does not, I mean, it's just a free move. I can just bring the bishop back, and once you castle, I can just kick this knight away. So I gained the move h3 for free, right? I gained this move for free. Imagine. And I still have bishop h6 again coming up. So you do not really solve the problem here. So that's why I think Wang Hao struggling in the opening itself. Carlsen is definitely better. There's no doubt. No doubt he's better. And if he manages to go c4 later on, तो क्वीन साइड भी कार्लसन के हाथ में, किंग साइड भी कार्लसन के हाथ में, तो गेम किसके हाथ में भाई? वैंग हाउ, नहीं कार्लसन के हाथ में, exactly. Now we go to the game of Wesley. So in this tournament he's played, in this move he's played rook d1, makes a lot of sense. I mean, yeah, rook d1 makes a lot of sense. Putting the rook on the open file, rook is on d8. So all normal moves, nothing spectacular. Now we go to Anish's game. By the way, it exactly happened after queen b3, b5 was played. He played rook c8, rook takes, and a4. He played rook c8 because the queen was on d8. And chat, chalo pehle पूछता हूँ, why did white take on c8? Come on chat, why did white take on c8? Important, बताओ. Can you draw against Carlsen with blitz? Not really भाई. I think Carlsen draw blitz में करना किसी के लिए मुश्किल है. How to introduce kids to chess? I would suggest the best way is, best way I think is to kind of have a coach. I think that's always the best way. Second way would be to have a course and then teach them the game. But I think at the age of 5, 6 they can start learning the game for sure. I've seen many top players who started the game at the age of 5 or 6. So having a coach is the best way. Second would be courses. Third would be by teaching them yourself. सब कंट्रीब्यूट करो. अबे चलना सार्थक में, तेरे को उड़ाने पैसे तू उड़ाना, बाकियों की क्यों उड़वा रहा है भाई? कुछ भी और मैं अज्यूम कर रहा हूँ ये वही सार्थक है. पता नहीं कोई और साथ हो, कह रहा है बड़ा बदतमीज आदमी है यार ये, जानता वानता मैं उसको हूं नहीं, मुझे गालियां पड़ रही है. If Carlsen, Mikhail Tal, who will win? Carlsen for sure, man. Carlsen for sure. To stop queen a4, I don't think so. That's the issue. The idea of rook takes c8 is to distract the queen. After rook takes c8, queen takes c8. There is no queen b6 now. There is no queen b6, and whenever I play rook c1, another point, it will gain a tempo on the queen. So the main point is to distract the queen, ताकि after I play the move a4 that he played, you know, he cannot basically, the queen cannot come to b6 to defend this pawn. The brightness of face is ondinity. Oh my god, ondinity नया word सुन रहा हूँ मैं कि कुछ और spelling mistake है? और brightness बढ़ा ले भाई, brightness ज़्यादा है क्या भाई? हाँ, अपना brightness कम कर सकते हैं, ऐसी बात नहीं है. But I like my shiny face. कम कर, ये ठीक है, अब ठीक है ना, अब बढ़िया लग रहा होगा यार. 13-year-old friend who is 25 plays for India is afraid rating will update. The rating will update after a month, Saksham bhai. I think it takes a month to update. Let's go to the game of Mamedyarov now. Yeah, man. To be honest, this game should be a draw. I expect a draw here. Maybe Mamedyarov will push through somehow, but objectively, this is just equal. So let's go to the Anand game again and see what has happened. अगर draw हुआ तो chat Armageddon, फिर लोग तलवारें लेके निकलेंगे and एक दूसरे का खून चूसने के लिए भाई. अगर draw हुआ तो just saying, अगर draw हुआ तो भाई, अगर draw हुआ तो ये होगा. चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो यार जल्दी से यार. डू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम. लेट्स गेट टू 600 लाइक्स इफ पॉसिबल. इतने की वॉचिंग हो जाए तो मजा आ जाए यार. यू रियली हेल्पफुल. एंड इफ यू आर हियर फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम, डू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल गाइस. मजा आ जाएगा यार. Prag today versus Firouzja at 16. I would say Firouzja is better for sure now, but he's not consistent, man. He's not as consistent as 2800 usually is. How did he? कुछ भी Skywalker भाई. Gary Kasparov with engine versus Carlsen with engine knowledge. I would say, yeah, it will probably end in a draw, man. Probably end in a draw. Draw पर Armageddon है, exactly. It is not a typical classical tournament chat. अगर draw हुआ तो automatically Armageddon होगा, and then we'll see who the winner is. थोड़ी चेस की बात भी क्या करो भाई. रिवाइंड करके देखें पुनीत भाई, प्लीज चेक इट भाई. चेस की बात ही कर रहे हैं भाई, 95% एटलीस्ट. I think the thing is classical है ना, so sometimes what happens is like मतलब the games can be a bit slow, and to be honest I also like that. It's not like ये चला दौड़ नहीं रहे होते pieces. It's a bit calm. But I think as I mentioned, yeah, black has to play d5. That's all black is calculating. I think जब तक वो d5 justify नहीं करेगा, he will not play. He will not calculate anything else until he's absolutely sure it works or it doesn't work. He will not even think about any other move. इतना clarity होनी चाहिए. Once you have this structure c4, e4, you have to play b5. Not possible because white controls it well. What's the other move? d5. Can I play it? Takes. Let's see. d5. Let's say I take it. ठीक है. Let's imagine मैंने मार दिया. He captures. ठीक है. Now what do I do? Do I capture this? But he captures. And now you can see the problem for white. The bishop is pinned. You cannot, the bishop cannot move. Not pinned technically, but you get the point. You don't want to lose the bishop pair, right? This bishop is a problem now. So probably आप कहोगे मैं knight मार दूं, but then comes rook takes d5 and black के pieces देखो. Rook 5th rank pe hai, attacking your knight. Knight is active, bishop is active, queen is active, and now actually the bishop is pinned. So it's like, this is exactly what black wants, and black is just clearly better here. Absolutely better. Yahan pe the best white can do is knight c6 probably, and rook c6 ke hope for a draw, maybe on a good day ki draw ho jayega, which is also very difficult. So that's why after d5 white has to be careful, and after e takes d5 probably first take on c6, and now black maybe takes with the rook, and now you can't take on d5. You have to come up with some pressurizing move. For example, bishop g5 could be a move here, pinning the knight, or you could probably play queen d2, pinning the pawn. You can't take on e4 now because of queen takes d8. So you need to come up with these sort of moves, and that's why, and this also leads to a lot of trades, right? Bahut piece exchange ho rahe hain, and it goes closer and closer to a draw. Of course, Vishy will not blunder this. I mean, he will not play like this. I mean, even I wouldn't, so Vishy would not for sure. And you'll find a challenging move, but I think this is very difficult. But if it does end in a draw, it's not the end. फिर Armageddon होगा भाई. उसमें तो और मजा आएगा भाई. And Armageddon में Vishy will have the white pieces. He will have the white pieces. Colors same रहेंगे. So that's also cool. Same color होगा, exactly. Nihal Arjun 4th June को भी है, and MPL also 6th June. Yeah, MPL का भी 2nd June से start होने वाला है. That's from 2nd June, but वो अलग चीज़ है. Gary at peak is Carlsen today. I think Carlsen is slightly better just because he was born in the computer era, I think. Apparently, Chess Boom पे movie documentary बन रही है, overhead on Sagar streams. That's awesome, man. That's good. That's good to hear. What are the chances of Indian player to become world chess champion, and what are the few names in the race according to you? I mentioned this already. I think top 5 Indians will be Vidit, Arjun, Nihal, Prag, and Gukesh. I hope Vishy sir has the same winning streak like last tournament. Yeah, let's hope so. But classical में it's a bit more difficult because classical में क्या होता है ना, you have a lot of time and mistakes are rare. The main mistakes happen when you are low on time, so it's very difficult. आपके चैनल पे मेरे हाथ में नहीं है ऐड भाई. What is Raja's score today? Raja is also playing, by the way. He's playing Wesley So in this position, and he has a solid position for now. I mean, it's a typical Italian, but if I had to choose one player who had a better chance, I would say it would be Wild, because there are some potential, damages to his pawn structure. The knight can go to f5. Even this knight can support later on once this queen moves from e7. But most likely looks like an equal position for now. So nobody is better. But yeah, I mean, White usually has a slight edge. I mean, usually, because the knight on d7 looks a bit passive. Yeah, it has to defend the pawn. OTB hai indeed. Armageddon blitz hoga ya rapid? It will be 10 minutes for white and 7 minutes for black. So it's kind of not even rapid. Yeah, I think it's just kind of semi-blitz kind of thing. Why did Kasparov retire at age of 40 itself when players like Vishy are playing when they're at 52? I think Kasparov was very ambitious. Yeah, he could not handle a defeat. He was just so ambitious. को हारना बिल्कुल सख्त बोलते ना, मतलब इसे he used to run away from a loss like जैसे कोई मतलब भूत देख लिया. He did not like losing at all. So maybe somebody who's more less intense as a chess player can maybe accept slightly lower results, but Kasparov could not. He decided himself कि भाई ठीक है यार, अब मैं world champion शायद नहीं रह पाऊंगा बहुत time. So maybe it's best if I just retire as a top player and not try to go down the ratings. Maybe that was his deal, and it makes a lot of sense from some people. But Vishy loves the game. He goes for it. He's proving Kasparov wrong, kind of, in a way, that you can play and can even play at the top level even at this age. Yeah, so he's proving him wrong. And yeah, he was into politics. Well mentioned by Aditya Bhaiya. He went into politics, and okay, that was a complete mayhem altogether. But we'll not get into that for now. Why is so solid? भाई नाम में है तो नाम justify करना पड़ेगा ना यार. Chat, so far, let's do a roundup. Of all the games so far. Let's see who's better, who's equal, whatever is going on. I do have the bars there. As you can see, Carlsen is the only one who's slightly better. First of all, this game I expect to draw Mamedyarov against RN Tari, unless Tari blunders something, which is possible because he's the lowest seed, but he's not some noob like you and I. So I think he will probably end up drawing this. So this should end in a draw. Next, we go to Anish against Topalov. Now, Anish does seem to have a optically better position because of this a4 pawn. But with just one pawn on the queen side, it's very difficult to win sometimes. So, I also expect a draw in this game. But that means jitne draw honge, utne Armageddon honge. The game does not end there. Jitne draw, utne Armageddon. So, bahut maza aayega. This is the first time we can actually cheer for draws in a classical game. Because that's the number of Armageddon matches we see. So, this might also end in a draw. Now this game I don't think will end it. I think both are trying to create some imbalances. Black goes a4, white also trying to push. So this game will be a long one, but maybe not a draw here. Carlsen definitely better. The only guy who's better. And surprise, surprise, he plays c4, trying to open up his bishop. And black goes c6, trying to close this. But now just bishop h6. And I think Carlsen is much, much better. And optically as well, right? It looks very weird. These squares are weak for no reason. The bishop is on e7. And then knight can come to c3. Yeah, he plays bishop h6 immediately. Immediately he plays bishop h6. Yeah, and you can see now, like either you play bishop f8 and admit, ki bhai, galti ho gaya, take back. Or you basically play knight g4 and then, after I bring the bishop back, and you castle, I will kick your knight back and again play bishop h6. So this is not a solution at all. So I think Wang Hao will struggle a little bit here. I think he will struggle a little bit. So let's go to the game of, I think now it's time to go to the game of, sabke main dekh li now, Vishy Anand as well. And by the way, black did not play d5. Black did not play d5. Black did not play d5. That is a good deal for Vishy. If he had played d5, I think maybe they were equalizing chances. He went knight to d7. He's trying to reroute his knight to maybe c5 later on, maybe e5 as well to put some pressure and also opens up his bishop's diagonal. But this is not the best move. This is not the best move. And now Vishy can play b3 and then try to stabilize this and not allow d5. This is a golden chance, so Vishy should not spoil it. Let's go b3, and then try to simply prevent d5 at all cost. Do you think Fischer would have reached 20 had he continued playing? For sure, man. For sure he would have. For sure. 110%. 2 साल हो गए बोर्ड पे कुछ बदला ही नहीं भाई. ऐसा लगता है भाई बहुत डिफरेंस है भाई. अगर यहाँ d5 खेल दिया होता, I think it would have already been equal, yeah. Unless I am missing something, which is maybe this was the plan Vishy had in mind. Like this is the other logical move. But this is also risky, yeah, because black has this huge center now. And he can play moves like knight h5 and that is, I think, g4. Yeah, you go for g4 now. G4, d4. Okay, I'm not sure if they will go for these tactics, but maybe just knight d7 also looks interesting. f4. Maybe this was what MVL was afraid of, because this also looks very interesting for both sides actually. Black has some crazy ideas. Yeah? He could also go g5, try to break this pawn chain. And I'm not even sure who's better here, but very complicated. Maybe that's what MVL was scared of, and he played the simple move knight to d7. But that also does not, I mean, he's not equal now. He's not equal for sure. I mean, white has the slight edge. He plays b3, he prevents d5, he prevents b5. As long as these two moves are not possible, Vishy has the edge. आज कितने मैच होंगे? आज एक ही मैच है भाई. Anybody joining in right now, chat? I'll explain you the tournament. This is a 9-round tournament. It's going to be Norway Chess. Vishy Anand is playing. Anish Giri, Magnus Carlsen, Rajabov playing his first tournament for a long while. Wesley and Topalov, a semi-retired player. Wang Hao, a retired player. So many interesting personalities playing this tournament. And the time control is going to be 120 minutes for the first 40 moves. And after that, there'll be 10-second increment. There is no increment for the first 40 moves here. So you could technically lose on time. By the way, b3 played by white. Indeed, Vishy realizes, he has to stabilize a little bit. And the most important difference between other classical tournaments and this one is that if you draw here, if you draw on the normal classical tournaments, you go back home, you sleep and have a good night's sleep. Here, if you draw, you have to play an Armageddon tournament. Armageddon match, my bad. So you have to play one match. White has 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes. So we'll जितने draw होंगे उतने Armageddon matches देखने को मिलेंगे. So मजा आएगा. We might even get to see blitz every single day by multiple players. So we might see one more blitz of players like Vishy Anand, Carlsen someday. Today maybe Vishy Anand MVL. So let's see. If Carlsen loses nowadays, log itna hype jate hain. World is the same when Vishy was world champion, lose sometimes. It wasn't, I think it wasn't as hyped up because rating difference bahut kam tha. When Vishy was world champion, he was like 2800 and so on. He wasn't like 2880 or 2860 or something. That's the difference, right? Carlsen has maintained that rating difference for such a long time, it becomes a really big deal to defeat him. But of course, hype होती थी. I'm sure हमें realize नहीं होता because हम इंडिया में रहते हैं. But बाहर के देशों में अगर आप किसी को, अब imagine करो if you bowl out कोहली है, तो तुम बांग्लादेश के बॉलर हो, तुमने कोहली को क्लीन बोल्ड कर दिया, तो हमें तो पता नहीं लगेगा ना उसके बारे में. बट बांग्लादेश में तो भाई आतंक मच जाएगा. Oh my God, कोहली को क्लीन बोल्ड कर दिया इस बंदे ने, क्या जीनियस है. Can you name all chess pieces in Hindi? Of course. प्यादा, रानी, राजा, हाथी, घोड़ा, ऊंट, ये लो भाई. एंड अनग्राम सोशल मीडिया कम थी. एग्जैक्टली. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get to 600, 700 likes if possible. And if you're here for the first time, सबने लाल बटन है यार, उसको पुचुक करके दबा दो, हमारी फैमिली में शामिल हो जाओ भाई. कोहली नहीं, सचिन बोलो भाई, कोहली भी है, सचिन भी है. कस्पारोव की वॉल पे क्विट लिख देता अगर, अरे ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यार. And now chat, I have to go to Carlsen's game once because I think in this position, if I was Wang Hao, I'd be really worried first of all. And look at this. Let's, sometimes we don't realize how bad. We look at the bar, we see, अरे हल्का सा तो white के favor में है. But let me flip the board now. And now you can realize the problem in its entirety. I have not castled. White has castled. He is broken through in the center. He has the two bishops. He's threatening knight c3. And I have not even castled. So that's not so promising for me. Yeah? I mean, it looks a bit dangerous to me. So sometimes we look at the engine valuation, we get confused. But we also have to look at the practicality of this. Bilkul Arab bhai, bilkul. We used to read about Vishy in our textbooks, how much more respect and hype you want. That's also true, bhai. That's also true. I think what he's saying कि मतलब Twitter पे इतना hype नहीं है, ये नहीं है, बस उस time social media था ही नहीं ना. That was also an issue. So now let's go to the game of Anish Giri once. क्या चल रहा है? Oh, by the way, after the move a4, queen a4, knight b6, Anish went all the way back to d1. So the thing is, Queen b3 does not have any extra benefit here. You could have played this, but I think black can just play knight c4. And the bishop is defended, knight is defended. So that's why he just went all the way back. Kalko knight c4 pe, he can also kick the knight away with b3 sometimes. And now black is thinking, and Topalov is of course going to be under some pressure. There's no doubt here because he's playing after a long while. I think Wang Hao se zyada lamba koi nahi khela hai, to Topalov hi hai. So he's also under pressure here. Let's go back to Vishy's game. Yeah, great patience. Thanks, Sandeep bhai. Is +1 huge advantage in classical? Shitish bhai, yes, it is a huge advantage. +1 basically means you have an extra pawn. Utni advantage hai. But don't trust the bar of chess.com. This is not the actual evaluation. If you go to Chessbase, for example, and then check the engines, I think with the accurate depth, then you'll realize the actual evaluation. I would say, अगर यहाँ पे +1 दिखा रहा है, I would say +0.5 होगा. Flip करके position ज़्यादा खराब लग रहे black की. Exactly my point. Exactly my point. You sometimes ignore how bad it is, but when you flip the board, then you realize, अच्छा हाँ, ये तो सच में बुरी है रे. ये खेलना मुश्किल है. टुपलो क्रैमने बहुत लंबे हैं दोनों. भाई लंबे हैं तो क्या है? अब हाइट कॉम्पिटिशन थोड़ी है, मॉडलिंग कॉन्टेस्ट थोड़ी चल रहा है. अरे of course, भाई, of course. But Vishy was first one to receive Khel Ratan, even though cricket is famous and Sachin was already legendary status. But still, Vishy was the first sports person to receive. Of course, man, he was the guy जिसकी वजह से इतने सारे लोग chess खेल रहे हैं अभी. There's no doubt. There's absolutely no doubt. He is the legend. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Amir Khan would be willing to do a biopic on Vishy sir. He will not do it on you and I. Thanks, Ishan bhai, for the kind words. Who would you see more as a future world champion? Alizar, of course, Alizar. Abdusarov is very strong, but he's not proven himself consistently. Like, the main thing is, you have to do it consistently. Abdusarov has some crazy performances. He'll win the World Rapid, he'll win the Sharjah Masters, and then he will have a bad couple of tournaments. So it's not the same. He really needs to do it consistently. That's very important. Amir Khan copy paste में busy. भाई ये क्या है भाई, ये क्या है यार? Let's not roast भाई. 2750 विदित एंड 3000 फ्रॉम टिक्कू. भाई मजा आ जाएगा. भाई अर्जुन का ब्लिट्ज पोजीशन कल और आगे बढ़ गया. नंबर 13 वर्ल्ड इंडिया 1. नहीं, दैट्स क्रेजी. 6 मंथ से स्ट्रीम फॉलो कर रहा हूँ. इसी बात पे एक मैकबुक. भाई मैंने आज तक लाइफ में कभी मैकबुक खुद नहीं लिया भाई. ऑनेस्ट. आपने देसी फॉरेस्ट गम का ट्रेलर देखा? नहीं देखा यार. Gukesh Arjun did well in Sharjah Masters currently from. Yeah, and again, yeah, I think one player who was struggling in Sharjah Masters, like not struggling, and that's the wrong word. I think Adiban did not perform to his potential, and so also Nehal, yeah. Oh, by the way, he played b5. Really? Now that's very. Ek second, let me see this. Ek second, is it possible? Because I can take this pawn. What does he play? If he plays ab5 first of all, I mean this looks like almost lost to me. This looks lost. I can just take here, and just take this pawn. I mean, what's the issue? Oh, by the way, knight d5. What a tactic, dude. Knight d5. If you take the rook, I take your queen. If you take this, I take the rook. So he can't take the pawn back immediately. It's impossible. So he has to take on d4 first. Let's say knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, a takes b5. And now what? I mean, it doesn't look like enough compensation to me. I mean, white definitely is better. There is no doubt. And apart from this, white can also play queen d2, defending the rook, by the way. So knight takes b5 is a threat now, and also threatening the rook takes d6. So this is looking very bad for black now. What am I missing? I think white is better, chat. I think b5 was not the best move there. And as I mentioned, yeah, b5 or d5, b5 or d5, those are the most important moves. And black, I think maybe there's one thing that could have happened. Maybe he realized later that he could have played d5, and then he was like, yaar d5 nahi khela yaar, kya galti kar di yaar, subah jo sham Delhi yaar, galti kar di yaar. And now he played b5 out of a bit of frustration on a tilt, but he has compensation, there's no doubt, because मैंने जैसे बोला था, once his position opens up, white will have some weak squares which black can utilize, but a pawn is a pawn, bhai. A pawn is a pawn. Yeah, connected outside passes exactly. These are still at great form in blitz, even at this stage. Real question is, can Vishy win Tata Steel? He can, bhai, he can. Will you aim for vice GM तो बन जा यार. My dog Stefano B. अरे यार, कितनी मीम बन चुकी है उसकी अब तक भाई साहब. Yeah, I think it's good chances he should take the pawn. I'm sure he's surprised by this. I don't think he expected this b5 move here. Three most intimidating players. I would say Hikaru. I would say Abhimanyu Mishra, considering his photos. I've never played him, but I assume he is one of them. And third, who would be third? Maybe Kasparov. Kasparov has to be on the list. Of course, he's retired now, but he plays rapidly in blitz, so Kasparov has to be. So Kasparov, Abhimanyu Mishra, and then Hikaru. Hikaru funny faces बनाता है, but they're also intimidating. Yeah, मतलब imagine you play a move, Hikaru's like, I mean, तुम्हारा confidence melt होगा भाई सीधा जमीन की तरफ. साल भाई बहुत दिन नहीं मिले, गिली पे दे दो, ले लो भाई. तुम्हारे लिए नहीं है by the way. Anyway, chat, I think Vishy is better here. He should take the pawn indeed. C takes b5, a takes, C takes b5, knight takes d4, intermediate move, very important. And chat, just to show it once more, if a takes b5, chat, you can play a crazy tactic. You can first take on c6, rook takes c6, and now play knight to d5 with the idea that if you take the rook, I have knight takes e7 check. It's a damn check, and black is completely lost. So he has to take this knight, and now I take the rook, and I'm exchange up and completely winning. So this is not what MVL can do. So he has to take the knight on d4. Now bishop takes d4, bishop takes, rook takes. And what does black get here? He gets these weak squares. He gets the spin. So for example, the knight cannot move. I cannot, for example, ab5, I cannot take with the knight because rook takes c1 is a threat, and black wins the rook. So that's why maybe a move like queen to d2, defending this rook, and now threatening two attacks. Rook takes d6. If that pawn falls, it's over. And also knight takes b5. If that pawn falls, it also looks a bit difficult. So I think Vishy will definitely be better here. Is he winning yet? Not really. Black will have some compensation. For example, let's say black plays knight to b6, for example. You take this pawn. Now black can play d5, and he finally gets that d5. And let's say rook c8, ad5, knight d5. You can see how there are some problems. After queen c5, the rook can be pinned. The knight हवा में ही चल रहा है. मतलब ये नाइट हवा में ही है भाई. इस नाइट का अता पता ही नहीं है किसी को, ये कहाँ जा रहा है, किसके घर जा रहा है. ये उस आवारा बच्चे की तरह है जो घर से निकल गया, अब पेरेंट्स को कोई आइडिया नहीं है कहाँ पे है. सो ब्लैक डज हैव सम कंपनसेशन हियर. So maybe, you know, a move like rook to c4, trying to exchange rooks and white is better. But chat, एक बात याद रखना, the knight is horrible against the flank pawns. जो a और h pawn होते हैं ना, इसके against ये knight is absolutely horrible. So अगर ये pawn दौड़ा ना, तो it will be easy win. So I think Vishy is definitely better. Is he winning? Maybe not. Let's see. Yes, if black can't find some counterplay, then queen side decisive. Exactly. Hikaru पूरे time head shake भी करता था. Exactly. Hikaru से खेलना बड़ा tough है भाई. Are you going to stream Maharashtra Open? I don't think so, Rajesh bhai. I don't think so. I have this tournament, and then there's also MPL coming up. So there are two tournaments. I'm really doubtful I'll be able to do that. Sahil bhai always ignore message. ये लो भाई. मैसेज पढ़ रहे हैं तब भी इग्नोर हो रहा है. वाह वाह. सक्षम भाई बड़ी इंप्रेसिव रेटिंग है भाई. ऑफ कोर्स यू कैन बिकम जीएम फॉर श्योर. लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ मैग्नस कार्लसन. क्या चल रहा है बाय द वे? आफ्टर बिशप h6, imagine what black played, chat. Can you guess what black played, chat? Can you guess what black played here? Can you guess what Wang Hao played, chat? Come on chat, guess black ने क्या खेला. I mean, he played the move bishop f8. So I told you, I mean, if you have to play bishop f8, then why not play bishop g7 in the first place? I don't know. But anyways, bishop f8 played. And chat, question for you. Do you exchange or do you play bishop g5? Come on, chat. Two choices. Choices? Two choices, chat. Two choices, chat. What do you play? Two choices, chat. Bishop takes f8 or bishop g5. Come on. Two choices. Castle करने मजे भाई, castle करना illegal होता ना यार. Yeah, so I think here bishop g5 would be a better move. If you take, it's possible, but that basically allows black to castle. White is still better, but not like much better. I think simply bishop g5, that's what Carlsen played. Maintaining this pressure on the knight is the best move. And now black went back bishop e7. ये bishop तो मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, मथुरा की यात्रा 4 बार कर चुका है भाई आगे पीछे. So I don't know मतलब इसका अल्टीमेट गोल क्या है, बट ज़्यादा एम्बिशियस लग नहीं रहा है मुझे, तो घर के आसपास ही नाच रहा है. Anyway, so Carlsen definitely better here. Let's go to the Wesley So game. By the way, oh wow. After rook d1, a4 we saw, queen c2 was played, and now a3 by Rajabov, and Wesley just plays b4, bishop d6. And this is a very important imbalance because now this pawn is on a3. What does that mean? First of all, the a2 pawn is weak. Imagine an endgame जहां पे ये rook और queen नहीं है. Bishop takes a2, bishop back in a2 a1 queen. So that's in black's flavor. अगर कल को endgame आ गई और ये pawn ऐसे ही हुए तो black could totally at some point take the a2 pawn and win the game. But the drawback is कि now white has these two pawns he can start pushing at some point. So he could also take here, he could also start pushing these pawns, and he will have more space on the queen side for the time being. So it's an imbalance again. So I don't expect a draw here. I think there are too many imbalances for this game to end in a draw. So I think we will see a result, but this will be a very long game. Anish Giri, by the way, yeah, after queen d1, knight c4 played. As usual, I expect a draw here. Looks very simplistic. I mean, just rook c1, pinning the knight is probably a good move. You could also play other moves, I guess, but this is very simplistic. And we will see Armageddon here for sure. Armageddon for sure hoga, 110%. Now, final look, not final look, but one look at Mamedyarov game as well. Yeah, so white is trying to put some pressure. He will probably play f3, kick the knight back somewhere, and then prove that, you know, this knight is stupid. It has no squares to go to. But is it better for white? I mean, he can gain the pawn back at best, but not more than that. So it should be a draw. So 2 Armageddon होंगे chat, 2 confirm लग रहे हैं मुझे. एक आर्यन तारी की गेम में, एक अनीश गिरी की गेम में, दोनों Armageddon होंगे. जब और कब होंगे वो, जैसी गेम फिनिश होगी उसके within like 10 minutes they will start the Armageddon. So जैसी गेम खत्म होती है immediately start होगा. Now we go to the game of again of Vishy's game, and Vishy has taken on b5. He took on b5 indeed. And now knight takes d4 played, bishop takes d4. Now we'll see what's the MVL's plan. What is MVL's plan, chat? Let's see. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get to 800 likes if possible. And if you're here for the first time, come लाल बटन है यार. ऐसे होगा वो. ऐसे दिख रहा होगा, उसमें उंगली रखो और दबा दो. बहुत हेल्प हो जाएगी भाई. Thanks a lot. Hikaru will do even on win. सच में जीत गया क्या कि सपना है, कहीं नींद स्लीप में तो नहीं? भाई पता नहीं हिकारू का मुझे. By the way, bishop takes d4 played, rook takes d4. Obviously, there's a check on the king, and black will take back. Are you planning to join the visit versus Anish and Mumbai? Yeah, I mean, if Sagar Bhai involves me in some way, of course I would love to join, but it's not up to me, right? It's Sagar Bhai's event. What do you think about Hikaru's chances in candidates? He has good chances, but I think he's not the favorite for sure. He's not the favorite. He's in top 4, I guess, but top 5 maybe, but not in top 3 or top 2 even, I think. For sure. Not in top 2 for sure. Vishy reaching 28 to kar rahe hai casually. Yeah, he goes to 2. He gains 5 points if he wins, which is not bad. I should have a brief look at the ratings. Let's have a brief look at the ratings, yeah. What is Vishy sir's ranking right now? So Vishy sir is 2751 with 15th rank in the world. If he wins this game, he goes from 15 to straight 12th in the world, by the way. He goes to 12th. Because तुम खुद देखो, he crosses Mamedyarov, Rajabov and Dominguez. Of course, depends on what happens in Mamedyarov game and what happens in Rajabov's game. But in hindsight, he can literally go to world number 12, and he wins one more, he goes to world top 10. So it's totally possible, dude. Anything is possible. He could enter world top 10 for sure now. I think it is possible. कमाल है भाई. भाई विशी तो भाई जादू पे जादू करे जा रहे हैं यार. चैट का ओसीडी हो सकता है यार, ये मैं हटा देता हूँ. ओसीडी ना हो. या नाउ इट्स बेटर. आर्मागेडन का विन तो रेटिंग के लिए काउंट नहीं होगा, या नहीं होगा, बट आई थिंक रेटिंग के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, बट मैच पॉइंट्स तो मिलेंगे ना. व्हाट इज शी थिंकिंग हियर? आई हैव नो क्लू. Honestly, I have no clue. There's no move apart from rook takes d4. It might just be कि भाई पानी पीने गए हो. It is possible, chat. कई बार happens. You know, you're playing a classical game. You go to the washroom, and you know your सारे लोग lose their shit. Oh my God, why is he not playing the obvious move? What happened? Really? And then Ekta Kapoor music, yeah. So he might be gone to the washroom. Yeah, he plays rook takes d4 now, and now black has to take. He cannot allow b takes a6. I mean, ये pawn तो 4 में queen कर जाएगा, honestly. So he has to capture back. He could try moves like queen g5, but doesn't feel like it's enough. She's growing young in terms of chess, I guess. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true, man. Chat, do like the stream, man. Let's get to 800 likes. क्या पता 1K watching हो जाए काफी टाइम बाद तो मजा आ जाए भाई. जल्दी से भाई do like the stream, and if you're here for the first time, do subscribe the channel, guys. हमारी फैमिली में शामिल हो जाओ भाई, मजा आएंगे. We shall go to world number 11 because MVL will also lose rating and drop to 2655. 2655, how will he drop भाई? 2655 तो मुश्किल है. आपने 100 पॉइंट घटा दिए. By the way, he took the pawn. Let's play queen d2. Queen d2 looks very strong. Also, by the way, keeping an eye towards the king side. Like, it is totally possible to imagine in a distant world someday, queen h6, e5, rook h4. Like, not totally out of the ordinary. Is the Rai Lopez good? It's really good, bhai. Vishy, yeah, even Vishy would lose. Indeed, he would lose. But Vishy was already 2750, right? So he'll go to 2745. Who is the favorite to win the candidates? I would say it's most like top 3. My top 3 would be Caruana, then Ding. And third one, I'm not sure. Like, third one, I'm not so sure. It could be, we'll have to see how Rajabov plays because we have no clue, dude, how he's going to play. So I don't know if I'll put him top 3 or not. That's the main thing. विशी तो क्लासिकल से रिटायर हो गए थे, फिर ये कैसे? भाई रिटायर नहीं हुए थे भाई, वो तो अफवाहें थी. वो पिकाचू की चीखती हुई आवाजें थी, लेकिन रिटायर नहीं हुए भाई. Are you going to challenge for the Olympiad? I will for a few days at least, Akshat bhai, for a few days for sure. And if I get involved with some chess.com or chess or somebody else, then maybe for longer. नेपो जीत सकते हैं. नेपो नहीं भाई. अगर नेपो जीता ना भाई तो कार्लसन वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप नहीं खेलेगा. हमें वो सब नहीं चाहिए. हमें लाइफ में सब चलेगा, बस कार्लसन वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप खेलना चाहिए भाई. Just saying. Why not knight takes? By the way, chat, question for you. Why not knight takes? There's a problem here, chat. There's a problem. Knight takes allows rook takes c1. That's the main issue. That's why you can't take with the knight. And that's why queen d2 is such a great move. Because queen d2 defends this rook and also attacks the d6 rook upon. अगर ये मार दिया हमने, imagine करो. Let's in a hypothetical world play rook b8. Yeah, let's play. He defends this pawn. I take this pawn. Dude, this is crushing. This is crushing. Now I have queen d4 controlling this important diagonal. I have pressure on this. I have a clear pass pawn coming. I mean, I think if I was, many players might even resign in this position. Not resign, but you get the point. This is very, very bad. So I don't think he can afford to give the d6 pawn. But giving the b5 pawn allows 2 connected pass pawns, also not so tempting, yeah. So I think he's going to struggle regardless. Vishy ko bas queen d2 find kar le bas. Come on, Vishy, queen d2. He has to find queen d2. That's, I think, the best move in the position. Because it controls so many elements. It defends the rook on c1. It attacks the pawn on d6. It attacks the knight on... The pawn is still attacked, yeah. Queen takes is possible. This is possible. But I think यहाँ पे black will go knight to e5 and he will have some counter. This is also possible. By the way, totally possible. Queen b5 also possible. But I think queen d2 is a more, I would say, strategic move because it stabilizes everything. यहाँ पे क्या after queen takes b5, right? Once you play this, let's draw a line here. Look at this half of the board. There are no white pieces here. Absolutely zero pieces. And कल को अगर black की एक भी check आ गई ना, it might be deadly. Imagine queen, someday queen e3 check incoming. So queen will have to come back. So that's why I thought queen d2 might be slightly better, but both moves are good. Both moves are indeed good. Arey, 1K watching crazy, bhai. Do like the stream, chat, and if you're here for the first time, to subscribe. Wang Hao is losing very badly. क्या बात कर रहे हो? One brief look at Wang Hao, भाई हार कैसे रहा है वो? भाई Wang Hao की पोजीशन खराब होती जा रही है. बिशप e7 के बाद a4 खेल दिया है. भाई एक पीस डेवलप था बेचारे ब्लैक का, उसको भी धक्का लगने वाला है. So I think Carlsen is definitely going to win this game. There's absolutely no doubt. Wang Hao is struggling in this game. Unfortunately, it's only been 13 moves and it's really bad for him already. So let's go to the game of Vishy. Oh, by the way, brief look at Anish's game. क्या चल रहा है? Yeah, this is going to be a draw. We'll see Armageddon very soon. And this is the critical moment. Can he play queen d2 and can he, or can he play queen b5? Both moves are strong. Let's see which one he plays for. Injecting in my veins ऐसा कुछ नहीं है भाई. जैसा कुछ ऐसा फंडामेंटल है दैट यू डोंट नो. I think ऐसा कुछ होता नहीं है कि you don't know. I think anybody who has rating of more than 1500 knows most of the basic elements about everything. इस इसके मतलब कितना expertise है, that's the main thing. Yeah, you might know a bit of the knight off, you might know a bit of rook end games, but कितना तुम expert हो, that basically decides your rating, right? There's no like one answer there. It's not like a yes or no answer. It's like a complete range of yeses and depends on where you are on that train. Queen d2 found, really? He has not played Queen d2 yet, I think. I don't think so. He's not played yet. Unless you are right there in Norway section भाई. अगर आप नॉर्वे में ही हो तो प्लीज बताओ भाई, क्या आप कहाँ बैठे हो, ऐसी जगह आपको मूव दिख रही है. मैं 1400 के ऊपर नहीं जा पाता तो भाई जरूर टैक्टिक्स सॉल्व करें, हमारे कोर्सेज चेकआउट करें भाई, लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन में है. Why Armageddon? बिकॉज यहाँ पे ड्रॉ नहीं चलता भाई, नो ड्रॉज, वी विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट ड्रॉज हियर. Queen can't give a discovered check, please explain. Discovered check कहाँ आ रहा है यार? You can't take this pawn because you can't take this pawn because of rook takes c1, but queen का discovered check कौन सा है? Vishy blundered. What? एक बंदा कह रहा है Vishy blundered, एक बंदा कह रहा है Vishy played Queen d2. कुछ भी है, कुछ भी चल रहा है यार. चैटो कुछ पता होता है नहीं अपनी. Let's say Samay playing as opponent and then show blunder, that will be more relatable. अगर समय खेल रहा होता तो I think Samay would take this pawn. I know Samay would take this pawn. I think even, yeah, I mean most I think all COV players will take this pawn. Some will take with the queen, some will take with the knight, but most will take this pawn. I think जो AB कैटेगरी वाले वो queen से मारेंगे, जो CD वाले वो knight से मारेंगे. Apart from mechanical पांडे, वो तो भाई पक्का I think यहाँ पे मतलब कुछ मेल्ट ही निकाल देगा, मेल्ट इन 2. चेस 24 में देखा भाई, चेस 24 10 सेकंड कैसे चल रहा है आगे यार. You are really funny. Thank you 60 cent भाई, but आपने बताया नहीं 10 सेंट एक्स्ट्रा कहाँ से आए. समय would take knight takes. I doubt it भाई. समय strong. I think the A और B category काफी strong है भाई. It's not easy. Like if you had a match of Samay versus Vishy Anand in a classical game, genuine tournament, it will take Vishy an hour to beat him. Yeah, it will not be like मतलब आया और हरा दिया. Time लगेगा. He meant that in chess a queen cannot. अच्छा queen cannot. Because queen is the most valuable piece. भाई क्या ही discover check हो सकता है कई बार, but I mean queen के सामने रख के दोगे तो check तो वैसी है ना queen से, so it cannot be possible. Best opening for black is London. Queen c7 setup भाई, the best. Yes, this is possible. This is totally possible. I think this is the critical move, chat. This is the most important move. ये move पे सब कुछ depend करता है. He has to find queen d2 or queen takes b5. I think these are the only moves. Queen d2 looks a bit more stable because chat यहाँ पे देखो, white के पास light square pawn है ना. He has 5 pawns in the light squares. When you have pawns in light squares, what remains? Dark squares, right? And you have nothing on the dark squares. No pawns. That means all these squares are weak for you. And that's why queen d2 controls these dark squares. Now I have some control over them. I prevent queen g5 as well. And now I attack d6 and I attack b5. So Vishy finds queen d2 indeed. And now MVL under some pressure. Let's see what he plays, dude. I think Vishy is much better here, but let's see. भाई Vishy आयम्स को blitz speed में उड़ा देते हैं. Of course, man. Of course, dude. Tikuji, how much rating would Anandji gain if he finishes on the podium first? I mean, he would be world top 6 or 7, man. He would easily be world top 6 or 7 if, for example, Vishy somehow manages to, let's say, win the event. And forget the rating, dude. If he wins Norway Chess, can we please sign a petition for him to play the Olympiad? Well, maybe it's selfish of me, but I don't know, dude. Like, if he wins the tournament, then he should play. Time control is basically 2 hours for 40 moves and without any increment, and 40 moves के बाद 10 सेकंड का increment है. Yeah, he found queen d2, and now it's going to be difficult. Yeah, do I save this pawn? I don't see any way of saving both. I mean, b4 I can just take, right? So this is not really saving. You have to move the knight to save this pawn. Rook c6, I take this pawn. And by the way, knight here, this pawn is again hanging. So it's not even a great deal. So I think knight ko move karna padega. And if he moves the knight to f6 or b6, I just take on b5. So I just win a pawn. And once, let's say, knight b6, knight here, I have 2 connected pass pawns. That's dangerous. That's really dangerous. Sahil, ignore mat karo. Nahi kar rahe bhai. Kitne moves? It's been 21 moves, chat. So they are 19 moves away from the time control. Filhal, they have no increment on the clock. 0 increment, chat. Need chess Olympiad urgently to boost chess views using patriotism. Nice, Nitesh bhai. Spitting facts. Will you play World Championship game? Bhai, Chess.com wali maybe yes. He would never play cause if he plays Ronak would be like, लेकिन मेरे को क्यों तोड़ा? Ronak कहाँ से आ गया भाई इसमें? What about e5? Now, e5 from black, I mean, you could play e5, but I can just take the pawn. First of all, that's totally possible. I can also play knight to d5, and that knight is not going anywhere. It's there for eternity. Or not eternity, but you get the point. It's going to stay there for a long, long time. And the queen has to go to e8. And now I can play rook d3. Next I go rook c3. And I can win even without taking any of these pawns. It's so bad. You can't challenge me with knight f6 or knight b6. And this knight is there to stay. And now I can also create a pass pawn. And white should be winning this comfortably. And by the way, remember when I said king side? Suddenly this becomes a fact. Yeah, h4, h5, knight f6 ideas. So suddenly it becomes dangerous for the king also. So yeah. Magnus blunder? What? भाई एक पवन भाई है सपोर्ट करते हैं, एक पवन भाई है 9860 आर वाले जो भाई इतनी अफवाहें फैलाते हैं. भाई बढ़िया पोजीशन तो है भाई वाइट की, क्या चक्कर है भाई? कुछ खेला ही नहीं ब्लैक ने अब तक कुछ भी. कार्लसन इज डूइंग फाइन भाई, ही स्टिल विनिंग. बताओ भाई, शर्म नहीं आती भाई, शर्म नहीं आती. एनीवेज, अब आई थिंक एमविल पता नहीं क्या करेगा. आई थिंक ही इज वर्स फॉर श्योर. ओलंपिया टाइम कंट्रोल बी द लॉन्गेस्ट वन. I think it will be the longest you ever heard. I think वही 40 मूव के लिए इतना टाइम, फिर अगले 20 मूव के लिए और 30 मिनट, फिर अगले 20 मूव के लिए और 15 मिनट. It will be the longest ever. अच्छा वो कट रही है क्या? Sorry, my bad. let me fix that भाई. एक सेकेंड रुको भाई. वो कट रही थी, my bad. ये OTP है. Yes, OTP है भाई. Wang Hao फिर से कैसे वापस आ गया भाई? Wang Hao के पेट में प्रॉब्लम थी. He had some stomach issues and now they have basically been solved. At least he said they are better, so that's why he's playing. How to beat cheaters? Not play against them or report them. You mentioned AI based chess coach. Isn't Dr. Wolf already there? I have not heard of Dr. Wolf, but I have not heard of that. I'll check it out. Start से दिखाओगे? Start से हाँ भाई. Let's look at brief look at from the start here. एक बार start से game देखते हैं because I think this is a very instructive game so far. This was the night of, by the way, Bishop b5 is played by people who want to really kind of avoid the mainline theory. So Anand sir, considering how busy he is, this makes a lot of sense for him. And white has this Miroxi structure here, basically having e4 and c4 and prevents d5 and b5. So what black basically wants is to play d5 or b5. That would get rid of at least one of these pawns. The center would open up and suddenly all of black pieces would be active. So that's what he basically wants. And black did have one rare opportunity to play d5 here, which he actually either missed or did not like for some reason. But then, you know, he missed it. He played knight d7, and since then he played b5, which was a mistake, I think. And now Vishy is slightly better for sure. He has found the best move, queen to d2, defending the rook, and now one of these pawns will fall. And I think Vasilograph is going to struggle for sure. ये फोटो कौन सी फोटो यार? और well, everyone heard beef look over game. Beef look नहीं यार, brief. मैं खा गया हूँ आर वहाँ पे. Anand sir is telling that age is just a number. Indeed, man. He's not telling, he's showing it, भाई. He's showing it. Increment नहीं है भाई. Increment है ही नहीं. Increment है ही नहीं भाई. Zero increment है. 40 मूव के बाद increment आएगा. How many moves done? What's the final time limitations? Chat 40 moves tak, no increment. And 40th move ke baad there'll be 10-second increment from there. So you can actually lose by flag down here. Imagine you have 10 moves to play in 10 minutes. It's totally possible to lose to flag down. So you have to be fast. And by the way, if they draw, chat, this is not the end. They will play an Armageddon match. That's also very important. Don't you think it will be difficult for anybody to give their spot to Anandji when he himself has worked a lot to earn the spot in such a way? No, I'm sure. What I'm saying is, if Anand sir plays really well, it could happen that India has 3 teams, because after all, India is playing the host country. So if there's an odd number of teams, then India might get to place a 3rd team as well. In that case, maybe somebody can shift. I mean, I don't know. I just want India to win the Olympiad, because if India wins the Olympiad, it will bring, everybody will get sponsorships. I will not get them. Those players themselves will get them. So that's the main point. So if India can win the Olympiad, they need the best players. By the way, and he's playing really well, man. So far, you can see how convincing his play is, right? Anish is winning. कोई कह रहा है पक्का scam है. Let me check. Of course scam है. कौन था scam वाला भाई? चौबे जी ये क्या मजबूरी है भाई? चौबे जी मजबूर है, आप नहीं, आप ना करें. ये गेम तो ड्रॉ ही होगी भाई. दिस गेम विल बी अ ड्रॉ. आई थिंक बहुत सिमेट्रिकल है. ममेदयारोव की गेम देखते हैं भाई क्या चल रहा है. दिस ऑल्सो विल बी अ ड्रॉ, चैट. Two games are going to end very soon. Anish Giri against Topalov and Mamedyarov against Tari. both of these will go into an Armageddon match. It will be, I think, 10 minutes for white and 7 minutes for black, and black has draws basically. Anand can easily replace AD is in team B though. I think he's in team B, right? By the way, let's go to Wesley. So once we've not looked at it for a brief, for a while now. By the way, since after Bishop D6, he played Knight D2 and then Knight to B6, controlling C4. But now White has a chance to basically give up the bishop pair, but then spoil the structure and now play Bishop C4. This is an interesting idea. I'm not sure he'll go for this because C5 also opens up, but it definitely damages the structure to a ridiculous degree. Yeah, मतलब ये सारे form देख के थोड़ी सी उल्टी सी आ रही है. So maybe he could also play Rook B1, very simple. Also play other moves, but also possible. For now, I think White looks slightly better again because White has this space on the queen side. Black's pieces are चार minus piece लगातार साथ में लगे हुए हैं भाई, चारों के चारों, and they have no squares. देख, एक square भी नहीं है, एक square भी नहीं है, एक square भी नहीं है, एक square, किसी भी piece के पास एक भी square नहीं. Look at this formation, dude. This knight has no forward squares. This knight has no forward squares. This bishop has no forward squares. This bishop has no forward squares. It's a very weird situation, right? So that's why White should be slightly better, I think. Standings, yaar, pehla round hai. There are no standings. Nobody has won so far. So this is just the first round. So no standings so far. Hey Vivash bhai, kya haal hai? Doesn't reach chat. ये क्या है सौरभ भाई? कुछ भी भाई, गेम बहुत है ना भाई, गेम देख रहे हैं. By the way, let's go to Anand sir's game again. Okay, nothing. Let's go to Carlsen's game. कुछ हुआ क्या? नहीं भाई, Wang Hao स्ट्रेस में है भाई. Wang Hao के पास लिटरली 50 से 56 मिनट है. आई थिंक कोई फ्लैग डाउन से हारने के चांसेस ऑफ Wang Hao के ही है इस टूर्नामेंट में. उनका he is struggling in this game for sure. He is not castled, man. A5 is incoming. Knight को वापस जाना पड़ेगा. Then Carlsen can also sometimes take on D5, give an isolated pawn on D5. That's really bad as well. Won't it be amazing if there are top 3 stockfish moves shown on screen? It increases the anticipation, isn't it, bro? The thing is, chat, अगर मैं stockfish दिखाऊंगा ना, then if I ask you a question, you will simply look at the moves. I want to also ask you some questions, right? Like दिमाग को भी थोड़ा like वो tingling होनी चाहिए. Like you want to improve as well, not just I think look at the game. So that's why stockfish दिखाना will be a bit contradictory, I feel. So by the way, let's go to the Anand game again. And chat, I think now there are 2 moves possible. I have a question for you, chat. Okay? But this is not really a better move or worse move. Just sort of, it will tell you your style. Okay? Would you play knight b6 or knight f6? Come on, chat. If you look at this position from Black's point of view, which one would you prefer? Knight b6 or knight to f6? Come on, chat. Which one would you prefer here? Hey Shivan bhai, how are you? Are you? नहीं भाई हत्ते भाई, नहीं. According to second channel's video, I can be the grandmaster kill. ये क्या है भाई? कुछ भी. F6, 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 King G7. ये अलग ही है भाई. Resign button कह रहा है विशाल. Yeah, so F6 is close the king. So it makes some more sense to keep the knight close the king. But it also means that you will have less counterplay because the knight on F6 is being dominated by these pawns. You have no squares right now. So that tells you कि मतलब सारी chat को थोड़ा डर तो लग रहा है इस position से black के लिए, and that's what Envil is also feeling because knight f6 feels like a good move for sure, but it also means कि आपका knight has no potential. It definitely keeps your king safe, but yeah, I mean White will just take the pawn. So knight b6 is a bit more जो counter play के लिए खेल रहे हो, but your king can also turn out to be weak later on. Regardless, White will take the pawn, and now you will go d5 whether the knight is here or here. In that case, it doesn't even matter. In both cases, I think White is better indeed. So yeah, Envil has a tough choice to make. He plays rook to b8. Wow, he played the move I was dismissing in a second, man. He played rook b8. Now let's take the pawn, dude. I think he was scared of giving, but that means he blundered. That means he blundered. If he's giving the d6 pawn, that means he simply blundered, right? Because he knows he's blundered. I think he blundered then. He blundered because he just missed, I think, queen d2 or some other moves he missed. Because I don't see how you can give the d6 pawn for free, man. This is very dangerous. Vishy winning. He's not completely winning just yet, I would say, because black has some counterplay here. He can play b4 now. Now the rook supports the pawn, and then one pawn controls 2. So you can't really utilize your extra pawn for a long while. But still, you win d6. I have more space. I will put the queen on d4 as well later. And this rook can also come. I can completely pin this knight, by the way, after rook. Yeah, let's take on d6. I think that's very obvious. There's no doubt. He can, by the way, also play rook d1. Yeah, it's also possible. It's not the end of the world. Also possible. But I think just let's take on d6. Vishy blundered. What? Kuch bhi. I think someone is winning. Nice. Very safe choice by Mr. Deep. Nice. Arjun again, one blitz. That's nice. Would Raja feel pressured as he's playing OTP after more than 2 years? Or he's playing on his own to get into the groove? I think this is his prep before the candidates tournament. He wants to get his feel over the board. He's not played for 2 years. But if he plays really badly here, then of course he will struggle. Yaar. He will not be confident. So he at least needs a normal tournament, at least an average tournament to be confident for the candidates. Hope we reach 24,000 subs today. Arey, itna to mushkil hai bhai, but thanks a lot, yaar. My cap checked down. Is Carlsen winning or a dead draw? I think Carlsen was much better and nothing has changed since then. So Carlsen is better. The reasons being Black is not castled. Carlsen has the bishop pair. He has more space. He has more space. He has everything going for him. Everything. He doesn't even have a double pawn. Double pawn bhi Black ke paas hi hai. So he has no drawbacks in his position. Only the e4 square maybe. But yeah, that's just one advantage for Black. So I think Carlsen is much better here. Yeah, Rook b8 played. So now Rook d6 I think is the obvious move. Arey VK bhai kuch bhi. Kraken tweeted, I am not interested in Kraken's tweets. ये क्या फिजाज भाई कुछ भी. Chat, do like the stream भाई. आज 1k likes हो ही जाए, मजा आ जाए. And if you are here for the first time, do subscribe to the channel guys. हमारी family में शामिल हो जाए भाई. बड़ी होगी तो मजा आएगा भाई. Both world champions are killing it. All the best wishes sir. Indeed. And after Rook d6 chat, I think Black should first play b4 because this knight. Now this pawn controls 2 pawns, so you can't rush with a move like a4. Let's say I play the move knight to e2, and now at least for now after knight e5, Black has some counterplay. How? First of all, this pawn is controlling 2 pawns, so I can't really utilize my extra pawn for now. And now after a move like, I mean, I could play Rook d1 here. That's possible. I could play Rook d4. Let's go for Rook d1, for example. Let's say Black takes, Queen takes, and even Queen takes, Rook takes. White is better, but for now, Black can even try Rook a8 ideas, try to capture this and get into White's position. So it's not like completely winning. It's not completely winning just yet. So Vishy has to probably... by the way, even g5 here is an excellent move. This is a typical move played in the endgame, trying to prevent White from expanding. And later this knight can come to f4, were the white knight to move. So it's not completely winning for Vishy. He will have to gradually outplay Black here. But if anybody can win this, it's Vishy. He cannot lose this. Family बड़ी होगी तो मजा आएगा. ये क्या है भाई? R8 for, yeah, he played Rook b8 indeed, and now Vishy is calculating, I think, all lines. I think he's calculating by direct मारूं कि पहले Rook d1 खेलूं. But I think both are kind of synonymous. Yeah, it doesn't make a huge difference. आमर जीते से क्लासिक में बढ़ जाएगी क्या? नहीं. रेटिंग में फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, but he will of course win the game. By the way, let's look at the games to draw होने वाली थी यार एक बार. Vishy is nice in round 5, I think. By the way, yeah, again, just bishop d5 and then knight e5, queen b7. I think this is what will happen in this Anish's game. And they should agree to a draw soon. I just don't see how they can play on here. This should be a draw in the next... They can play, of course, if they want to, but this should be a draw. And this game as well, I mean, White has a slightly better pawn structure because of one pawn chain. Black has a weak pawn. But then there's a Black Rook on A1, man. I mean, this is very limiting White's pieces. So, of course, Black is equal here. No doubt whatsoever. Black also has enough time on the clock. And 23 moves have passed. So, and Tari should draw this. And that means these two will go to Armageddon. Let's go to Wesley. So, nothing... Oh, by the way, he took on b6. He took on b6, by the way. And after pawn takes, he played bishop c4. So, he went for the spoiling of the pawn structure. But now Rook a c8 maybe. And Black has some counterplay. Maybe that's the idea. Let's go to Carlsen's game. Bhai, Wang Hao so gaya kya? भाई वैंग हाउस हो गया क्या? Semi retired Topalov, मतलब यार, he's not really officially retired, but he's not played for many years. नोएडा वाला खेल रहे हो? I am not sure yet यार. I'm not sure भाई. I'm not sure yet. I have to commentate during that day, so let's see. Maybe I'll play the blitz event. Maybe just the blitz. b4 played by Maxime. Let me have a look. b4 played. Oh, after he played Rook takes d6. He took the pawn, so Vishy is a pawn up for now. Yeah. Anyways, Rook takes d6 played, and now b4 by Maxime. Very good move, yeah. As I mentioned, stopping 2 pawns with 1. And now, I mean, I think the knight should go to the king side. A move like knight a4, which looks very strong. It can leave the knight a bit stranded on the queen side, and suddenly these squares again can be utilized. So also knight b6 is a possible move. So that kind of, gives Black some equality chances. So I think maybe knight comes to the king side, having more options here. keeping the king. Knight is the best defender of the king, yeah? Facts. कार्लसन कैंडिडेट खेलने से डरता है ना भाई? डरता नहीं है यार. डरता नहीं है भाई, उसको अलाउड नहीं है यार. वही जीतेगा तो कैसे खेलेंगे फिर? इफ कार्लसन विंस द कैंडिडेट तो कैसे काम चलेगा? स्टमक एक इज बैक. अरे नहीं यार, ऐसे रोस्ट नहीं करते हैं. मेडिकल प्रॉब्लम होगी बेचारे को. आई लाइक द वे यू गेट सो एक्साइटेड व्हेन विशी मेक्स द मूव यू सेड. अरे ऑफ कोर्स भाई, आई डोंट वांट हिम टू मेक द मूव आई सजेस्ट. आई वांट हिम टू प्ले द बेस्ट मूव इवन इफ आई मिस इट. दैट्स मोर इंपॉर्टेंट. Is it technique promoting one of the connected pass pawns? I find it difficult. So basically, to promote these pawns, you need to capture this pawn. As simple as that. Otherwise, you can't do it. You just can't do it. If you play a3, a4, black will take with the pawn and he will have a further advanced pass pawn. So that's why I think it's not easy to win this game. But having said that, I mean, extra pawn is with Vishy. So if anybody can win this, it is Vishy. There's no doubt. If you can play rook c7, awesome. But I think black will, once you move the knight, black will immediately play knight e5. So he will not allow you to play rook c7. That's very important. So he will not, if it allows you, awesome. If he plays, for example, you know, king g7 here, for sure, rook c7 wins on the spot. We win the game. That's over. Bye-bye. Knight gone. Go home. Bye-bye. Game over. But he will not allow you to do this. He will play knight e5, control c7, and that means ki black has some counterplay here. Knight a4 is possible. I mentioned after knight a4, the knight is on the flank. Knight on the rim is dim. And what is the knight really doing? Like, काम क्या कर रहा है यहाँ पे? That's the problem, right? Where is propaganda? अच्छा, Pragnanda. Sorry, I must be hallucinating. रिंकिया के पापा, ये क्या है भाई? Carlsen was lucky to win candidates first time, tying with Kramnik. That's true, but he would have eventually won it because his rating was much higher. Much higher. MVL चंडीगढ़ से है क्या? क्यों भाई? चंडीगढ़ से क्यों होगा MVL? Anyways, by the way, he played knight e2. Vishy played the move knight to e2 indeed. So he finds the best move in the position once more. And now I think black has to move the knight. If he doesn't move the knight, rook c7 is winning on the spot. It's winning on the spot for white. So he has to move the knight, chat. Chat, do like the stream यार. Let's go to 1k likes if possible. And if you're here for the first time, जल्दी से subscribe button दबा दो यार. हमारी family शामिल जाओ. Cover करेंगे event crazy. Candy Hundi seat. ये क्या है भाई? Carlsen is so bored that he wants to play from both sides. I don't think so. With this, destroy every opponent tile Tuesday today. Really? He won the tile Tuesday kya? He won it kya? That's crazy, yeah? He won it for the second time now, I think. He's playing really well. Arey Nankishore bhai, thanks for super chat yaar. 201. Thanks a lot bhai for the UPI. Thanks a lot bhai. Thanks a lot yaar. मैं देखा है, पुचक देख के मैंने चेक किया यार, मेरे को दिखाओ. Thanks a lot यार. Avoid timeouts unless absolutely necessary. Indeed. But ठीक है यार. I mean, अक्षय भाई पागल हो गए थे भाई literally. ये भाई नाम तो पता ही होगा नहीं यार. I love your laughing noise. It's not a noise. Call it rhythm or something like something else. I don't know. By the way, 95 played. He plays knight to e5 and अब I think MVL, I think he realizes he's worse, so he's going to find some concrete variation. जब it's like जब imagine करो कि मतलब you're going to lose long term. If I give white enough time if I give him enough moves, yeah, मतलब मैंने 2-3 बार waste move कर दी, white will win. So you need to find a very concrete variation जहाँ पे you read some rook endgame which have the maximum drawish tendency and then hope for a draw. That's what MVL will try to do. So Vishy ko has to, if possible, avoid a rook endgame because rook endgames might be drawish, and especially with the knight on board, what he basically wants is कि ये pawn मरना चाहिए. Vishy wants to take this pawn, sometimes even at the cost of this pawn, and then he has to push the pass pawn. And more the pieces, sometimes it can help either side, depends on the position of course, but if for example pawn endgame hoti, then yeah, white is winning of course, but pawn endgame nahi hai. And in the endgame, the king can also come to c4. That's also one more important detail. The king can simply come to c4 and take this pawn. So even the final endgame is not good for black. What black wants is to keep the rook somewhere on the second rank, ताकि king dance करके ऊपर ना पाए. So for example, rook a8, rook takes a2 in the endgame, and then simply control white pieces and not allow them to advance. That's what he wants. So Vishy has to be very careful about giving any sort of leverage, to black here. कोई भी concession नहीं देना. What is best move? Best move I think is rook d1. You want to double up. You can't go rook c7. You can't go rook c6. So I think rook d1 makes the most sense. And rook is also hanging, by the way. If you play rook d8, rook takes d8, then the queen has to move. And suddenly black has some counterplay. So I think rook d1 here makes the most sense, controlling this d file still. MVL को बोर्ड के नीचे 500 रुपए दे दो भाई 500 रुपए उसके लिए 5 यूरो 6 यूरो हुआ रहे वैंग हाउ ब्लंडर आई थिंक पक्का ब्लफ मार रहे हैं वैंग हाउ ब्लंडर नहीं करा होगा यार आई एम श्योर वैंग हाउ ने f5 खेला है भाई he prevents the knight from moving but this also weakens some squares on the queen side now look at the dark squares dude अगर ये बिशप गया ना e7 वाला तो वैंग हाउ की पोजीशन और खराब हो जाएगी so now he can't even exchange these bishops without any stress just knight c3 put some pressure here dude I think Carlsen is much better here yeah I don't like Wang Hao's position and time पे भी भाई literally सिर्फ 13 मूव हुए हैं and he's used up like literally 1 hour and 17 minutes already literally भाई only for 13 moves he's used up 1 hour and 17 minutes and he's left for 43 minutes for the remaining of like 37 moves 27 moves oh my god 27 moves he has to play in 43 moves without increment भाई साहब वैंग हाउ की तो बहुत बुरी हालत है रे बहुत बुरी हालत है Rook d4 also possible indeed. It's also possible. I do like rook d1, yeah, tripling up the Alekhine's gun. Let's see what he plays. VD tied second in TT so far. Arey, that's awesome, yeah. कितने points हो गए TT? कितने round हो गए TT के? How difficult is it to transition from blitz to classical and vice versa? It's very difficult, man. It's difficult, but for top players can be easy. कीड़ा OP. अरे नहीं. Chat. जल्दी से like कर दो. Let's get to 1k likes. And if you're here for the first time, do subscribe. Click. ये क्या है भाई 911 क्या है यार how will Wang Hao play how अरे I don't know how he will play I think first step is to castle I mean let's castle first I mean until you castle you can't really do much draw हो गया तारी का I told you man गारी तारी और अनीश का तो draw ही होना है so they have agreed to a draw indeed and इसका Armageddon start होगा very soon the Armageddon will start very soon they will not wait for long Second game का Armageddon इसमें भी होने वाला है I think this will also end very soon will be a draw and third Wesley so still fighting on Queen b3 I think is better for Wesley as I mentioned in the end game this pawn can be weak or very strong but for now after Queen to b3 I think this pawn is actually more weak than strong because White has managed to play Bishop c4 you know kind of countering this bishop on e6 and now this pawn on a3 is really weak can be captured after later on knight b1 knight takes a3 so I think this pawn is going to be weak Yo bossy bhai आगे में क्या हाल है and Carlsen of course much better as well Vishy much better as well let's see what Vishy plays here with it tied second and tied Tuesday awesome who's first Tari और गिरी का क्या हुआ भाई Tari और गिरी का कोई संबंध नहीं है भाई ऐसे कोई संबंध नहीं है which one is preferable in Armageddon I think having 3 minutes extra is definitely preferable because it's a lot of time ड्रॉ होने के चांसेस वैसे भी लो होते हैं शॉर्ट टाइम कंट्रोल्स में सो आई थिंक at least my point of view is if you have the more time just take it even if you have to win by force if you are but some people refer to the drawing odds it's actually person to person I think there's no one clear answer there Hans Niemann finished first in Tile Tuesday oh my god by Hans Niemann to in full form yeah Your first look is like Karan Johar. अरे ये क्या है भाई करण जौहर कहाँ से आ गया भाई for no reason whatsoever. Anyways, यहाँ ऐसे अकाउंट्स क्या हो रहे हैं आई थिंक हमने वो स्ट्रीम करी थी ना एमपीएल की एक तब से आने स्टार्ट हो गए होंगे आई थिंक उनके रेडार में हम घुस गए दैट्स मे बी पॉसिबल यार इवन आई कॉल्ड यू करण जौहर ओ इट्स सो ट्रू ये क्या है भाई चुप करो यार कोई करण जौहर नहीं यहाँ पे एनीवेज कम ऑन विशी लेट्स गो rook d1 or I think rook d1 he will play I think he'll play rook d1 can you elaborate Norway Chess format now why need it Armageddon now basically they want to discourage draws yeah they want to discourage draws so what they're doing is if you win a game directly you get 3 points if you draw you have to play a Armageddon match if you win there then you get 1.5 points and the loser gets 1 point Stockfish best move भाई Stockfish की best move देखना पड़ेगा I think rook d1 ही बता रहा है but I think rook d1 is so natural dude like rook attacked play rook d1 I think इसमें Stockfish की जरूरत नहीं है rook d1 is so yeah I think he will play rook d1 like blind if it was blitz he would have already played rook d1 there's no doubt this format is amazing yeah it is hella weird rule but it's also discourages draw right it kind of discourages draw right it makes sense You look younger Karan Johan. भाई younger बोल दिया आपने तो I'll take it. चैट में मेरी भाई चैट एज रोस्टिंग चलती रहती है. So younger बोल दिया है तो भाई I'll take it. Aren't Tari Mamedyarov draw? I know they will start Amalkan I think soon. Karan Tikku क्या है भाई? Looks like the Norwegian stock is going great. Oh, by the way, he plays Rook D1. Yeah, makes sense, man. It was so obvious. Rook D1 makes so sense. Older Karan Johan क्या है भाई? बैन करो भाई इसको. मजाक करो, बैन नहीं करना, बट थोड़ा वार्निंग दे दो भाई पवन भाई को. पवन 9860 वाले को. You look older Karan Johan. ये लो भाई, स्टार्ट हो गया. 1 year younger, 49 years. Tikku Singh magic क्या है भाई? How to kick knight in this position? Isn't the knight dangerous? Yeah, that's the point, right? That's why black has compensation. If I could kick this knight away, तो क्या ही compensation? If you play f4 though, knight will come to g4 and then the knight is even more irritating and the e4 pawn is also weak. So that's why black is compensation, because you can't kick this knight away so easily. And this knight will always irritate you. मतलब it's like that friend जो तुम बोलता है मारू क्या तो होता है ना, तो irritate करते हैं भाई तुम्हें पूरे टाइम, दिन रात दिमाग खाते हैं. ये वही लोग है भाई, ये वही नाइट है वो. You like expensive Karan Johar. भाई expensive कहाँ से भाई? उसका I think daily revenue is higher than my yearly revenue. ये करण जौहर वाली बात सुन के अब स्ट्रीम देखने का मन. I used to think Neiman is 27 plus, but वो बच्चा निकला. बच्चा ही है भाई वो. By the way, yeah, black should take on d6 I think, because I am threatening rook takes d8, and if you move the rook to c8, I mean I still have this active rook, so this can't do black any good. I mean having proper control over d8 square. I mean for example, yeah, s3 and you say oh my god अपन rook activate करेगा, then suddenly rook d8 will be dangerous. So I think you can't allow this. That's why I think rook takes d6 is the most obvious move here. स्लो मोड ऑन करना है क्या? रियली? अगर करना तो बता दो. वैंग इज थिंकिंग मैं जो यहाँ आ गया 100-200. अरे ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. करण जोहर एक्सप्रेशन भाई. आई थिंक इफ भाई करण, लेट्स मूव ऑन फ्रॉम करण जोहर भाई. करण जोहर इज अ ग्रेट डायरेक्टर अपेरेंटली, बट लेट्स मूव ऑन. ओके, एनीवेज, a brief look at Carlsen's game. Oh, by the way, something happened here. A lot happened. After the move a5, he played knight c3, putting pressure on d5, and now after castles, chat, what should Carlsen play? क्या खेला Carlsen ने? Can you find that move what Carlsen played? Come on chat. 1.1 वाले तो सिर्फ सुपर चैट पढ़ते हैं शायद. भाई मैं तो नहीं यार, मैं तो पढ़ता हूँ यार chat. Chat, what did Carlsen play? The best move in the position. What did Carlsen play in this position? Come on. Come on chat. Bombay Velvet. c5, no, c5 not. Chat, we want to isolate the d5 pawn. ये isolate pawn करना है हमें. c5 is possible, not a bad move, but not the best. The knight will drop back. What we want here is what Carlsen played. Bishop takes f6. अब देखो क्या idea है. Bishop takes, and now I take on d5. And once he takes, I will take with the knight. Pawn takes, and ये d5 pawn किसका चाचा बचाएगा भाई? ये d5 pawn किसका चाचा बचाएगा अब? That is the point. Later on I can play rook a c1 and then queen to b5, and this pawn cannot be defended anymore. That's the point chat. That's the point of the entire thing indeed. And that's why I think कि यहाँ पे he's struggling indeed. He's struggling, and I do feel कि मतलब yeah, I do feel कि बहुत stress होने वाला है. मैं 3 सेकंड का एक्टिवेट कर दिया भाई. I think that should help. So I think that's why I think Carlsen is much better. Let's go to Vishy's game. What happened here? Nothing has happened so far. Oh, something happened. Wait. What happened? After rook to d1, he played knight to c6. Wow. He played knight to c6. Now you can't take the knight, of course. Very interesting. Your highest watching. No, I think our highest watching is 2.7k if I'm not wrong there. Why knight 6 is a very interesting move. And Vishy finds the best move again, dude. Chat, can you find the best move here? What Vishy played in the position? Come on, chat. What is the best move in this position? What did Vishy play here? Come on, chat. पहली बार नहीं है, actually बहुत बार किया हम बीच भाई दिसंबर और जान में. Your Bangal from Locals amazing. Thanks, Audran. What is the best move, chat? Indeed, he plays e5, dude. He plays e5. And you can't take this pawn because of rook takes. And now, chat, if rook takes d6, the situation has completely changed. I take with the pawn now. And now the queen will have to stay somewhere here in defense. Ugh. Okay, this is completely lost. So I think he can't take anymore. So e5, excellent move. Now, MVL finds the best move. Queen a7 check. Let's play king h1 Vishy. He's putting pressure on the a2 pawn as well. So very important. We have to save this pawn. We already saw that move, crazy. Chat, do like the stream, bhai. Let's get to 1000 likes. And if you're here for the first time, हमने लाल बटन होगा सब्सक्राइब का, उसको पुश करके दबा दो, हमारी फैमिली में शामिल हो जाओ भाई. शामिल हो जाओ. ये क्या था भाई? Anyways, छोड़ो. Laganov resigns. I don't think he'll resign. He's putting this check now. And the idea is एक से दो निशान है. You gain a tempo. You move the queen out of the way. Now later on, knight takes c5 can be a threat. Later on, also you put pressure on the a2 pawn. Kal ko rook a8 could be a move, putting pressure here. So it's a multi-purpose move. But if you look at the king now, कोई पीस नहीं है ब्लैक का. So कल को अगर कुछ गड़बड़ हो गई तो किंग के भी लाल लग सकते हैं भाई. Also a problem. So I think in this position, Vishy has a great, I would say, potential in the position. It's not just completely winning yet because this pawn is weak. This pawn is actually weak. For me, I was able to see if I was defend the rook. Exactly. But the problem is you have to also see that knight e5 is not possible because rook takes d8 is coming. That's important detail you have to see. And also, it's not just that much. You have to also see long term because after queen a7 check, king h1, queen to a5, for example, you still can't take the knight because the queen is hanging. You also have to see that यहाँ पे f4 है. And I can defend this pawn because if this pawn falls, let's say h3 and queen takes e5 at some moment, suddenly black is better, much better. So you can't do this. You have to be careful about this. So f4 is also important. Deep सोचना पड़ेगा. Do search actor Murli Sharma sometimes. Doesn't he look like you? Murli Sharma. I have not seen Murli Sharma. I'll look at it later. Is g3 idea? Now, chat, I have a question for you. Why is g3 not always a good move? With the queens and rooks on board, why is g3 not always a good move when you have played f3? Come on, chat. What is the logic behind it? Once you have played f3, g3 always not a good move. Come on, chat. Ye logic batao, फिर we look at Rajabov's game. Come on, chat. Come on. Weakens squares, exactly. But the point is not that it weakens f3. It opens up the king a lot. And kal ko jab second rank khule, let's say castles, let's play some random moves, and now g3, pura second rank humne khol diya hai. We've opened up the entire second rank, and whenever the rook comes to a2, bhai ye kitna weak hai king? Exactly, the king becomes very weak. And f3 is weak now, and the second rank is weak. h2 can be made literally. So that's why we avoid playing both moves unless it's forced. Yeah, checks as well. Yeah, exactly. The king safety is the problem. And for now, he's played queen a7. So let's go king h1. Let's do it. Let's do it. It becomes a hook and we can attack h5. Also one more reason. Yeah, good reason there. Also one more reason for Anbhai. You can also play h5, h4. यहाँ पे although h5, h4 is very dangerous because once you play h5, थोड़े risk है यहाँ पे black के लिए भी. यहाँ पे possible नहीं है. Maybe later on, but yeah, that's also one more reason. Also one more reason. Second rank भाई rank. Streamlabs, thanks. ये क्या है भाई? Magnus Carlsen blundered. Of course, he will not blunder, yaar. Yeah, he's completely winning, dude. He will play rook f c1, queen b5, and this pawn will fall. Of course, e3 as well is very important. He plays e3. And this is the difference, yeah. e3 can defend this pawn, but this pawn can't be defended. You might say it's a blunder because now queen d7 defends the pawn for now, but long term, it's still lost. It's still lost. This pawn cannot be defended, chat, long term. And it will be lost. I think once this pawn falls, he will have a passed pawn and he'll win with it. So I expect Carlsen to win. Chat, let's do a roundup once. Let's do a roundup. First of all, the game between Mamedyarov and Tari has ended in draw. We'll see a Armageddon here. Now we go to Anish Giri against Wesley and Topalov. Now this is a dead drawn position, 4 pawns each. We'll see a Armageddon here as well. This is a dead drawn position with opposite color bishops. No chance here. Next, Wesley and Rajabov. I think Wesley is better here with controls on some light squares, some potential for the knights to go to c4, putting some pressure, weak structure, pawn structure for black. But Rajabov is not lost yet. So I think, yeah, maybe he has some chance for a draw. But for now, Wesley pushing. Next is Carlsen and Wang Hao. I think Carlsen is practically winning. He will end up winning this game regardless of what happens. Maybe there'll be some chances for a draw, but I expect Carlsen to win this one. Practically. Wang Hao, very low on the clock as well. He has to play 21 moves in literally just 2 minutes per move. Not so easy. And finally, Vishy Anand's game. He's still thinking where to place the king. I think both moves are possible. There's no mistake with either move. But you know, optically king h1 is always the better move, but it also allows moves like queen to f2. So that's why he's calculating, you know, is queen f2 a threat later on? Maybe not. Maybe I can play king f1, prepare for the endgame. But if you know you're scared of rook queen a2 ideas, rook a8 ideas later, then maybe king h1 is better. So he's trying to calculate deep 10 moves later, 10 moves from now, where would the king be better? Will it be better on h1 or on f1? If you have not seen chat, there's this Chess-Based India video by, I think it was recorded in 2016, which is, I think, Sandeepan Chanda ki video hai. He discusses like how he thought for 20 minutes on whether rook a c1 should be played or rook f c1 should be played. He thought for 20 minutes on that slight detail ki slight edge mile. So that's why Vishy's all thinking ki why king f1 or king h1. That's very important. What if Vishy just went to the washroom? Also possible. That could be one more logic, bhai. Yeah, he played queen e2, Shaunak bhai. He played queen e2. आप इतना नॉलेज रखते हो तो IM क्यों नहीं बने? भाई IM के लिए यार कोचिंग लगती है यार. कोचिंग is so expensive, man, and it's easy for youngsters because they have sponsorships. It's very difficult to get sponsorship. He played king h1. He went for the safer choice, king h1 indeed. And now I think black should probably put some pressure on the a2 pawn. So rook e8 makes a lot of sense. Hey Varun, are you playing the Olympiad curtain raiser? Yeah, I'm playing that rapid tournament. Yes, I'm playing the tournament. Chat, by there's a rapid tournament happening in Chennai just before the Olympiad. I think 1,500 people can play it if I'm not mistaken. I am also playing it. I'm sure many people will play it. So you can also play the rapid tournament. It's in Chennai. I think ASFA will link have to register for it. What's your rating? My FIDE rating is 2201. By the chat, if you want to improve the game of chess, there are courses link in the description. You can check those courses out. They will really help you at the game as well. For senior citizens, sponsor नहीं होते क्या? हाँ भाई, अगर senior citizen 29 साल के होते तो sponsor नहीं होते भाई. Why are they not showing the game live? I mean, this is on a board tournament for 2 years. Yeah, but OTB tournaments, you know, they usually have exclusive rights. Like even chess.com is not showing the live footage. Yeah, that's the main thing. Say about Sagar bhai. What do I say about Sagar bhai? I think he's been carrying chess on his shoulders since 2016. So he's doing a great job. My FIDE is 2901. Yes. Awesome. Yes, awesome. Yes, I totally agree with that, Anisha. Coaching ke liye time kam aa raha hai because I have a lot of job to do. Instead, you can check out the courses, man. That will be really helpful. They will be much more economical as well. They are showing on Chess24. Yeah, Chess24 probably has some sort of exclusive rights to the footage. So, एक site ने खरीद ली है, so बाकी को नहीं मिलती यार. What about Knight D4? I mean, Knight D4 you can't play. I'll just take that, right? So black की move है chat. It's black to play first of all. So be very careful. It's black to play. So black को खेलना है. And I think you can't still take this knight. So for now this formation holds on because there's no back rank issue. But you can't take on D6 of course. If you take, I take with the pawn. That's very dangerous. So I think queen to A5 here, attacking the E5 pawn makes a lot of sense because this is the pawn which is holding vice position. If you can win this pawn, awesome. स्कोरबोर्ड में 277 रेटिंग है अभी तक. कहाँ भाई 2777 दिख रही है क्या? कहाँ है अभी तक रेटिंग? अच्छा वो क्रॉप हुआ है ऐसा भाई. एक्चुअली वो रेटिंग नहीं है भाई, वो क्रॉप हुआ है. सॉरी ममेदयारोव भाई, योर रेटिंग इज नॉट 277. माय बैड. Anyways, for now chat, let's look at the Anish Giri game. Did they agree to a draw? I mean, why are they thinking? I think they should have agreed to a draw by now. There's no way they are playing this still. I mean, even if I was playing Anish Giri in this position, they would agree to a draw. I'm pretty much sure. So this is just a dead draw. Let's go to Wesley. So, he played knight to d8. So Rajabov just played knight to d8. That's a very peculiar move. I think what he basically wants is to take on c4 and then play knight to e6 at the correct moment. Also open up the rook, but it's a passive move, dude. It's a passive move. It doesn't look that impressive. Simply rook c1 now and white just develops, yeah? And he can next go bishop d5 and... What's black's move? I don't see it. With this structure, it's going to be very difficult. And Rajabov again has a huge load on his shoulders. He's the only guy in this tournament who's playing the candidates from like 10 days from now, 15 days from now. He has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He has to prove to himself that, he can actually play well in the candidates win. If he loses horribly in this tournament, he will not be able to play well in the candidates. That will be really bad. So let's go to the game of Carlsen again. Kya chal raha hai? By the way, Carlsen could not find the best moves in that moment. And now Wang Hao has some drawing chances here because he defended the d5 pawn really well, and maybe Wang Hao can hold on now. He did not find the best moves. Like, surprising, yeah, we never get to say this. Carlsen could not find the best moves. Very rare. But this is one of those occasions. ऐसा क्या देखते हो भाई? देखते नहीं है. हमने वो MPL की स्ट्रीम करी ना, तो उसमें वो था ना, वो इसलिए आ रहा है भाई, वो इसलिए वो आ रहे हैं यार. मैं कुछ नहीं देखता हूँ भाई. मैं क्या देखूंगा? मैं तो फिर पहले नहीं आता वो बॉट. ये बॉट टारगेटेड होंगे ना. व्हेनेवर यू सी सच अ स्ट्रीम, यू गो फॉर दीस स्ट्रीम्स. आई थिंक तभी. भाई कोई पार्ट टाइम जब करते हो? नहीं यार. Have you seen Sandeep Mashwari's video on chess? Really? I have not seen any of Sandeep Mashwari's videos. YouTube ने कभी recommend करी नहीं भाई. Wang Hao तो रिटायरमेंट ले चुका था. हाँ भाई, अब पेट ठीक है तो Wang Hao is back. Chat, do like the stream भाई. Let's go. Do like the stream. Chat, जल्दी stream like कर दो. And if you're here for the first time, आपके सामने एक लाल बटन सब्सक्राइब का, उस पर उंगली रखो और पुचक करके दबा दो यार. हमारी फैमिली में शामिल हो जाओ भाई. Which city do you live? फरीदाबाद यार. And by the way, you can see जो बार भी है slowly ऊपर जा रहा है. मतलब ना, you can see it was somewhere here, like पहले +0.8 दिखा रहा था, अब थोड़ा और आगे बढ़ चुका है, +1.38 दिखा रहा है. So it's slowly moving up. अरे उसमें 10 रुपए दे. नहीं भाई, ऐसे काम नहीं करता ना यार. ऐसे काम नहीं करती दुनिया. शक्ल ठीक नहीं लग रही भाई. क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? आई एम स्मार्ट. Karan Johar, if you're looking for a model for your latest film, please do consider me. Anyways, what about Rook H8 after Ken? We should play Queen C2. Rook H8. I think rotation गलत हो रही है भाई. I don't think he can play Rook H8. Rook C8 पे तो I think you can definitely play Queen C2. You can also play Rook D7 by the way, with the side of Queen G5, Queen F6 at some moment. मुंह पे बोल दिया, चुपके से बोला करो भाई. क्या चुपके से बोलना है? Has Carry ever met you? Not really भाई. लॉक ऑफ सीजन 2 में जाओगे भाई आप? नहीं यार. You look more honest and reliable than Karan Johar. Thanks भाई. That's not a great compliment because Karan Johar का पता नहीं मुझे खास, but कैसा लगता है वो, but thank you भाई. अरे आप नेपो किड नहीं? ये क्या है भाई? भाई कैरी भी तो DPS फेदर का है. Really? मेरे स्कूल का है? Not really. I don't think so. I've never seen him in DPS. I don't think he's on DPS Hyderabad. I don't think so. By the way, Anish has drawn, chat. Anish has drawn. As mentioned, they have drawn the game, and we will see 2 Armageddon games very soon. So that's there. That's one thing. Let's go to the game. I want to start क्यों नहीं अब तक? वैसे I'm surprised they've not started yet with the games. साथ में start करेंगे क्या? I hope not. Anyway, let's go to the game of Wesley. So nothing happened. Knight D8 still. भाई BTech में कुछ back आई है. भाई ये चीजें स्ट्रीम पे नहीं पूछते भाई. Anyway, let's go to the Anand game. मैं 7 साल से छोटा था. ये क्या? At what online chess rating or lichess rating should we consider participating in related tournaments? I would say 1500 at least, not before that. I would say though blitz chess, not rapid. Rapid can confuse you. Rapid makes you feel you are really strong, but you are not really. So I would say focus on blitz chess, and if you get a 1500, you can play chess. But you know, once you play OTP chess, you get a certain rating. So what you could do is, you could train first. One good way to train is our courses. You can check them out in the link. By kya plug kiya hai maine mast. And once you get better, you get a higher rating from the start itself. It's much more difficult to gain the rating slowly than get a higher rating from the start itself. For example, Kasparov की rating I think 2500 थी starting में भाई. क्या ही मजाक है भाई. Yeah, Queen F5 is possible. That's in fact I think one of the best ones in the position. But White can defend the pawn with F4, and then it's not really. Is it free to get free rating? Yes, but you have to play tournaments that might cost some money. And you have to train, of course, that might cost some money. 1900 at least for the bombs in Serbia. Wang Hao neutralized. अरे यार Wang Hao neutralized sounds like उसको भाई तुमने कुछ दवाई डाल दी भाई अंदर. I think White still has some chances. Maybe Queen B6 ideas, Rook C7 ideas, Rook C1. I think it's still going to be a tough task. Carlsen will push for a long while. So I don't think it's going to be super easy. Vishy said, no, don't play anything less than 10+0. No, I mean, you can play Bliss of Fun. I mean, Nihal plays Crazy Bullet. I'm not arguing with Vishy sir here. अच्छा विदित ने कहा था. Yeah, but I think all I'll say is मतलब sometimes, you know, it's very difficult to play long time formats all the time. So for fun you can play. Sometimes even Bullet for fun. Sometimes, yeah, not all the time. You can play for sure. Nishan bhai, thanks for the kind words. Yeah, but I think there's ऐसे compare करना is kind of unfair to both. Thanks a lot for the kind words though. Vishy is a pawn up though, sack everything and go straight to endgame. Yeah, but how? I mean, Black will not allow you to exchange everything, right? Black ऐसा नहीं है. Vishy bhai, बहुत बढ़िया गेम खेली आपने. I think आप डिजर्व करते हो पॉइंट. ये लो. ऐसे काम नहीं करेंगे वो. He will try to put up resistance, right? That's what he wants to do. Queen g5 कैसे जाओगे यार? It's not possible. Queen a5 के I'll play f4. Queen a5 and f4, and you can't go to g5 unfortunately. So I think that's the point. And now I'm threatening rook d7, rook takes g8, other moves. So black probably has to take, and once he takes, I take with the pawn. And the advantage of the pawn is कि now black's pieces are not free to attack. ऐसा नहीं कि pieces like crazy करेंगे. By the way, Armageddon has started. Yeah, I think they've also started Armageddon. क्या? I think they started, right? They have started indeed. Yeah, so the Armageddon is also starting. Why? ये भी मजा आएगा देखने में. We follow the Armageddon games because white के पास 10 मिनट है, black has like 7 minutes, so ये मजा आएगा देखने में. फिलहाल से जाते हैं विशी की गेम के पास. Let's go there. King e7 is a good move. By the way, Vishy, black plays queen to f2. Wow, he plays the move queen to f2, dude. That is very double-edged. I have to say, that is very, 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 very double-edged, dude. That is very double-edged because now white has rook to c1, and rook to c1 के बाद knight is attacked, and I think rook c1 के बाद black has to take, and now the pawn is on d6. So white gets this extra pawn on d6, and this pawn is running. So let's say knight to e5, and now simply a move like h3, preventing any back rank issues. And Vishy is like much better, dude. Like practically winning. He's practically winning now. Queen f2 not the best move, but he has to find rook c1. Chat, क्या होता है? Will he find rook c1? Yes or no? Come on, chat. Will he find rook to c1? Come on, chat. Chat, do like the stream, and if you're here for the first time, do subscribe, guys. हमारी family में शामिल भाई दिनक दिन दा. How should I tickle? He's fine, bhai. I think he should find rook c1. I think he'll find rook c1. I have 2-5 rating in Blitz only chess. Can you suggest some tournaments I can play? Bhai, check ASF.in, Narush bhai. Easy for Vishy. Yeah, let's hope so, man. Let's hope so. Rook c1 should be kind of an interesting move because the thing is, we saw this. Yeah, you just played rook d1, so it's kind of hard to play rook c1. Let's see if he'll find it. f4 is a second good move, but it's not like as good because I think the queen kind of stays here. He plays it. He plays it. He plays rook to c1, dude. Bhai, Vishy is, I think, winning now. He is winning indeed. And if he wins, he will gain 3 points. He will lead Norway Chess after day 1. Crazy, bhai. Vishy Anand will lead Norway Chess if he wins this. And chat, black has only one move now. Rook takes d6. Everything else is dead lost. Dead lost. Even Aarti Tiku can find it. Bhai, kya hai bhai ye? Anand retickled indeed. Bhai, kya khel rahe bhai? And he has taken, let's take with the pawn. Of course, queen takes play, knight hanging here. Let's take with the pawn. And Vishy has a pass pawn on the 6th rank, dude. Dude, it's insane. 95 played, and by the way, they have 45 seconds on the clock. They have played 28 moves, so no time pressure for anybody. They have enough time. Simply play a move like h3 ताकि back rank issue solve हो जाए. And then इस pawn पे हाथ रखो, उसकी गर्दन पकड़ो और खींच के आगे बढ़ा दो भाई. और कुछ नहीं चाहिए. बस अब ये pawn queen करना है भाई. And the queen will have to go back. The queen has to go back. Come on. Even Sidhu moves wala ke. Arey yaar, come on, Lakshay bhai. Not these jokes, man. He died literally, yaar. Come on. Damn the eval bar, bhai. Eval bar ko chodo, bhai. H3. H3, the idea of being like avoid any sort of back rank issues, and then you can start pushing this pawn. Rook comes to c7. Because the king has the h2 square. You can also play queen c2, then move the knight to g3 and e4. And imagine now, yeah, knight coming to e4, then suddenly knight f6 check be possible. Hai, bhai, this looks very dangerous. I think Vishy is completely winning, dude. He's a brief look at Carlsen's game. What's happening there? Okay, he's still fighting. I expect Carlsen to push here. We go to Wesley's game. Wesley is much better indeed. I expect Wesley to push hard against Rajabov. Now we go to Anish has already drawn. They will have the Armageddon match. He plays h3, dude. This is crazy. By engine preference is sorry first preference. Oh my god, this is insane. Bhai, let me look at the भाई ये क्या चल रहा है यार? भाई 98.6 accuracy for Vishy. I have to show you this, chat. I have to show you. I can't just let it be. Give me a second, chat. Just look at this dude. And this is not some crazy theoretical position. 98.6, dude. 98.6. 94.7 for black. This is just crazy, man. 98.6. Crazy, man. Crazy. Where this Norway Chess format also means there will be 5 results at the end of the day. Indeed. But I think they will have 1.5 points, because if you win the Armageddon, you only get 1.5 points, not really 3 points in total. So 3 points wale, I think वही होंगे जो लोग directly game जीतेंगे. Yeah, he plays, and now I think black has no move. वापस चलो भाई. जहां से आए थे वहां वापस चलो. हो गया भाई बहुत. बहुत देख लिया भाई. I think वापस जाने का time आ चुका है भाई. I think not much is going to happen now. He has to go back. This queen बड़ी वो ना एंथू से आई थी भाई. आज हम दिखा देंगे क्वीन F2. अब वापस जाना पड़ेगा भाई पॉन को रोकने के लिए. ये उस बंदे की तरह जो फर्स्ट को जिम मेंबरशिप ले लेता है भाई, बट दूसरी तारीख को वापस. स्टॉकफिश लोल इंडीड भाई. आई थिंक इट्स भाई इमेजिन. एंड खुद कह रहा है ग्रेट मूव कह रहा है भाई. चैट 1500-1600 की वॉचिंग है. क्रेजी डूड. चैट अगर सब्सक्राइब कर दे तो मजा आ जाए भाई. इमेजिन करो अगर सब्सक्राइब कर दे भाई, क्या क्रेजी फील आ जाएगी भाई. जल्दी से चैट डू सब्सक्राइब. चैट it'll help us grow the channel very fast. Chess is definitely struggling. It's definitely a chance for us to promote chess as well. Thanks a lot, everyone. H3 played indeed, and now it's black to play. I think रुक को बैक रैंक पे ही रहना चाहिए. अभी नाइट D7 here. जो नाइट इतना खुशी से E5 पे आया था, it has to go back. Knight is the good blockader, so knight D7 would definitely give black some chances. There's a spider on your chair. अरे सागर क्या नाम किसने बोला था ये? किसने बोला था यार? स्पाइडर ऑन अ चेयर. सागर जैन. अरे सागर जैन जी आप यहाँ चैट में भी यहाँ यहीं से चैट कर रहे हो क्या? अच्छा ठीक है बढ़िया. बढ़िया रौनक सदानी भाई. ठीक है यार कोई बात नहीं. आखिर देख के रखा था वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच चल रहा है. एग्जैक्टली डूड, इट्स क्रेजी राइट. मतलब वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप छोड़ो. इफ यू सॉ दिस इन एन इंडियन मैच लाइक स्टॉकफिश वर्सेस अल्फा जीरो, यू बी लाइक ठीक है 98.6 है एक्यूरेसी, 0.4 कम है पर चलेगा. आई वुड टेक इट. आई मीन दिस इज द काइंड ऑफ एक्यूरेसी इंडियंस हैव. टिक्कू भाई गॉड्स केवन नेम्स. या भाई किसी और सागर को रोस्ट कर दूं मैं, पहले पूरा नाम पढ़ लो. I think that makes more sense. Is there doping test? Yes, it happens. It happens sometimes in some critical cases. Vishy is completely winning, chat. He's completely winning now. I think all he has to do is just stabilize a bit. For example, right now the knight is pinned, right? So we want to defend the queen. For example, play queen to C2 or rook to C2. Defend this queen and then move the knight. And slowly we should be winning. Increase slow mode, please. ठीक है मैं करता हूँ. Just a second. I think it will be crazy though if Vishy is the only guy on 3 points after day 1. Dude, that will be crazy. That will be insane. If Vishy is the only guy on 3 points after day 1, that means because so far there are only 5 games going, 5 games to total. 2 have already drawn. ठीक है, Carlsen game is also moving towards a draw, right? It might be a draw. And Wesley so is better for Wesley, but it's not even that's much better for Wesley, I think, but still is going on. It's a middle game. So if Anand wins, I think Anand and Wesley might be the only guys on, let's say, 3 points. Anish game has already ended, chat. Anish is playing the Armageddon right now. The Armageddon match has not started just yet. So we'll wait for the Armageddon to start. The game has not started yet. So we'll wait for Anand's game for now. This is a critical moment, chat. What will he play? Why can't you show live videos players? Because I think only Chess24 has rights to it. I think I don't. Even Chess.com doesn't have the rights. That will be legally a problem. Hey, Wandering Ravi. सागा भाई के सारे सब्सक्राइबर्स यहाँ पर हैं. आई थिंक वैसा कुछ नहीं है यार. आई मीन इट्स ग्रेट टू हैव देम हियर ऑफ कोर्स. सब सीबीआई से बात आपको हम जेलस कर देते हैं. यू आर टू हम्बल. थैंक्स अ लॉट जेम्स बॉन्ड. आपका नाम काफ़ी खतरनाक है तो आपकी बात तो माननी पड़ेगी यार, वरना आप बढ़ा दोगे मुझे. सो चैट आई थिंक MVL और चैट तुम्हें लग रहा है ना कि यार क्वीन F2 पे है, डर लग रहा है. लेट मी फ्लिप द बोर्ड. जब तक फ्लिप नहीं करता तो मजा नहीं आता को. अब देखो भाई, अब ट्राई टू रिलैक्स द पोजीशन. ये पॉन 2 कदम दूर है, लिटरली 2 कदम दूर है क्वीनिंग से. एंड यू हैव नॉट मच टाइम रिमेनिंग. यू हैव टू क्विकली रन बैक and save and stop this pawn, and that's the best hope you have. Tari का start हो गया क्या? Let me have a look if the game has started. The Oh, by the way, इनका Armageddon start हो चुका है. Aryan Tari versus Mamedyarov, and Mamedyarov is winning. If Mamedyarov wins, he gets 1.5 points. Aryan Tari basically gets, I think, 1 point. That's the points you get when you play the tie breaks. But I think ये tie breaks वाले नहीं, विशी को तो पूरे के पूरे 3 पॉइंट चाहिए भाई, पूरे के पूरे 3 पॉइंट चाहिए. Let's go to the game of Vishy Anand. ये तो I think चलेगा. Now he can play f4, defend this pawn, and Tari is struggling. Anish game has not started. I think Rajabov is losing, chat. I think he will also lose. Knight coming to d5, and as I mentioned, once the knight comes to d5, the b4 pawn is defended, and now I can play c4. I can gain this incredible space, and I think this pawn will also be weak later on. The rook will be stuck defending this pawn forever. So I think Rajabov struggling horribly in this game as well. Wesley continuing his great performance from yesterday. The only question remains, can Magnus Carlsen win this game against Wang Hao? At one point, he was completely winning. He missed that moment. And now he's slightly better because the d5 pawn is weak, but still not sure. Let's go to the Anand game. And it's still going on. Veselý Graf going low on the clock a little bit, but he has enough time. But let's see, can he come up with some good moves? Which he has not won, chat, not just yet. He is winning though. Knight f3 here. I think knight f3 is not good enough. First of all, because, you know, even taking is not forced. I could totally play queen f4, queen takes e2, and now even just ignore and play d7. Look at the kind of play. You know, you have an extra knight, but I'm still winning this game. Or I could even just take queen f3, and now just I'm in king h2. And if king h2 check, I even have king g1 now, and you have no more checks. You don't have any checks here. Absolutely zero checks. So I think the knight is the best defender of the king. Yaad rakhna bhai, knight defense, pawn defense, and there is no more checks. So knight f3 does not work, and that's why h3 has one more benefit. Rook d8 is possible. Yes, rook d8 is possible totally. But I think after rook d8, I think you can even have moves like queen to g5, threatening the rook and the knight, and I think this is already kind of lost. So I think this should be over. So I think Vishy is completely winning. Arey Nishan bhai, thanks for spread. The energy enthusiasm is good for the game. This is what we need. Chess is great. You make it exciting as well. Chess plus Tikkuji equal to dope. Thanks a lot, Nishan bhai, for the spread and super chat and the kind words. Thanks a lot, man. It means a lot. भाई एनर्जी तो होनी चाहिए ना यार. एनर्जी के बिना तो क्या ही मजा है. भाई विषय सबको खुशियां दे रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल टिक्कू के वॉचिंग नंबर्स. भाई वो तो आई थिंक मुझे पता नहीं है, सीबीआई स्ट्रीम नहीं करी शायद इसलिए है. बट रिगार्डलेस आई टेक इट. गेम फॉर्मेट रूल्स सब बताओ. चार्ट देखो, 9 राउंड है, ठीक है. अगर बंदा डायरेक्ट जीत जाए, अगर डायरेक्ट ही जीत जाए तो भाई 3 पॉइंट मिलेंगे, ठीक है. दैट्स द बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो. वो सिनेरियो है, तुम्हारी क्रश थी, तुमने उसको प्रपोज किया, उसने हाँ बोल दिया, शादी हो गई. देन देयर इज वन मोर सिनेरियो जहां पे तुम पहले ड्रॉ कर लो, फिर तुम टाई ब्रेक में जीत जाओ आर्मगेडन में. दैट इज की मतलब तुम्हारी क्रश से डेट तो किया बट शादी हो पाई, शादी अरेंज मैरिज हो गई. सो मतलब यू गेट 1.5 पॉइंट्स. लास्ट इज तुम शादी नहीं हो, तुम सिंगल मरे, दैट इज 1 पॉइंट. यू गेट 1 पॉइंट इन दैट केस. सॉरी, लास्ट तो हारने वाला है, दैट इज 0 पॉइंट्स. हाँ, सो काफी कॉम्प्लिकेट हो गया है. बट टाई ब्रेक में इफ यू रीच, यू गेट 1.5 points for winning and 1 point for losing, and directly if you win you get 3 points, directly if you lose you get 0 points. Can you dope in chess? Not really bhai. If doping was allowed सारे लोग chess board पे. Anyways, by the way, rook b5 played. The idea of this move is rook to d5, but the problem here is that this pawn is running. I can just play f4, and if you make a single mistake तो back rank mate हो सकती है, and that can be devastating. So let's see. Tari totally losing. Yeah, we saw Tari has lost the tie break. Mamedyarov gets 1.5 points. Tari gets 1 point here. Anish Giri's game has not started. Carlsen is pushing. Wesley is winning, and Anand is also winning. Now I think a move like f4, kicking this knight away forever, now that we have played h3, makes a lot of sense. आप बिल्कुल शाहरुख खान से हंसते हो. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई यार. मतलब किरण, वो तो हमारा ट्रेडमार्क है ही भाई. I have like 20 photos like this in this post on different platforms, so I have to take that one. आपकी चेस रेटिंग कितनी है? आपका नाम बता दो. मेरा नाम साहिल टिक्को है भाई. फिट रेटिंग is 2201. मामा 1 सुपर चैट मिस नहीं, मैंने पढ़ ली सुपर चैट यार. I read the super chat भाई, बिल्कुल I read the super chat. So I think now rook, of course we don't want to play, I mean d7 here would be a mistake because black can even just take, and after queen takes d7, queen takes e2 and black equalizes. So that's why I feel यहाँ पे we have to hold on for a while, थोड़ा hold करना है, and we can play for example f4 and try to kick this knight away, or also queen to d4. trying to trade queens is also a decent move here, not a bad move at all. So let's see what Vishy finds here. He has multiple choices, but the main problem is कि ये pawn को मरने नहीं देना, ये pawn जिंदा रहना चाहिए. It's very important. And now black can also think of, you know, these ideas. For example, let's say I play rook to d1, then knight f3 and rook d5 moves are coming into the game, and that can be a bit dangerous, a bit irritating. Rook d5 already, you know, attacks the pawn. Knight f3 के बाद, you know, check के बाद rook g5 check भी not right now possible, but at some point will be possible. So I think you have to be careful. But yeah, just f4. एक करके पीस को धक्का लगाओ, उनको पीछे भेजो. Like first knight को पीछे भेजेंगे, then we can send all these pieces back one by one. Queen s6 is not possible for now. I mean, you can play this, but I feel after a move like rook to c5, you also have some back rack issues. And it's not going to be like winning for black or anything, but white is still better, of course. But now this pawn is attacked. So you have to come back all the way, right? You have to come back all the way, and that's the main issue. So ये pawn हमारा main point है, and we will not let it lose. भैया तारी का स्कोर 1/3.5 क्यों दिखा रहा है? 1.1/3 होगा यार, या 1.3.5 हो सकता है. 1.5 1/3 होना चाहिए, 1/3 होना चाहिए. स्ट्रीम में बुलाना फ्यूचर में और इंटरेस्टिंग करेगा साल भाई. बिल्कुल भाई, कभी बुलाएंगे रवि भाई. आउट रेटेड गेम होगा क्या? रेटेड होगा ऑफ कोर्स, बट आई थिंक इट विल नॉट बी क्लासिकल रेटेड ऑफ कोर्स. टॉप इंजन मूव क्या है? लेट्स सी विशी प्लेज इट. Top engine move. भाई इंजन कंफ्यूज्ड है. Keep like if it's flipping between 2-3 moves, but I think f4 should be the best move though. I am getting 1 point every time in life. कि 1 point कहाँ से मिल रहा है भाई? कनाडा भेज दो. भाई बाकी के प्लेयर्स के रिजल्ट बताओ भाई. बाकी के भाई Mamedyarov defeated Tari in the tie break, so he gets 1.5 points. Tari gets 1 point. Anish Giri drew against Wesley Topalov, so he's playing the tie break right now. He'll play it. It will start soon. Then we have Wesley So, who's completely winning against Rajabov. So I think, yeah, Wesley So should manage to convert it, and he will go to 3 points. Then you have Carlsen trying to slowly outplay, you know, Wang Hao, but Wang Hao पूरा पकड़ के बैठा है Carlsen को फिलहाल के लिए. And then here Vishy Anand at the age of 52 completely winning against the world blitz champion and, you know, world top player MVL here. What a game, man. And his accuracy has literally been perfect. There's not been a single mistake, dude. Not a single mistake. Inaccuracy भी नहीं है भाई game में. I think it's not a single inaccuracy. f4 पे rook d5. f4 पे rook d5, you also have to notice the pawn. By the way, I can simply play, for example, queen somewhere, let's say queen to b2, attack this way, and if you move the knight somewhere, I think rook c8 is going to be mate here. Rook c8 is absolutely mate. So that's the main point. And let's see what happens. Sagar Shah streaming. Indeed, भाई किसी को सागर भाई की stream देखनी है, they can indeed go. Sagar भाई is, I think, streaming. मैं ही बोल देता हूँ भाई. चेस का शाहरुख खान अपना साहिल को thanks भाई. There is this rating IPL going on. भाई देखो यार, क्लासिकल बोरिंग कह रहा है भाई. क्लासिकल बोरिंग नहीं है भाई. क्लासिकल में ही यू कैन बिकम वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. क्लासिकल में ही यू कैन विन टाइटल्स. क्लासिकल रेटिंग इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट देयर. विच इज शोइंग द इंडियन टीम की कैसे खेलते हैं चेस. भाई इट्स अ गुड एग्जांपल. आई एम श्योर इट्स अ गुड एग्जांपल. जय हो देवांश भाई. भाई so nice. बिल्कुल भाई. Can you explain the format once just joined? Bhai, it's going to be as simple as that. It's going to be, you know, 9 rounds in total. And here, for example, यहाँ पे अगर लोग जीतते हैं तो 3 point मिलेंगे. If they draw, then they have to play a 10-minute blitz match. वहाँ पे जो जीतेगा 1.5 points. जो draw करेगा, he will get 1 point. Anyway, chat, let's go to the game of Anish Giri. It has started. We have the Catalan. Here is the same opening played by both players. I think Anish has found some, improvement there. So Anish Giri playing. You can see Anish has 10 minutes on the clock and Topalov has 6 minutes. So Topalov has 3 less minutes than Anish. This will be a very important game to follow as well. Whoever wins gets 1.5 points. Whoever loses gets 1 point. Is there a rest day? Yes, there's a rest day on 4th, I think. होल स्ट्रीम नक्शल फॉर्मेट ऑफ नॉर्वे चेस. भाई तब भी समझ नहीं आएगा, इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है. प्लेयर्स को भी समझ नहीं आया यार. Has age anything to do with chess? With age comes wisdom, right? Indeed, bhai. I think wisdom definitely is there, but I think also ambition and tactics are stronger for younger players. That's the main thing. भैया इतनी स्ट्रीम मत करा करो ना. क्यों भाई? The commentary is best. Thanks a lot, bhai. Wesley so winning. Really? I know we saw Wesley so winning. He was completely winning. आमरन 4-5 मिनट का होता था. हाँ, इन्होंने डबल कर दिया. वैसे डबल कर दिया उन्होंने. आई थिंक अक्षय कुमार की मूवी देख के आए. They've doubled it to 10 minutes versus 7 minutes, भाई. Let's go to the game of Carlsen once. कुछ हुआ क्या? Carlsen ने queen पूरी f1 ले ली भाई. I'm not sure that's the best square. Yeah, I don't think so. So Carlsen, I think, is going to maybe draw as well. Wang Hao holds on with the black pieces. And Anish Giri game देखते क्या चल रहा है. Knight c3 played. Anish definitely looking, having some chances here with the weak d5 pawns, these hanging pawns. Maybe rook d1 here, rook e1 looks better for Anish Giri. Let's go to the game of Vishy Anand again, and he's still thinking. आपके चेस 24 की क्लॉक में 10 मिनट का फर्क है. कौन सी क्लॉक सही है? आई थिंक क्लॉक शायद कोई भी सही ना हो, बिकॉज क्लॉक्स आई थिंक दे कीप चेंजिंग हियर, अपडेट होती रहती है. आई थिंक क्लॉक्स पे किसी भरोसा मत करो, कोई भी सही नहीं होगी. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर जो लाइव फुटेज में दिख रही होगी ना वही क्लॉक सही है. इट्स गुड टाइम, नहीं तो फ्लैगिंग ही होती है. इफ नॉट चेस, या आई नो मैन. Nice full support to your stream. Please call with it anyone for more interest in live stream. I will, man. I will someday. I'm in touch with it someday for sure. अरे ज्यादा ऐसा नहीं होता यार. That's not true. It's all fine. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता भाई. I think ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. अपग्रेड होती रहती है, मतलब क्या? Can't see scoreboard. भाई there is no scoreboard. This is the first round, Mitesh भाई. This is the first round. There is no scoreboard. अभी कोई गेम जीता ही नहीं है. I think Mamedyarov is the only guy who won the match. So there is no scoreboard here. And now I think Vishy is calculating, should I go for f4? I mean, how do I tackle this move? One move that comes to mind, first is the move rook c8 check. It makes some sense, of course, and you can play this with the idea of queen b2. But I think the problem is queen e1 check, and your king is also a bit bare. So there will be some tactics here for black also. It is not a one-way street. That's the main point. Your king is weak. I can prepare my rook to come here, and it can be a double-edged sword. It's not that easy for white. So it is possible, though. It is possible. It's not the end of the world. But I think Vishy will probably come up with a better solution. Maybe f4 first, pushing the knight back to d7, let's say. And the knight is passive now, and it becomes much easier for me to advance my pieces, I feel. So let's see what Vishy plays, though. 29 minutes. Nice. Can video in Tara steal? Yes, bhai. Bote is not playing Olympiad. I think वो उसने 4 दिन की प्रेप करके थक गई होगी. 1.5 करोड़ व्यूअर्स देखकर मजा टिक्कू जी ऐसे ही डेली आएंगे. देखते हैं भाई, डिपेंड्स. Are you going to attend chess-based originals death match? I am not sure, Desh bhai. I am not sure. If I don't have a reason to be there, I am not really sure. मुंबई जाना पड़ेगा ना भाई. Don't worry. I hope the 500 subscribe quickly. What was your favorite subject in school? Man, I think it was probably none. Anyways, who do you think will win this tournament? What is the prize money? I think the prize money must be like $60,000-$70,000 at least, euros in this case, because it's Europe. But I think if I have to choose a winner right now, we will have to go with Carlsen, because Carlsen is the guy who's the world champion. He's the favorite to win. But if I have to go for somebody who I believe in and I hope wins, it will be Vishy sir for sure. Stop nepotism, Karan. Vishy can come in top 10. Why? Yeah, bilkul he can. If you mean in the world, yes, totally. Move number 29. That means move number 30 khelni hai. 11 more moves to go before they gain an increment of 10 seconds. Each move. Why is queen e6? Queen e6 I think can be played, but the issue is black can play rook c5. And now he prevents your rook from entering, and you have to take, of course. Queen takes, and suddenly your pawn is hanging. So the queen has to come back. And there was no point of playing queen h6. Rook c5 is a problem there. Saurabh bhai. d7 pe knight d7. Indeed, d7, knight d7. Because if you take, I can take on e2, and this is a dead draw. Because the queen defends the rook, yeah. Very, very important. So d7 doesn't work, and Vishy has to come up with something else here. हाँ सॉच किंग भाई बिल्कुल. ढोल फिल्म का विलन याद है आपको? नहीं यार. By the way, Giri game में क्या चल रहा है यार? Oh, Anish Giri got an isolated pawn. Now this should be really bad, right? This should be really bad, because once you have 2 pawns, if this pawn was here and let's say the rook was back defending the bishop, that would be okay for black. But with the isolated pawn, this means knight will go to d4 or e5, rook will come to d3, double up rooks, triple up pieces, and this pawn will be incredibly weak. The bishop will attack, knight, queen, rook, dusra rook. I mean, every piece will attack this pawn, and this will fall at some point. So I expect Anish Giri to win this match indeed. Let's go to the game of Carlsen. क्या चल रहा है भाई? Wang Hao played rook a6. He's trying to exchange pieces. That's definitely in Wang Hao's favor. If he exchange all pieces, bishop endgame might be a draw. So that's why I think he can bring the king to e6 and the bishop endgame will be a draw indeed. He's preparing rook c6 here, then rook c8, and Carlsen is running out of chances. I think it should be a draw now. So Carlsen also will not go to 3 points. You'll see the tie break of Carlsen as well. Let's go to the Anand game again. He's still thinking, dude. He's still thinking. पॉन भी लाइक अकेला देखकर सब चढ़ जाते हैं भाई यार ये अकेला पॉन बहुत खतरनाक है रे ये अकेला पॉन रानी बन सकता है यार rook c7 now rook c7 is not threatening anything in fact rook d5 here and maybe black is actually winning because the knight is kind of hanging and queen e1 check आ रहा है rook takes d6 आ रहा है so I don't like rook c7 it's looking optically good but it's not good rook d5 queen d5 is a great line but what does white I mean first white has to play right I mean do you mean f4 and rook d5 but I'm not sure about this I am not sure about this one even this might be better for white but might not be winning king f8 maybe and this is maybe not winning yeah rook check king g7 d7 queen takes e2 d8 queen and maybe black draws with repetition yeah and even though white is a rook up it's a draw right it's a dead draw it's a draw so black will draw with repetition that doesn't work so I think white should probably play f4 kick the knight back and then decide what to do Wang Hao को हल्के मतलब Wang Hao indeed हल्के में यार Anish game अरे हाँ क्या हुआ यार अरे यार Anish is getting better and better because I think now this pawn is even weaker because he exchanged this rook and now there's so much pressure yeah looks lost for Topalov unfortunately let's go to the Anand game again come on let's go आज 2 घंटे भाई ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यार why Sagar's chat is have some tolerance buddy Sagar's chat I have no clue भाई this is not Sagar this is Sahil भाई हम इतने मिलते जुलते नहीं है यार let's go भाई f4 come on I have no clue why the chat is not displayed by and oh he played f4 dude he played the best move again भाई विशी क्या खेल रहे हैं यार he's finding all the best moves dude best moves जो हम साला 1000 लोग मिलके डिस्कस करके इंजन से रेफर करके मतलब एनालाइज करके निकाल रहे ही इज फाइंडिंग अकेला ओवर द बोर्ड dude that is insane that is completely insane dude and now the knight has to go back to d7 Anand owns Stockfish he is why I think he is playing like an engine Norway Chess please give Nikhil Kamath award to Vishy भाई निखिल कामत award हो सकता है यार I think उसका नाम इतना खराब हो गया ना इसलिए हो नहीं सकता but still भाई इतना कैसे शौक भाई तुम इमेजिन करो ना they've been 30 moves so far 30 moves में से I think 30 की 30 literally almost इंजन की first preference है dude and it's not easy it's not like a standard position यार मतलब जहाँ पता क्या करना है Vishy for Olympiad I hope so man चेस में पॉन ही बड़ा लिखा क्योंकि उसके ये तरीके हो सकते हैं ये क्या यार Chat, do like the stream यार and if you're here for the first time do subscribe to the channel guys एक लाल बटन आपके सामने सब्सक्राइब पे क्लिक कर दो यार हमारी फैमिली में शामिल हो जाओ यार मजा आ जाएगा बाकी क्या खत्म नहीं बाकी गेम चल रही है आई थिंक या अनीश गॉट द पॉन चैट ओ माय गॉड इट्स ओवर चैट इट्स ओवर खत्म अनीश इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग पॉन अप वो भी इतना खतरनाक पॉन है इट इज लॉस्ट इंडीड So Anish Giri will win this match. Mamedyarov has won his match. Wesley So playing on with a clear edge. C4 now incoming. He should be easily winning this game against Rajabov. Rajabov not in good form. Coming and playing after so long. Yeah, after I think 2 years he's playing a OTP game. And he will lose the first OTP game he plays. At least classical. Not a good sign for him. He also finished last in the blitz section. So not a good start for him at all. And now Carlsen trying to push. But I expect a draw to happen here. And now we go to Vishy Anand. And Vishy Anand, you will not believe it, chat. He finds the best move once more. Queen to d4. Chat, what happens if you take the knight, chat? If I take the knight, isn't it like free knight? What does white play, chat? Come on. What is the move for white? Vishy की एज में कार्लसन विशी जैसा खेल पाया तो भी बड़ी बात होगी उसके लिए. ये बात तो है भाई. ये बात तो है. Rook c8. Indeed. Rook c8 is mate. That is the tactical idea behind this. And if for example he takes the queen, that is the only move here because rook c8 is coming anyway, so queens have been traded off. And now chat, white is completely winning. The only move for black is rook d5. But now comes a crazy move, knight to c6, rook takes d6, knight to b4, and जो plan avoid करने की कोशिश कर रहा था, याद है MVL ने b4 खेल दिया था, rook b8 खेल दिया था. We have those connected pawns, bhai. He can play rook d4, try to win this. We will play knight c6. He will win this pawn, but he will lose the game. a4, and हम अब ऐसी दौड़ लगाएंगे ना, ऐसी दौड़ लगाएंगे जैसे चिट फंड स्कैम करके हम ही भाग रहे हैं भाई. So this is completely lost for MVL. Vishy is completely winning this game. His chat is not being shown on the screen. We are watching your stream all together, man. Acha. Nice. Nice. He has played rook d5. Let's go, Vishy. Rook c4 also possible, I think. But knight c6 is also possible. Both moves completely winning. Pawn goes burr indeed. मैंने कल Storm Chess में 5 बार जीते. Nice यार. Congratulations गोकुल भाई. He's winning, but still some tricks for MVL if he managed to blockade the pawns. But how? You can't defend the b4 pawn now. You can't. Rook c4, and how do you defend this pawn? Once the b4 pawn is lost, it's over, I feel. It's practically over. Because white also has f4. You can't create a pass pawn majority of your own. अगर ये pawn यहाँ होता, black could possibly try e4, f5 and create this, dominating pawn chain. But वो भी नहीं होने वाला भाई. It's completely lost. Like, if I was white here against MVL, there's a good chance I would win this game. So I think Vishy will win this easily. Brief look at AG's game. Chat क्या चल रहा है? Yeah, AG is completely winning now. I think b4 now for white, defending this b2 pawn. And then simply f5, f6 should be completely winning for AG. I think it's lost. I think Topalov can design. You can't even go here because of knight e7 check, winning the queen. So bishop has to go back to f8 now. And then f5, f6, breaking the structure. Anish is completely winning here. Let's go to the game of Carlsen once more. Yeah, still draw. Let's go to Vishy Anand. Can you try commentary without looking at the engine for a moves for a while? Curious. I don't look at the engine moves actually. I don't know if you believe it or not, but I don't actually look at the engine moves. I think knight c6 to take this pawn, rook c4. I think ये pawn पिछले 30 moves से मारने का plan है मेरा, so I don't need to look at the engine for this. No offense, Mr. Quinton 234. I think classical has more stakes, Vamsi bhai. It has more stakes, and he plays knight c6. Because knight c2 would be a move, but knight c2 there was rook c5. For example, you might say knight c2, but now rook c5, and this is not easy for white. Yeah, suddenly there's a pin. I can't ever move my knight or rook, so that's why knight c6 was the most obvious move. You want to capture this. That's the basic idea here, and the knight was hanging, of course. So that was the basic idea. And he takes on d6, and knight takes b4 now from Vishy. Let's go. Why Vishy क्या खेल रहे हैं भाई? Let's take on b4. Why? Let's take on b4. Of course, I do take help from the engine. There's no doubt. I mean, if there's a complicated position, I cannot calculate it like Vishy does. Of course, there's no doubt. But I don't need the help on every move, bhai. भाई मेरी रेटिंग सिर्फ 420 से क्या करे भाई, तो छोड़ दे चेस. मजाक कर रहा भाई, यार टैक्स सॉल्व करो यार. Carlsen won what? कुछ भी. घंटा equal position है भाई. And now the A pawn is the nightmare for the knight, chat. This is going to be very difficult. Maybe he can win the f4 pawn, but he will push the knight. He will start pushing the A pawn. And why do we push the A pawn first? Because A pawn is much more difficult for the knight to stop. That is the main idea. A pawn is much more difficult for the knight to stop. Anish won, chat. Anish has won. Arey wah. Ye kya hua bhai? Ruko. Did he blunder a fork? Why Topalov blundered a simple fork, dude? He missed knight e3. What? Wait, this is crazy, right? He missed knight e3. Wait, that is crazy. That's why don't retire in chat. Don't retire in chess. Very important. Don't retire. Tactics are very important. And let's go. Anish has won. So chat, so far we have the results of 4 players in 2 games. Mamedyarov and Anish are on 1.5 points, and Aryan, Tari and Topalov are on 1 point each. So far, nobody has gotten the full 3 points. Now my chat is also not being displayed. Please let him know, guys. Bhai chat aa rahi hai Vikas bhai, hogi for sure. I can see the chat. वो fast जा रही होगी बस. So let's go to the game of Carlsen. Most likely a draw. Rajabov is completely lost, and Vishy Anand completely winning. Can Vishy beat Magnus? Bhai, he did win. He did win the blitz section, so it's totally possible, dude. It's totally possible. Rook d4, then rook c4. If rook d4, the thing is, you could play rook c4, but I think we should not worry about this pawn because ये pawn उतना important नहीं है. Just push the a pawn, dude. Just run. Just run like crazy because ये pawn ढूंढना कितना मुश्किल है. How do you stop it? You can't go rook d4, rook c4, rook b4, rook a4. How do you stop this pawn? I don't see any way. Like, how do you stop? You can't play knight b8. You can't play knight c5. How do you stop this pawn? I don't see a single way. Maybe e5, rook f6, but still. Okay, e5. Let's try e5, a5, rook f6 maybe. But it's a6, dude. And this knight is already defended. What am I thinking? So how do you defend it? Oh, he played e5. Wow. That's a crazy move because e5 here, he wants to activate his pieces and not allow knight c6. That makes some genuine sense. But now it's just a clear 2 pawns on the queen side. Now he has no chance to create any counterplay, right? 1300 से 1500 में कितना टाइम लगेगा? I think you can reach that in 6 months if you work hard. Sack rook and knight for the pawns. I don't think so. इतना complicate करने की ज़रूरत है, chat. If you are winning, don't complicate matters for no reason whatsoever. If there is a simple win, go for the simple win. I think this was Karpov's, number one strategy, keeping it simple. कल रेस डे नहीं, कल मैच होगा भाई. कल बिल्कुल मैच होगा. भाई बहुत तेजी होने. Okay, he takes the pawn. And now, chat, as you can see, we are nearing the 40th move, so increment भी add होगा 5 move बाद. And now I think knight takes e5 के बाद we can start pushing the pawns very, very quickly. He takes the pawn with the knight. So I think black maybe wants rook d2 if allowed to, but yeah, knight defends a2, so not a big deal. Knight d3 we can even just take. Even the rook end game is completely winning. आज चिको भाई अलग ही बड़े यूट्यूबर वाले एटीट्यूड में है भाई. क्या एटीट्यूड है भाई? कुछ भी. No extra time. No, there's increment. From move 1 till move 40, there was no increment there. After move 40, there's an increment of, let's say, 10 seconds. Yeah, Anugrah bhai. How much elo rating does state level players have in India? Depends on which state, bhai. If it's in South India, I think it'll be much, much higher. If it's in North India, it'll be much lower. By the check given by black. And now simply king h2. Let's go king h2. कल किसके साथ है? Tomorrow, I will check it out for you. कल किसके साथ है यार? Tomorrow the match is against Topalov. अरे कल भी crazy match है यार Topalov के साथ. That will be insane. How long is stream today? Until the match finishes, chat. Until the match finishes, we'll have the stream. Rook a1, a4 effect कैसा है? Yeah, makes sense. But black has the rook on the first rank now. You can't go rook a1. But the main thing is, chat, what's black's counterplay? The thing is, imagine if white sits for 5 moves. White 5 move, बस chill करे. Of course, ये नहीं कि भाई तुम rook ये और ये मार दो, and I will of course move my knight. What's black's counterplay? There is no counterplay, dude. Maybe he goes h5, h4, then maybe he goes knight d3, knight f4, knight e2, knight g3. तब तक तो हम सब सो चुके होंगे भाई. तब तक stream भी खत्म हो चुकी है, हम सो चुके होंगे. It's not happening. Should we exchange rooks? Yeah. If white can exchange rooks, that's also even better because the A pawn is a killer against the knight. So these 2 pawns, knight endgames are very similar to pawn endgames, chat. So if you have, for example, these 2 pawns, they will crush the knight, dude. They will crush the knight. F6, rook. कोई play ही नहीं है भाई. He has to defend. Let's go A4, dude. A4. Let's go A4. If rook B1, he has rook C3. Let's go A4. अभी मिस्टर कॉइन जी बोलेंगे आप इंजन से देख के A4 क्यों बोल रहे हो भाई? Let's go A4 भाई. Let's go. Topalov, अरे nice. Vishy blundered, not really bhai. I like his move. A4, let's go. Considering the fact that Raja prepared for a lot of months, but here he's losing. Is it like that he won't reveal his prep or anything else? Of course, he will not reveal his prep, so he might be playing some moves which he knows. He might be avoiding his main prep, but his performance does not have to be so bad because he might hold on to his prep, but he might just lose his confidence. If he has a low confidence, he cannot play well there. Thanks a lot, Sanket bhai. A4 is equal. क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम? A4. Let me check this. Rook B1, Rook C3. How is it equal? I don't see it. I don't see how is it equal. I think white is still winning. A5, A6 incoming, right? I don't see the problem here. Maybe there could be a better move though, but I think A4 is very logical here. What else could I play? I could start with Rook C3 first. Also possible. I'm also considering here Rook C2 for a moment, just to have this Rook on B2 and then start pushing the pawns. But it's a bit slow, yeah. It's a bit slow. Matlab, slow for no reason. I mean, I can just push the pawn. Why do I need all of this crap? I have 2 pawns. If I had 1 pawn, I would worry about this. I have 2 pawns, right? So I can sacrifice one for the other at some point. So let's push A4. Rook C2, I think he will probably, Rook B1. But now, maybe then Rook C3 and then A4. Again, I have the same plan. So A4 feels like a decent move, man. I mean, there is no stress. The knight is not doing much now. Days kitne hai? I think it's around 9 days with rest days in between. Then we should say jaldi kal panvel nikalna hai. Did Magnus lose advantage? Yeah, he was completely winning 1 point, but he lost his advantage. He blundered. I think he took it slowly. He went very slowly and lost his edge, and now it's supposed to be equal, and it will end in a draw now because black got this crazy blockade and he defends the d5 pawn. But they will go into the Armageddon as well, so we'll see one more match between Carlsen and Wang Hao. And in terms of Rajabov has found some interesting move b5 here, which is a nice pawn sacrifice, I would say, to get some squares, but it still feels like it's not enough, and Wesley should be much more better. So now Vishy sir thinking, I think this is the time he wants to take a brief look कि भाई what's my plan. It's not about individual moves anymore कि भाई क्या करना है. It's more about कि what's my plan, where will my knight be when I'm queening, where will my rook be when I'm queening, is black going to have some counterplay with h5, h4, and do I have to think about that? So for example, if you put the rook on c3, you also ensure yourself, for example, any sort of counterplay with knight g3 at some point in h4 does not work because I can just sacrifice the rook and win with the pawn. So that's also one more benefit of rook c3. Hey Manish bhai, kya haal hai? Anish won the Armageddon game. Knight c6. Now you might want to play this, but black will not exchange. He will not exchange. Stop statism. What statism? He will play knight d7 or something else. He will not exchange. He will attack your rook, and you again have to come back. So I think the knight on b4 is. You could play this. It's not losing for white or anything, but it's not going to exchange knights. Right? Black is not stupid. KK is no more. क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम? KK सिंगर था ना? क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम? Really? क्या बात कर रहे हो? Oh my God, KK passed away? भाई साहब, I have actually attended his concert. Yeah, I was in Infosys. वहां पे KK आया था. KK में attend किया था थापर में. Somewhere I attended his concert. Crap, that is so sad, man. Yeah, he died. मैंने अभी देखा Google करके. Shit, that is sad, man. That is really sad. I've attended his concert, man. Really, I've attended his concert. Anyways. भाई क्या दुनिया है भाई. Anyways, man, let's go A4. I think A4 he should go. Yeah, RIP KK, man. Yeah, I love his songs. मैं भी सुनता हूँ. Yeah, I still listen to his songs. That's crazy. Post concert in Kolkata. अरे यार. Sidhu Moosewala also, indeed, man. This happened yesterday. Really? हमको आज कैसे पता लग रहा है यार? KK is a singer, dude. He's a singer. Yeah, one of my favorites as well, indeed. इतने सारे लोग मरे जा रहे हैं. नीलाद्री भाई ध्यान से यार, ऐसा और टेम्प्ट ना करें यूनिवर्स को. Yeah, man, RIP KK, man. Indeed, sad to hear this. Sad to hear this, indeed. Really sad to hear this. Things haven't been same after 2020. I have to agree, bhai. I have to agree. I am still at Infosys Power Program at Infi. अरे nice शिखर भाई, कौन से Infosys में हो? By the chat, I think they are coming low on time now. I think they have to play the moves. Of course, they have enough. Only have to play 3 more moves to reach the time, like they reach increment. But still, they have to play a bit faster because time कम हो रहा है. Clock पे increment is only 10 seconds. It's not 30 seconds. So they cannot afford to go all the way down to 10 seconds. Then blunders happen. So they have to be really careful. Infi Mysore. तो अभी तो वहाँ सुहानी आई होगी ना? Infi Mysore में I saw she came to Infi Mysore, right? ठीक है भाई, सही हो ना? ये क्या है अर्थ भाई? ये क्या है भाई? मुझे मारने की प्लानिंग क्यों कर रहे हो यार? Rook d5. I mean, yeah, but black will not exchange rooks, right? He will play rook b1, rook a1 or something. He will not exchange rooks. So that's the main problem. You cannot hope. You have to find the best moves. And we'll put up tough resistance chat. ध्यान रखना. Oh, by the way, he plays a4. कौन था भाई a4 equal evaluation वाला भाई? Vishy ने तो खेल दिया भाई, at least. He goes with my move, and I have to say it's probably the best move in the position as well, dude. Your opponent is not your friend, indeed. He died while at a concert, during the concert. क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम? KK नहीं मरा है, check भाई. अभी मैंने देखा यार, लोगों ने ट्वीट करा हुआ है. Indians move. एक सेकंड वापस जाके. Indians move is knight c2 and a4. Now knight c2 I am not so sure about. Not a big fan of knight c2, I have to say. I think I like a4 more. Will Withwin Tata Steel? Yes, most likely yes. किधर है न्यूज भाई? मैंने गूगल करा लिटरली भाई. KK गूगल करो यार. डॉक्टर DK अग्रवाल, क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम भाई? मैंने फालतू में सिंगर को तो नहीं मार दिया? क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम? कुछ भी. नहीं यार, सिंगर पास्ड अवे because of a heart attack. He was there for a concert and he died. Yeah, he died literally. I think 20 सेकंड पहले के ट्वीट से भाई, he died literally. Karakin will Elon Musk tweet to say, "Bhai, I can deal with Elon Musk tweet. I can't deal with Karakin's tweet." By the way, Rook B1 played, and now chat. यहाँ देखो, you have Rook C3 as one move, which was my choice. There's one more move that is Knight to D5, and the idea is कि आप अगर ये मारोगे, I'll take on F6. But honestly, if I was playing this, I would just play Rook C3. I don't want to give up my connected pass pawns. That's really, really important. साहिल भाई चैनल का नाम साहिल चेस स्ट्रीम रख लो. अच्छा है भाई, साहिल चेस स्ट्रीम साउंड्स वियर्ड. साहिल टिक्कू रख सकता था, but chess is also nice. I like this name. Tell some songs of KK. भाई यार कितने सारे मेरे प्लेलिस्ट में यार. KK का है ना, KK का है ना. KK भाई कोलकाता नाइट्स आफ्टर IPL. भाई ये नहीं है यार. Come on chat. We are looking at history being made here. Vishy started taking the lead in Norway Chess after round 1 at the age of 52. He plays the move Rook C3. Makes a lot of sense. And now the A pawn will run. ऐसे भागेगा कि मतलब मिल्खा सब चौंधिया जाएंगे यार. RCC like 50-year-old South American uncle. ये क्या है भाई? मेरा वेरिएशन देखो, कौन सा वेरिएशन भाई? विद एनी सेकंड टाइल टूर अरे क्रैश में विद यार. दैट्स ऑसम. फर्स्ट कौन आया? हैंस न्यूमैन आया क्या? हम रहे ना रहे ये रहेंगे पल. अरे हाँ यार, हाँ क्या मुझे प्यार है, एग्जैक्टली वही कह रहा था. जैसे विजय माल्या भागा. एनीवे चैट, बाय द वे MVL has 8 more minutes on the clock, so Vishy has to be careful. He has to be careful. He cannot take too much time. You know, when you're completely winning, you have seconds on the clock. We have seen people blunder entire rooks. So ये pawn क्या चीज़ है? So I think we have to be really, really careful here. We have to use limited amount of time and start to push these pawns. ताकि जब तक वो final stage आए, जहाँ पे कुछ second है, either we've already won the game or we're just winning. It's just a trivial win. So let's see. Rook A1 हो सकता है, but we can also push A6. For example, let's say black plays King F7. You play, for example, A5. He plays Rook A1. I can also go A6, right? And this knight is difficult to attack. So I think this is not so bad. And in fact, black goes Rook A1 directly. So now, chat, I think because he has done this, we have two choices. Either we can play Knight C2 and try to kick away this Rook a little bit. Or it's time for the king to enter the game भाई. Let's go. King को लाते भाई गेम में. I think king के गेम में एंट्री आ चुकी है. If the king can go here, black can resign. भाई ये कितने सारे बॉट्स आ रहे हैं भाई, क्या हो गया इनको भाई? एक MPL की स्ट्रीम कर ली, इतने बॉट्स आ गए. छी यार. भाई ये क्या चल रहा है यार? KK बंगाली है ना? I'm not sure about this. Yeah man. KK RIP indeed. ठीक है भाई, MVL को कॉल करके बोलो हमें सोना है, जल्दी रिजाइन करे. भाई ये तो है यार, ये सोना भी है, बट लेकिन आई थिंक रिजाइन करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. आई वुड रादर स्ट्रीम फॉर एक्स्ट्रा 5 minutes देन यू नो. ओ बाय द वे, Vishy plays Rook to C7. Oh my god, is he trying for some counterplay stuff? Because this is risky, right? Because you could lose both your pawns. The idea, of course, long term is to like capture on F6, capture H7, and also play with the A pawn. I think these are plans. Like you try to win the B3 pawn, I push my A pawn like crazy. Maybe it's not so bad, yeah. It's not so bad practically. सर्च हिस्ट्री नहीं भाई, ये मैंने हमने MPL की स्ट्रीम करी थी, वहां पहली बार देखे थे मैंने बॉट्स, वहां से स्टार्ट हुए हैं. कंसोल के दौरान दैट या आई सॉ दैट मैन. वैंग और कार्लसन इक्वल हो गया. हाँ, इट्स इक्वल मैन. चैट डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम चैट, एंड इफ यू आर हियर फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम डू सब्सक्राइब चैनल गाइस. आपके सामने सब्सक्राइब बटन होगा लाल का, उसको दबा दो, पुचिक करके हमारी फैमिली में शामिल हो जाओ यार. एंड ही रिजाइंड डूड. MVL रिजाइंड डूड. भाई हम लोग ये गेम तो 50 घंटा और खेलते रहे. MVL रिजाइंड डूड. ही रिजाइंड. ओ नो, ये व्हाट? अरे रिजाइन आया था ना अभी. ये क्या है भाई? व्हाट? ये क्या हुआ? अभी तो रिजाइन दिखाया था. chess.com, ये क्या गलती है भाई? अभी तो रिजाइन दिखाया था यार. Where the resignation go? है chess.com, what the hell? भाई ये कौन सा प्रैंक खेला chess.com? ये क्या था यार? अभी दिखा दिया विंस. मैंने कहा मैं तो कहा, मैंने कहा चलो चैट, बहुत मजा आया भाई स्ट्रीम करने में. भाई ये क्या था यार? Chess.com, naughty Chess.com, don't do this in the name of chess. ये क्या था भाई? Chess.com मजे ले रहा है भाई, इंडियन 150 करोड़ लोगों के मजे ले रहा है भाई, जनता माफ नहीं करेगी. No, the game is still going on. The game is still going on, I think. He did like Amruta handshake with Samay. भाई Amruta handshake with Samay क्या है? अरे फिर दिखा रहा है वन. भाई ये क्या चल रहा है यार? ए Chess.com, हमारी फीलिंग्स नहीं खेलने का रे, ठीक है ना? मतलब हम नन्हे मुन्ने राही हैं भाई. पक्का रिजाइन किया कि नहीं किया है? मैं खुशी मनाऊं कि ना मनाऊं? पक्का ना? Vishy won Czech broadcast. They are post analyzing. अरे nice dude, nice. एक बार Chess 24 की स्ट्रीम में कंफर्म कर लेते हैं. Chat, let me confirm this. If Vishy has indeed won, just to once look at this chat. It's very important to confirm this thing. कि Vishy has won or not. Let me give you the final confirmation. Vishy Anand जीते हैं कि नहीं? Yeah, Vishy has won. Vishy has indeed won. They are analyzing the game. MVL resigns and Vishy Anand has gotten 3 points. They have won, bhai. They have indeed won. What a game, dude. Dude, he's the first guy to go to 3 points. The first guy to go to 3 points. What a game. What a game. Flawless game, man. Accuracy पता है 97.5. 97.5 accuracy by Vishy. 93.8 by MVL. Not enough for the great legend. Crazy, bhai. Giri and Shah का Armageddon हो गया. हाँ, Giri won. So, chat, let me give you the results. Mamedyarov and Tari drew, and then in the tie breaks, Mamedyarov defeated Tari. He gained 1.5 points. Tari got 1. Anish Giri and Wesley Topalov drew. Anish Giri won in the tie breaks. He got 1.5. Wesley got 1. Carlsen against Wang Hao is going to be a draw most likely. Although Carlsen will try to push for a long while. They will also go to tie breaks. And then Wesley is, I think, completely winning against Teimour Radjabov. So he will push for a long while. I expect him to win. And then finally we have Vishy Anand. Bhai kya dhoya hai. And this is the benefit of having Vishy Anand super GMs play for much longer against William Hari. Indeed, bhai, thanks so much for the super chat and the kind words. I think Vishy Anand has played some amazing chess. I think it will only inspire the youngsters as well. And I mean, if he continues like this for the entire tournament, I am really hoping and begging God कि भाई he somehow plays the Olympiad, dude. If he plays like this, he needs to be there, man. He needs to be there on in board 1 or 2, whatever it is, he needs to be there. But regardless, it's a great performance. We should play like this with till 80 with kids of great grandkids age. Why he resigned? So he resigned because there is no easy defense. There are 2 connected pass pawns. Also, for example, there is a threat of knight d5, knight f6 check, and rook h7, knight h7. Also, for example, if you play rook b1, try to capture this pawn. I can simply play knight d5, rook takes b3, knight f6 check, king f8, knight h7 check, and now I'm again 1 2 3 against 1, 2 pawns up. You're losing on the king side, you're losing on the queen side, and should be lost. That's why he resigned. The engine bar only shows slightly plus here, but to be honest, this is just completely lost. I mean, if you left the engine on for a few hours, it will show you the correct evaluation. Can any team Olympic team be changed now? Can Vishy win vote 1? It's fixed for now. I think it's fixed. I don't think it can be changed unless Vishy himself decides to play and the players agree and whatever happens. But a guy can dream, man. A guy can dream, because India mein ho raha hai Olympiad, and you would love to have the best Indian team fighting for the Olympiad, right? You want it at all cost. And of course, nobody in India right now can match Vishy, regardless. Even if he's not in form, he's still better than the others for now. So I think he should be there, but he's not playing. He's a mentor. He'll try to teach the youngsters on how to do it better. That's also a great help. So it's not like he'll not be there. But regardless, whatever he has chosen is the final answer. And yeah, I mean, he's playing great chess. That's the best thing. And also he has an election, yes. As Kaushne played till 80. Indeed, Kaushne played till 80. Indeed. Vishy ki rating 11 number pe hai kya? Really? Let me confirm this. So, chat, I think he's gone from world number 15 to world number... okay, I think it's classical. Arey, band karo yaar ad. Classical. Arey, Vishy is world number 11, dude. Vishy is world number 11 now. And he's literally just 4 points behind Hikaru. If Vishy wins tomorrow against Topalov, he enters the world top 10 again. That is indeed... Bhai, kaise? He's 52. Dude, क्रिकेट प्लेयर्स को 15 साल हो गए रिटायर होते हुए. He's 52. I know it's not the same as cricket, but still, that's insane. That's insane. Oof. Yeah, happy I heard about that one. That's the sad news for sure. And Aronian, of course, is world number 6. So in this tournament, I think Giri is, of course, 2760. So Vishy could totally, like, he could totally. He's 11th, by the way, right? He's 11th, 2750. No, wait, he's not 11th. How is he 11th though? He's not 11th, right? Because I think ये ranking गलत कैसे दिखा रहा है? I think अभी shift करा नहीं है इन्होंने. They've not added the ratings for some because 11 rank तो दिखा रहा है, so I expect it to be 11. Nakamura 10th, कुछ गड़बड़ होगा I think. Regardless, Vishy is number 11 in the world right now. MVL drops exactly. Hey Smriti, how are you? कैसे हो? Cricket is far easier than chess. I know, but cricket में physical body चाहिए होती है ना, so it's much more difficult to play top level. Mind में it's a bit easier. If he wins some more games, Vishy can become number 7 of Nepo. By Nepo से आगे तो निकल जाएंगे तो I'll be very happy. Standings में score देखो बहुत अजीब है. Mamedyarov 1.5 by 3.5. I don't know why it's 3.5. That feels a bit weird to me. कि 3.5 क्यों है भाई? Let me just confirm कि standings में क्या score दिखा रहा है. So chat, let's look at the standings once. Usually standings के terms में I trust Chess 24 only. Let us go to the Chess 24 website to check out the standings once. क्या बोल रहे हैं लोग? Standings में, yeah, it's showing 1.5 by 3.5, which is a bit weird. 3 by 3, 1.5 by 3.5. I mean, yeah, technically it makes sense because I don't know why it makes sense though. I don't know, man. क्या चक्कर है ये क्या ड्रामा है? बट रिगार्डलेस आई थिंक वो मैटर नहीं करता कितने में से है, मैटर करता है कि कितने पॉइंट है. 3, 1.5, 1.5, 1. So Vishy is the only guy who is on 3 points for now. Imagine Vishy starts playing more tournaments and casually overtakes Magnus rating influence. इतना ये ज़्यादा हो गया भाई, ज़्यादा हो गया. 28 से 70 क्रॉस करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है भाई. Every time I open chess with opens in a new language. अच्छा है ना, multilingual. They are trying to teach you. By the way, briefly about Carlsen's game. I think Carlsen's game is a dead draw. They will agree to a draw very soon. Rajabov's game, I think Wesley So is still pushing. He is a pawn up and he has a better position as well. Strong knight on d5. So I expect him to win as well. So I think we will have the tiebreak of Carlsen against Wang Hao. And then Wesley So will go to 3 points. So we'll have Wesley So and Vishy Anand both on 3 points. I think that's what's going to happen. But regardless, bhai, ab kal Vishy ka black pieces against Topalov hai. So I expect Vishy to kind of put up a tough fight against Topalov and even defeat him. Because Topalov is not in great form. I saw Insignia, bhai. He's no more. I saw that one. Hari just does not seem to be at his actual level nowadays. What has happened? God knows. Really scared for Olympiad. Hari is not at his peak. There's no doubt. His peak was like 2760. His peak was literally, matlab itna peak pe tha ki bhai, matlab he was challenging Carlsen literally at some point. He's not at his peak right now. But yeah, I mean, chart में 1-0 नहीं है. I think वो error होगा. He is one. He has one. I can confirm he has one. They have even left the table. I saw it on the live footage. कुछ भी भाई, क्रिकेट बहुत डिफिकल्ट होती है ऐसे अपने स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में डिफेंड करने के लिए. आई एम नॉट सप्रेसिंग क्रिकेट. आई मीन who on earth can suppress cricket, dude? I mean, every person in the world watches it. All I'm saying is it's very difficult to perform at the same performance at the age of 50, for example, than 35. That was my point. Waiting for the day Vishy defeats world champion Daniel Giri. Nice. Vishy के win से उनकी rating कितनी बढ़ी? I think 5 point बढ़ी होगी. And now he's 2756. He's world number 11 already. Yeah. Hari peak rating is 2770. Indeed, that's my point. He was literally top 5 level player in the world at some point, and now he's lost from his peak, he's lost 70 points. That's a lot. So he will have to, of course, improve a bit. Vishy win is tributed to KK. I guess. Yeah. Vishy for top 10. Yeah, man. I think he's one game away. If he wins the first game, he goes through. Daniel and Michael are literally copy of Anish and Sopiko respectively. Not the person in the world watches cricket. It's just Indians and some 4-5 countries now. That's it, Lamau. Yeah, but that's the thing. When you have 16% of the world's population champ TV, then it becomes a lot, yeah? Because the entire population watches. 16% is a lot. What are your comments on Sagar Shah's चुल्लू ये क्या है भाई, ये क्या है शेन भाई, ये क्या बकवास है ये क्या बकवास है भाई। 50 की एज में तो सिर्फ स्पिन बॉलिंग हो सकती है नाइस नाइस नाइस। स्टैंडिंग्स चैट, हमने स्टैंडिंग्स अभी दिखाई थी, आई विल शो इट वंस मोर। थोड़ी थोड़ी अजीब सी है, आई हैव टू एडमिट, बट तुम सिर्फ देखना कितने पॉइंट्स है लोग। दीज आर द स्टैंडिंग्स चैट फिलहाल के लिए। ऑल गेम्स हैव नॉट फिनिश्ड, so for now Vishy Anand is on top with 3 points. Second is Mamedyarov and Anish Giri 1.5. Then you have Topalov and Tari 1. We still have 5 results kind of. Wesley is on 0 out of 3 of course. We still have 4 players points remaining. 2 games are still going on. I expect Wesley to join Vishy at the top with 3 points, and that means Raja will go to 0 along with Mamedyarov, and then Carlsen will play the tiebreak, and he should probably be the tiebreak. So Carlsen will be 1.5 and Wang Hao will be 1. So that should be the final standings most likely, I think. और क्या है chat? What else? Vishy OP indeed. चैट एक बार Vishy OP हो जाए भाई, एक बार Vishy OP हो जाए, बनता है क्या गेम खेलिए, फ्लॉलेस गेम, 98% accuracy literally. Let's go chat. Let's go. एक बार Vishy OP in the chat भाई. Yeah, Magnus and Wang is going to be a draw. It will be a draw, chat. It will be a draw. There is no doubt it will be a draw. I think the more critical game here would be Wesley so against Rajabov, where they're trying to still, Black is trying to create complications. चुल्लू शाह क्या भाई, Vishy OP indeed, Vishy OP भाई, indeed भाई क्या खेला यार। I just hope that Hari will back to the Olympiad, just looking for at least a silver medal from both men's and women's teams. Even I hope the same. Yeah, at least any medal will make a big deal. But I think US team is the big problem there. China might not play. I'm not sure if China is playing. Russia is definitely not playing. So it becomes much easier for India to win Olympiad. France mein Firouzja is not playing, so France also out of the picture. Norway is just Carlsen. So I don't see any serious competition apart from US, but US is of course much stronger. So what they need is some great forms by top players, and hopefully they can win. Sagar Shah to name me some. Acha, I'm not sure how this works though. I know KK RIP indeed, Rajesh bhai indeed. You forgot Poland. Poland is strong, I agree, but I think India should be stronger. There is no doubt India is stronger than Poland, I feel. Even if average ELO में तुम कहोगे कि even if Poland is stronger on average ELO, which I don't think is the case, India has 2 teams first of all, and India team बहुत potential है यार. Even team B could win a medal. That's how strong the Indian team is. Even team B could win a medal. Azerbaijan is strong. They have 2 very strong players. But the thing is उनके बाकी दोनों players उतने strong नहीं है ना, I think. China मुझे पता नहीं खेल रहे कि नहीं यार. Visa issues, because I think I'm not sure they're playing. Let's hope for Indian finals. That will be crazy, but I don't even think there'll be finals. I think it'll be a league stage itself. I don't think there'll be knockouts there. मतलब वो ऑनलाइन ओलंपियाड की तरह नहीं होगा कि सेमीफाइनल फाइनल. एज फार एज आई नो जो पहले ओलंपियाड होते थे उसमें इट वाज जस्ट एक्स नंबर ऑफ राउंड्स, whoever comes on top wins the Olympiad. 1 Indian teams in male section. We may see a 3rd Indian team. Yeah, but they might be more added. Who knows? Of course, India wants a 3rd team. अगर even number हुआ तो इंडिया बाकी किसी कंट्री को बोलेगी. इमेजिन करो इवन टीम है, इंडिया बोलेगी अरे कैनरी आइलैंड्स आप क्यों नहीं खेल रहे ओलंपियाड? अरे खर्चा नहीं है, हम भेजते खर्चा, हम भेजेंगे खर्चा, चलो यार आप आओ खेलने. So India will make sure, I think somehow कि और नंबर ऑफ टीम्स हो ताकि तीसरी टीम भी डालने को मिले for sure. Sahil in 3rd team, I doubt it भाई. Who is KK? Why singer यार? He died. Firouzja क्यों नहीं? He decided not to play यार. I don't know why. उसके mood swings भाई किसी puberty के बच्चे से ज़्यादा होते हैं. Just saying in general यार, मतलब ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Highest participant Olympiad. I hope everything goes well. Really want everyone to have a good experience. Yeah, and the COVID situation also matters यार. COVID की situation क्या होगी तब? Who is in A and B teams? A team में है, it's going to be Vidit Gujarati, Pentala Harikrishna, Erigesi Arjun, SL Narayan and Sasi Kiran. Team B, it will be Gukesh, Prag, Nehal, Adiban and Ronak. And then Team C, if it happens, it will most likely have Abhijit Gupta, Karthikeyan Murli, Arvind Chidambaram, Sethuraman, and then probably one more, whosoever is 2600 closest. And Aryan Chopra most likely. I'm not sure though. On India's teams, yes. Sahil will be coach of 3rd team. नहीं यार, एक छोटी टीम का वीजा कैंसिल कर देना और के लिए. अरे नहीं कैंसिल के बदले एक को बुला लेंगे ना यार. B team looks strong. Yeah, it's very strong. And it's very... A team का हमें level kind of पता है. We know where they stand. B में क्या suspense है? They could do anything on that day. मतलब Gukesh, KZ खेल रहे, Prag. Like Gukesh and Prag recently have been playing so well. They could totally even like will play at 2750 level. Yeah, easily. दो teams का benefit क्या है भाई? It's like having two eggs in the same two eggs in the same basket, right? Probability बढ़ती है. Lottery ticket दो निकालोगे तो probability double हो जाती है ना यार. Something will hit. Team B than Team A? I don't think so. On paper, Team A is much stronger. There is no doubt. There's Arjun, by the way, in Team A as well. So I think, Hari, Vidit and Arjun are clearly stronger than Team B. So Team 4 तो वैसे ही stronger है. 4 पे SL है. Maybe Gukesh is a bit stronger than SL right now. But SL has a lot of experience as well. So he can also play well and Rasik of course, a lot of experience. I hope Hari to strike back again. Yeah, hoping, man, hoping. It's like having two girlfriends. Yeah, but in this case, the one will not get jealous because of the other. Yeah, it's different. By the way, Carlsen has drawn, chat. Carlsen has indeed drawn. So Carlsen's game has indeed drawn. Carlsen cannot win 3 points. Only I think Wesley, So and Rajabov have a chance to catch up with Vishy Anand now. I enjoy the custom format of Norway Chess. As per after 40th move, the game is rotated to a rapid game. Don't you agree to that? I mean, but the thing is, there's no draw guaranteed, right? And rapid game क्या है? मतलब time control तो हर जगह होता ही है. They only made it a bit more spicier, right? By adding this Armageddon match. I almost said Vishy won't play, chat, but I think it's a decision. We do have to respect it. But I am one of those guys, who will always keep saying, खेलो ना please. I mean, it will be crazy. आज उतनी ज़्यादा देखकर अच्छा लगा. Thanks, शिवम भाई. मैंने अभी एक 1500 को पेला. अरे nice. I think USA is the favorite to win Olympiad. For sure, dude. For sure. Like there's no doubt. Nobody can say USA is not the favorite. There is absolutely no doubt. Hey समर्थ भाई कैसे हो यार? Chat stream like जरूर कर देना यार. And if you're here for the first time, do subscribe भाई. ये event follow करेंगे. अभी तो बहुत tournament है भाई. I think Olympiad तक tournament ऐसे lined up है जैसे मतलब ऋतिक रोशन के सामने लड़कियां. मतलब इतने tournament है. You'll definitely have some crazy content coming up. Vishy legend indeed. विषय एमएल का स्कोर क्यों नहीं दिख रहा? दिख रहा है यार, वो कुछ एरर होगा यार. देयर मस्ट बी सम एरर हियर. उसका स्ट्रेस मत लो. समवन इज कंपेयरिंग फिशर एंड फिरोजजा. आई मीन नखरे वाइज थोड़ा सिमिलर है, बट आई थिंक प्ले वाइज क्वाइट डिफरेंट. हाउ कैन सी द ओलंपियाड लाइव इन चेन्नई? द थिंग इज इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द कोविड सिचुएशन चैट एट दैट पॉइंट. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर कोविड बहुत फैल गया फिर से तो दे विल नॉट अलाउ यू टू मीट द प्लेयर्स. अगर कोविड नहीं फैला होगा मे बी दे विल अलाउ यू. They will have some passes maybe and you can meet some players, but we'll have to see. I have no clue. उस टाइम पे कोशिश क्या होगी यार. प्राग चेस ओपन भी फॉलो करेंगे. उसमें तो लाइव फुटेज भी होगी बाय द वे. We'll have live footage for प्राग चेस ओपन बाय द वे. मुझे वेद के मैनेजर का मैसेज आया था कि they are the organizers giving away live footage to people who stream. So उसमें लाइव फुटेज भी होगी तो वही मजा आएगा. Sahil Tikku, Puchuk Tikku will be the youngest GM in future. I mean, he was literally mentally ill and was racist and sexist, but okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're the best at something in the world, then automatically people ignore your other limits, yeah? Is Russia playing? Russia is not playing. Carlsen की match के रुक जाओ. Yeah, I'm seeing if they start the game very quickly. I'm still hoping they do. Let's see what happens. कितने एड्स डाल दिए टिक्कू ने भाई. एड यूट्यूब डालते हैं और एक ही डलता है यार यूट्यूब पे. ट्विच की तरह नहीं है. निहाल द विजर्ड एंड प्रग द किलर आर माय फेवरेट्स. अरे इंडीड भाई, बट आई थिंक यू हैव टू इंक्लूड देयर अर्जुन एंड गुकेश एज वेल नाउ. आई थिंक दे आर आल्सो यंगस्टर्स. क्रेजी स्टफ या. इज वेसल प्लेइंग फॉर यूक्रेन? आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर यूक्रेन इज प्लेइंग डूड. दे आर हैविंग अ वॉर राइट नाउ. आई डोंट थिंक द ओलंपियाड टीम इज देयर प्रायोरिटी. आजकल दो ही आते हैं भाई. दो ही आते हैं हमेशा. स्टार्टिंग से दो आते थे. स्टार्टिंग में दो आते हैं. आई थिंक वन, आई डोंट नो कैसे काम करता है यूट्यूब. Who's the favorite chess player of all time? Anish Giri. I want Raja to draw. It looks difficult, man. It looks difficult. First of all, he has to play 7 moves in 5 minutes with no increment, which is not easy. Second, his king side is a bit weak. All these squares are weak. Third, he's a pawn down, I think. Yeah, he's a pawn down. So, I don't see how he can do that. Magnus Cam. अच्छा. Chess 24, nice. Zomato के मैक्सिमम आते हैं. Zomato के ऐड हर जगह मैक्सिमम है भाई, हर जगह. अर्जुन केश close to 2700. Indeed. Anand has won, indeed. He has won. RIP KK, indeed. And to be honest, I think maybe now knight to d6 trying. I mean, but maybe queen f7 as well. Trying to prepare some attack, but looks very looks very random. Yeah, I don't see any way Rajabov can put up any pressure. I mean, White's king is very safe. There's a backward pawn here, but it's an extra pawn, so it's not a big deal. Even if you lose it, Black's king is still weak. About all matches, chat. First of all, Mamedyarov defeated Tari in the tiebreak, so he gains 1.5. Tari 1. Anish defeats Topalov in the tiebreaks. He gained 1.5. Topalov gains 1. Then Carlsen drew Wang Hao. उनका tiebreak अभी start नहीं हुआ है. Then there is Anand. Anand sir defeated MVL, the only guy to win directly so far. And then only Wesley so is playing, who has a chance to catch up with Vishy Anand. If you two put ads, you get shared too. Yeah, for sure. But India में ad revenue is terrible, dude. Like it's just so bad कि मतलब I think even Samay Rana could not make a living out of ad revenue if he had to. Like it's so bad. Rook c4, but now knight a5, attacking the rook. Let's go. राजा क्या कर रहा है भाई इतने दिन भाई पता नहीं यार. I think it's playing practice matters. He's not in the best of forms because playing practice also matters. How much you have touched the pieces, you have played with the pieces. Practicing and games are actually quite different. Team भी OP तो है. Top 3 seeds of the tournament. I think top seed is Carlsen, of course. Second seed I think is Mamedyarov. Let me confirm this. Yeah. Mamedyarov second seed, and then third seed is Anish Giri. KK full form यार मुझे पता नहीं है, देखना पड़ेगा. साल 27 missing you. Nice. क्या एक बार देखते हैं Carlsen गेम स्टार्ट हुई क्या? नहीं अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुई है. Let's go to Wesley So's game. क्या मुझे प्यार है? हाँ exactly यार प्यार तो है मगर oh by the way what happened here? अच्छा कुछ हुआ नहीं, बस बाहर ही ऊपर चला गया और for some reason. इस मैच आप किसके साथ हो? I'm not with one particular person here. I just want to support chess, but yeah, it would be fun to see Rajabov win because he's not played after a long while. अच्छा हाँ Wesley है. अरे हाँ Wesley भी तो है. I forgot. Wesley second seed है and Anish third seed indeed. Yeah, मतलब it's like I would love to see Rajabov win, but then on the other hand, it's like I mean he has not been playing good chess so far, so I don't know if he can do that. I mean he has to play good chess as well, right? Bishop b4 is not a threat because knight defends b4. Chad, I think Carlsen's game is not starting. I'll wait for I think a couple more minutes. If the game starts, awesome. Otherwise, we'll end the stream. The main purpose was to see Vishy Anand win, and he did win his game convincingly. So let's see if Carlsen can somehow start his game. And I think Wesley so will convert this. He's clearly a pawn up. Black's king is weak as well. प्रेप ही छुपाते रहेंगे या प्रेप छुपाने का मतलब ये नहीं कि आप हार जाओ चैट. एंड चैट डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम इफ यू आर हियर फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. डू सब्सक्राइब. आई विल बी स्ट्रीमिंग टुमारो एज वेल. मजा आएगा कल से भी. स्टॉकफिश 2 in accuracy just ruined. She's almost perfect game. perfect ही है यार, perfect ही है. रुक जाओ अनीशा के मैच के लिए. Yeah, I'm waiting. If he starts in the next couple of minutes, cool. But I think if he's going to start in half an hour, then it makes no sense because we wanted to support Vishy. We did that. Main purpose तो Vishy को support करना है ना. It's not to support Wang Hao. ये सर्बिया में आप पुलिस से डर क्यों गए थे आपने? Starts in 15 minutes. नहीं, I think जल्दी हो गया. They will not wait 15 minutes, I think. 1 के लाइक से ठीक ठाक कमाई हो भाई. लाइक से कमाई नहीं होती भाई. लाइक्स has nothing to do with money. लाइक से बस स्ट्रीम रेकमेंड ज्यादा होती है. That's why people ask for likes, not because likes give you money actually. Prep तो openings की होती है ना. Yeah, of course openings होती है, but you can prepare end games too. You can prepare. Sometimes preparation goes all the way till the end game, dude. Till the end of the game. To be honest, I didn't expect he'll play so well in cluster of this long. To be honest, even I didn't. But once I saw him play in the blitz and also in the GCC tournament, I think that's when I realized Vishy sir is in peak form and he's going to crush everyone. Highest engine rating, I think 36 or 37 engine. There is specific gap in between. Gap कहाँ भाई? अभी join किया है Vishy won the game. He's leading the tournament after round 1. Chat. He's leading the event. Norway Chess, day 1. Vishy sir leads the event. I'm waiting for Carlsen's game to start. If it starts in the next couple of minutes, great. Otherwise, I'll end the stream. And one more thing, Wesley So will win. And that basically means कि मतलब Wesley So will join Vishy Anand. Likes, Twitter, subs, watching, money. I don't think that matters actually because ad revenue से money negligible है. What matters basically is कि कितने लोग देख रहे हैं, कितना मतलब मतलब basically 100 के पहुंचना है भाई, as simple as that. I think that basically helps. Do you use return YouTube dislike this extension? No, I don't. India CPM इतना डॉलर है ना, हाँ भाई ऐसा ही कुछ है. Alpha Zero Stockfish सबकी है, because Alpha Zero technology of Stockfish use करता है. It's not just Alpha Zero that uses it, yeah. They also have that neural network and everything. So Stockfish has it as well. Yeah, sorry, I have to agree with you, but he's playing well. But I don't know why Carlsen's game is not starting. We are waiting for this. Let's wait for one more minute. Do you play tournaments? Yeah, I just played the National Rapid Blitz, Rohita. I played it in Nasik recently. KK died, yeah, Karan bhai. That was RIP KK. I think recently यार चक्कर ही हो रहे हैं बहुत ज़्यादा. Last time I checked, Carlsen had a considerable advantage. Draw कैसे हुआ? I think Carlsen missed the critical moment. I'll show you where he missed it though. I can show you. I think it was somewhere here, where here he should have played Rook f(c)(1), and if Queen to d7, then Rook to c5. And this way he would win the d5 pawn for free. So he missed this, and he went for, you know, some moves like I think e3, and now Black played Queen d7, and now he's in time for Rook d8 and Queen e6, and he managed to save the pawn. So that was the plan, Rook fc or Rook c5. He missed this, and that's why the game ended in a draw. He'll be pissed at himself for sure. He'll be very angry at himself, because he definitely strives to win for sure. So let's go to the rapid game. What idea does Black have in So versus Raja? I think here, I mean, Black's idea is to open up White's king. That's the only concept he has. If he can somehow play e3 and open up this Black's king, yeah, he can get some squares for his pieces on g3. For example, Bishop d6, Queen e5 could be an idea, threatening here. So he wants to open up White's king. That's the main concept. If he can do that, awesome. If he can't do that, then I think he's completely lost, because he has one less pawn. The Rook is hanging. The king is also weak. And long term, he should be just lost. So here, White can even just play Rook to e2, pin the pawn. And if you take here, I take on e6. And the end game is actually better, because Black ko exchange sack karna padega. And maybe Black has some drawing chances here because of the advanced pawn on a3. He has some drawing chances, but White should be better for sure. My fit rating is 2201. Nitesh bhai, आप 300 watching पे कितना शांत लगता है. ये तो है. Is there any blitz game anytime soon which he's playing? The points lost in Warsaw made him number 2 Indian blitz. I think he'll be playing a lot of Armageddon here, but I'm not sure that will be used for the blitz ratings. Blitz events, I'm not sure. He's playing Dortmund, I think, next. So Dortmund July mein hai. So maybe he'll have blitz there. We'll follow that tournament for sure. Which engine should I use, Leela or Stockfish? Which do you prefer? I would say Stockfish. Leela has some complex issues, so I would prefer Stockfish. That's the one I use for my engines on my chess base. Magnus lost rating for sure. Carlsen lost a lot of rating because he drew against somebody who was 100 points lower. That means he must have lost like 1 point at least. And that's not good for Carlsen rating. If you want to reach 2900, you can't afford to draw these games. And yeah, he'll be pissed at himself. He did not play Rook c1. Armageddon is rapid. It's not even rapid because 10 versus 7, right? That's not even complete rapid. आपकी नीचे proportional है watching मेरे ख्याल से. समय की बात है भाई, समय की. आनंद सर की गेम खत्म हो गई ना यार. आरएबी के इंडीड क्लासिकल में एक पॉन बदल देता है गेम. या ऑफ कोर्स मैन, ये जो इतने सारे टॉप जीएम्स हैं ना, ये सारे के सारे एक पॉन के लिए लड़ते हैं भाई. दे आर फाइटिंग द एंटायर गेम फॉर वन पॉन. उसी पॉन को क्वीन बनाएंगे. यहाँ पे तो विशी एक पॉन अप ही थे. Do you think Carlsen was put off by Nepo failing like a pack of cards in World Championship, and that's the reason he wanted to forfeit? Is there any younger challenger to win? That's exactly the story. You hit the nail on the head. He was feeling like, you know, there's no clear challenge, and he's not enjoying because he has to put in a lot of preparation into the World Championship prep, right? He goes to Spain, he books an entire resort, he stays there for like a month, spends like crores of rupees of preparation, hires 5 people for seconds, and then Nepo blunders a piece in 3 out of 4 games consecutively. So that's obviously it's not going to feel good to. I mean, it's not satisfying to win as well in such a way the World Championship. So I feel he somehow he needs a tougher challenger. But he also needs to win. He would not like losing. So he needs somebody who will put up a tough challenge, but then he'll win. That's what Carlsen wants. Is Knight really better than Bishop in Blitz? Yeah, Knight can be better sometimes. It's tricky. But overall in chess, I think the Bishops are better for sure. Your comment is very nice. Thanks, Rohita. And I don't know why the game is not starting. Carlsen, come on, dude. Start the game, dude. Start the game. We're waiting for you, man. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Carlsen bhai, start the game. Chat, I'll wait till exactly 2 minutes from now. If the game starts, we'll follow the Carlsen game, we'll end the stream. If the game doesn't start by 12:18, we'll end the stream, and then we'll say Vishy OP once in the chat, and we'll end the stream. I think candidates is tougher, for sure. Is chess the only game with no luck or more games too? But chess has luck. Chess, luck is always involved. It's a small fraction, of course, but there's always luck. Hello, Tiku, for third time. Hello, Methilities. I've seen your name for the first time, though. सो जाओ यार, कल बन जाना. कल बन जाना IM. Carlsen has posted pick on Insta just now. क्या बात कर रहे हो? क्या पिक पोस्ट करी है भाई इसने? अभी तो उसका टाई ब्रेक नहीं है कि पिक क्या पोस्ट कर रहा है रे? टाई ब्रेक स्टार्ट होने वाला उसका. Chat, 1 more minute. Let's see if he'll actually if they start the game 12:18. Nepo candidate जीत के गया था. हाँ, he won the candidates, but the thing is, even Karyakin is great at winning candidates. Yeah, that doesn't mean he can challenge Carlsen. Karyakin is honestly not a good match for Carlsen, even though he's a great candidate to win the candidates. He's good at those tournaments, yeah, league tournaments. Same for Nepo maybe. Vishy won, dude. He's leading tournament right now. He's 3 points for him. Time is on chess24 for start of time. Matlab, what's your score so far? I am not playing this tournament by. Aliza can win the candidates, but I think we have not seen enough of him. We have not seen enough of Aliza and also this guy Rajabov. 12 minute है क्या भाई? इतना वेट तो मतलब नहीं है भाई. I think we'll end the stream then. I'll wait for 1 more minute and I'll end the stream. 3 minute more probs. Really? Are you sure? मैं वेट कर सकता हूँ 2 मिनट. ठीक है भाई, 2 मिनट. लास्ट 2 मिनट till 20. ठीक है, लास्ट 2 मिनट till 20. I'll wait. Rajabov lost. Oh, Rajabov lost. Oh, wait. Rookie 2, Rookie 8. And he blundered. What? भाई Rajabov ने एक मूव में गेम दे दी भाई. Rookie 8 played and he just took the rook. Dude, ये क्या किया, dude? This was a horrific blunder, dude. Horrific blunder by Rajabov. I mean, exchange ही दे दिया भाई. There was some counterplay after e4. We saw like he should have taken takes rook c3 and he had enough counterplay with the a2 pawn and the b4 pawn hanging, but he went for e4 and then rook e8 and he just lost. With this, Wesley So goes to 3 points. I think Wesley So and Wesley So and Vishy Anand with 3 points each, leading the Norway Chess after round 1, day 1. Now the only game remaining is Carlsen's game. I'll wait for 1 minute chat. Let's see if the game starts. Then we'll end the stream. Time pressure, time pressure में था, but still man, he's been practicing for 2 years, dude. Tactics तो करे होंगे. ना तेरा ना मेरा 15. कितने rounds है? 9 round है यार. Time देखा मैंने यार, but still. 11 minutes है तो फिर we'll end the stream. I think we'll end the stream then. Twerk कर दो, अच्छी नींद आएगी भाई. Twerk देखना तो there are many special hubs meant for it. That makes sense. I saw Super GM blundering like this in classical Fabi Hunger Clean Rook. Yeah, for sure. We've seen this. साढ़े बजे तक wait कर लो. Yeah, the thing is, we want to support Vishy sir. The point is not to support Carlsen. I mean, we can support Carlsen, but the main point is Vishy sir's game. Once Vishy sir ends this game, I think we can end the stream. So I stayed because I was waiting for Carlsen's tiebreak match. But it's not starting. Which round is Magnus Carlsen? Round 5. कैंडिडेट्स कोई भी जीते, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को तो कार्लसन ही बनेगा. या वही तो जादू है ना यार, कार्लसन ही बनता रहता है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन यार. बाकी लोगों को भी कुछ मौका दो. हो गया स्टार्ट? क्या बात कर रहे हो? रियली? डिड इट स्टार्ट? सही बताओ भाई, डिड इट रियली स्टार्ट? दे आर ऑन बोर्ड. रियली? क्या देख सकते हैं क्या? वी कैन वॉच द गेम देन. वी कैन वॉच द गेम. नो MCVC. कौन सी गालियां दे रहे हो अनीशा यार, ध्यान से. फैमिली शो है. नो गालियां प्लीज. मैंने टॉयलेट इंसिडेंट देखा गौतम चेस पे. एग्जैक्टली भाई. हाउ लॉन्ग विल यू स्ट्रीम? इफ द गेम स्टार्ट्स राइट नाउ टिल द गेम एंड्स. इफ द गेम डजंट एंड राइट नाउ देन आई एंड द स्ट्रीम. यस, मैच स्टार्टेड, बट कहाँ है भाई? व्हाई इज इट नॉट स्टार्टिंग हियर? What kind of hubs are meant for this to work? I don't know, man. Something related to pawn play. Magnus Carlsen world champion कह रही है. अच्छा, oh. The game started, but कहाँ है भाई? Chesukon, come on. Match played B3, really? Really? Adhivan's smiling somewhere. अच्छा, वो slide delay है. Okay, start हो जाएगा. Raja lost. We saw that Raja lost. ओहो कैटलैन भाई कहाँ खेला B3 यार, क्या झूठ है ये, क्या झूठ है भाई ये. कैटलैन खेला. कार्लसन इज नॉट किडिंग अराउंड विद हिज ओपनिंग नाउ यार. यार भाई नाक में खुजली क्यों होती है? आई डोंट नो व्हाई इट हैपेंस. We have the Catalan on the board. Maybe he'll take on C4. He could play B6 also. Oh, मैं क्यों खेल रहा हूँ भाई, उसको खेलने दो. Let him play. Yeah, he took on C4. Anand won, Anand won. आपके opponent का favorite opening. यार I hate this opening, dude. I hate this opening. Anyway, Bishop A3, B3, Bishop D7, A4 play. Just refresh this. Chat, who are you supporting? Carlsen or Wang Hao? I guess Carlsen. Yeah, Wang Hao support का point ही नहीं है. आप कॉल करके कार्लसन को फरीदा में चैलेंज करो. भाई कार्लसन ने फरीदा का नाम भी नहीं सुना होगा कोई लाइफ में. नो ऑफेंस. गुहा ने भी कैटलन खेला था. या बट द गेम वाज इक्वल मैन टिल द एंड. आई थिंक ही हैड अ बेटर पोजीशन बिकॉज़ आई हैड लो टाइम. इफ आई हैड मोर टाइम आई कुड हैव हेल्ड दैट पोजीशन. या रुक आ गया था बीच में गुहा के साथ. अब पूरी गेम मुझे लगा कि गुहा ना ऐसे कर रहा है. बाद में मैं उसी जीएम के साथ गेम देखी, हर किसी ऐसे ही बैठता है. मैंने कहा अच्छा भाई मेरी गलती नहीं है, गुहा भाई है ही चिल. Why black always have bigger pieces? है? Black has bigger pieces, really? ये तो मैं पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ यार. Monkeys bum opening, ये क्या है यार? Armageddon 5-4 होता था, but they have kept 10-7. भाई भगवान जाने क्यों रखा है 10-7. 10-8 होना चाहिए था, but ठीक है 10-7 भी चलेगा. टोपलोव और क्रैमनिक का अलग कुलवार शुरू हो गया तब से. भाई हाँ पता है, जब से उनका मैच हुआ है वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का, दे डोंट शेक हैंड्स. लाइक व्हेनेवर दे प्ले, टोपलोव एंड क्रैमनिक नेवर शेक हैंड्स. दे हैव नेवर शेकन हैंड्स सिंस देन. लाइक इतना उनकी नफरत हो चुकी है, दे हैव नेवर शेकन हैंड्स देन, नेवर शोक हैंड्स. मंकीज बम इज 1 B4. भाई उसका नाम कुछ और है. सिद्धू की, अरे यार नहीं यार प्रीत भाई नहीं देखी यार. भाई आजकल लोग इतनी सैड न्यूज़ आ रही है, समझ नहीं आ रहा है. स्टोरी बिहाइंड नॉट शेक हैंड्स बिकॉज टोपलोव अक्यूज क्रैमनिक ऑफ चीटिंग, राइट? दैट्स व्हाई. जब when Topalov and Kramnik played the world championship, Kramnik was playing some high accuracy games. Topalov accused Kramnik of cheating. Literally there was a huge controversy. Just Google this up. Toilet gate नाम रखा था इसका उन्होंने. And I think Gautam Chess has a video on this, but ठीक है Google भी करोगे तो Wikipedia मिल जाएगा. And then you know he was super pissed Kramnik, and since then they never shake hands, never. What Topalov was saying is Kramnik goes to the bathroom a lot, and when he goes to the bathroom he plays some excellent moves. But he's Kramnik, he can play excellent moves. So Kramnik got pissed and तब से हाथ ही नहीं मिलाते ये लोग. भाई वैंग हाओ को पता है ना उसके पास कम टाइम है, सोच क्यों रहा इतना यार. एग्जामिनेटर का भी होगा, बट आई थिंक गौतम जिस लंबी वीडियो बनाता है ना तो यू विल हैव मोर कॉन्टेक्स्ट देयर. एग्जैक्टली माय फैमिली इज आल्सो क्राइंग फ्रॉम द मॉर्निंग. अरे यार एग्जामिनेटर मस्ट हैव, या फिर चीट किया था क्या? नहीं यार, एटलीस्ट कोई एविडेंस तो नहीं मिला. एंड व्हाई वुड क्रैमनिक चीट मैन? लाइक द थिंग इज इफ यू आर अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, राइट, you have a lot to lose by cheating, not much to gain. Even if you have world number 5, you don't become a world champion. You make a luxurious living, dude. Why would you risk it for one world championship? It doesn't make sense. Toilet गया था इसलिए हाथ. What's your favorite opening other than London? Queen's Gambit. By the way, C6 played now, and knight e5 suggests itself because after knight e5, if black takes, we can take, and then the bishop can sit on d6, and the dark square will be horrible for black. So, and white can also play e4 later on to simply trap this bishop. So black will probably take on g2, of course. Nepo will win candidates. Magnus will refuse to play finals, and we will have new champion Nepo. Honestly, I don't want to see Nepo. Let me be honest. We saw the championship was very one way. Carlsen cruised through. I am not that guy who will be very diplomatic and say, हाँ हमें देखना पड़ेगा दोस्तों. I will express my personal choice. I want to see somebody who will not crumble if you lose one game. And you know it's very difficult for a new timer. So I think Caruana would be a good choice. Ding would be an excellent choice. Hikaru would be a crazy choice because the game will get crazy popularization if he's playing the world championship, but not Nepo. I hope not Nepo, dude. Vishy का कितना rating plus हुआ? Bhai, I think he won 5 points. He became world number 11 now. And 95 play indeed. If you take now, I take with the pawn and the bishop will sit on d6. So black should probably first take on g2. I think that's one compulsion before I can play e4 and trap the bishop. Dink is never challenge. He qualified for the candidates last time, but he had a horrible first half. So he was last after the first half, so he could not catch up with the points. But yeah, he played well in the second half. नेपो नहीं, नेपो है भाई यार, पोटैटो पोटैटा. If Magnus refuses to play, then candidates say first place and second place play the world championship. So for example, if Nepo comes first and Carlsen says ये हमसे ना हो पाएगा, then second comes Caruana, then we have Caruana against Nepo. I mean, unfair क्यों नहीं है? Because यार, I mean, you have to decide at some point, right? I mean, white has to win. White has 3 minutes extra on the clock, yes, but white cannot take the draw. At the top level, maximum results are draw. अगर हम लोग खेल रहे होंगे शायद ये अनफेयर होगा बिकॉज ड्रॉ होने के चांसेस बहुत कम है, बट एट दिस लेवल इट्स नॉट अनफेयर, इट्स काइंड ऑफ फेयर. If I'm the Topalov tomorrow, can he be in top 10? Yes, he can be. He can be. Depends on what happens in Anish's game, but he can be. फीमेल प्लेयर्स कैंडिडेट्स नहीं खेल सकते, दे खेल सकते हैं, उनका अलग अपना कैंडिडेट होता है यार. दे कैन आल्सो प्ले द मेंस ओपन्स कैंडिडेट, बट देन दे हैव टू रीच अ रेटिंग ऑफ 2700, व्हिच इज नॉट इजी कंसीडरिंग नंबर ऑफ फीमेल प्लेयर्स इन द वर्ल्ड. सो दे हैव देयर ओन कैंडिडेट्स. सो I think Humpy is qualified for one, right? क्या बेइज्जती होगी मैग्नस बैकआउट यार, तभी कह रहा हूँ नेपो ना क्वालिफाई करे, बैकआउट करने की नौबत ही नहीं आनी चाहिए भाई. नौबत ही नहीं आनी चाहिए. चैट बाय द वे, डू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम एंड इफ यू हैव फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम डू सब्सक्राइब चैनल गाइस. हमारी फैमिली में शामिल हो जाओ भाई, मजे करेंगे साथ में. पुचुक का कैसा बता दो, लेट्स गो. हम प्ले कैंडिडेट्स राइट, यस. By the way, knight d7 now. We could play rook to b1, put pressure on b7 pawn. We could just take the pawn, dude. ये pawn तब से हमारा free का hanging है, मार देते हैं इसको. Let's go. अगला वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप कहाँ है? I don't think they have revealed the location or the dates even yet. अभी तो यार कैंडिडेट्स ही नहीं हुआ. It will happen with time. It's I think next year though. मतलब year पता है but date नहीं. Do you think Ding at his best will be a great challenger for Magnus, as Magnus will say that he's one player whose playing style has surprised him? For sure, I think Ding also defeated Carlsen in the tiebreak of the St. Louis club. Yeah, जो St. Louis का tournament हुआ था, Ding ने 2-0 हराया था Carlsen को tiebreak. So Carlsen will not be sure that Ding can actually lose in the tiebreak. So usually in the previous World Championships, Carlsen defeated Kraken in the tiebreaks. He defeated Caruana in tiebreaks, but he will not be sure about that with Ding. Ding ने अभी भी तो हराया Carlsen को in the Melt Royal tournament. Like he defeated him, Carlsen, convincingly. Like 3-game draw, 1 win. So Carlsen knows with Ding there is no guarantee कि मतलब वो जीत पाएगा. हाँ, सिंगफील्ड था, my bad, सिंगफील्ड था. नेपो तो फ्लेक्स करेगा ही कि डर गया भाई. I don't think so यार. जब तुमने by the way, bishop c5, bishop b6 could be an idea as well here. I think knight d7 आएगा. So instead of that, let's play queen b3, attack this pawn. Could be possible. He plays queen b3, rook d7 played, defending this pawn. And now, to be honest, white is clearly better. He has more space. But if by chance any file opens up, then suddenly, you know, the white king can be weak. But for now, there is no open file. And with bishop c5 here, trying to control the queen side makes a lot of sense. Also threatening bishop b6 and takes on a5. So also a threat there. Let's play bishop c5. अभी कार्लसन तो सबसे हार रहा है भाई. अभी नहीं यार. कार्लसन देखो, कार्लसन पता क्या है? कार्लसन is a guy who basically he will have these moments जहाँ पे he will perform like other players. कोई random tournament and people like Carlsen has lost his edge, you know. I mean he's throwing against lower rated players. Oh my god. But then वो एक दो tournament चलता है and then Carlsen is back. I mean he had a streak of like no losses for like 120 or 30 games, man. He is an insane chess player. Yeah, KK man, I heard. भाई देखो, Bishop c1 and immediately c5 black. He knows, black knows मुझे अंदर घुसना है किंग की तरफ. He knows it. लेकिन Bishop f4, excellent tempo gaining move, and now white can just take on c5. And the problem is the b7 pawn is also hanging. So I think Carlsen is much better already. He has 6 minutes on the clock. Wang Hao has 2. This is going to be a win for Carlsen, chat. Carlsen जीतेगा भाई. टॉप पे कौन है भाई? टॉप पे विशी सरन, लेवॉन कह रहा हूं, एंड वेस्ली सो आर ऑन टॉप विद 3 points each. He is still the best but still human. Indeed. Duda, hold your streak. आपको बाली टेम्पल के बारे में पता है? सुना तो यार. b6, okay. I can still take though. I can still take. I don't see any problem with taking because after takes, this pawn will be very weak. Yeah, I can just take on d7 or even just play bishop e3 and this pawn will be really weak, right? इतना स्टैमिना कहाँ से लाते हो? Experience. Anyways, कहाँ था मैं? Let's check on c5 भाई. कार्लसन फॉर विन. अरे भाई कार्लसन जीतेगा, ये लग ही रहा यार. एडिशन टाइम. देयर इज नो एडिशन टाइम भाई, नो एडिशन टाइम. भाई मेरी नाक में खुजली क्यों हो रही है? ये वैसी भाई क्या हाल है? अच्छी अच्छी. By the rook takes d1, let's take with the rook. If he takes back, I think we will have the d6 d file for us. Queen takes bishop e3. The b6 pawn is lost, chat. This is lost now. Carlsen is winning. Magnus Carlsen is winning the tie breaks. He can also play queen b5 here, trying to completely bog down the black pieces. Queen b5, queen takes, pawn takes, rook b8, and rook to d6 wins the game for Carlsen immediately. Yeah, he finds queen b5. Who's surprised in the chat? Please raise your hands. He finds the best move in the position. My filter rating is 2201. Yeah, there's a 1 second increment after move 40. Yeah, acha, blitz bhi hai kya? But still, man, regardless, it will not reach the time stage. I think this is losing anyway, or even on the position, man. Just rook d2 here, and he should resign. Saurav ke haath raise kar raha hai. King f2, very solid move, trying to defend the bishop. It does weaken the king a bit, there is no doubt, but this pawn is being lost now. करुण इस बार अच्छा फाइट देगा मैग्नस को. अपनी बार रैपिड ऑफ ब्लिट्ज गेम सुधार ली है. एग्जैक्टली, उसकी रैपिड ऑफ ब्लिट्ज गेम बहुत इंप्रूव हो गई है यार. सो इट विल नॉट बी इजी फॉर कार्लसन. डू यू थिंक मैग्नस वुड बी इन वर्ल्ड चैंप 2011 इफ ही डिडंट विथड्रॉ? विथड्रॉ फ्रॉम वेयर? लोग हाथ रेस कर रहे हैं भाई. नाइस. ओके, नाउ आई मीन you could also trade queens, by the way, queen d3, but that's not what I think Carlsen would play. I think that's what scared people like me would play, because I'm scared of, the queen being near my king. Carlsen kya khelega? Maybe h4, who the hell knows? Maybe rook d3, yeah, just repeating moves for once, because Wang Hao is low on the clock. So let's see. Candidates. अच्छा वो मे बी यार, who knows 2011 तो बहुत साल पहले यार. तब तो Carlsen wasn't the number one player. I mean, he was not 28-80 then, I think. Olympiad start हो रहा है last week of July से, chat. I think last week of July started 28 July or so. 40 से 1 से increment. Yeah, but 40 moves के लिए अभी 8 move और हैं. They will reach those 8 moves, so increment तो मिल जाएगा उनको. But the point is कि मतलब the position is bad. Carlsen is taking his time. He realizes कि भाई this might be a critical moment जहाँ पे I have to come up with one move or a plan. How do I defeat black here? No 1 होगा, but 2880 नहीं होगा. This guy is stupid वाला dialogue बोल दो. Queen b6. Now chat, queen b6 looks very tempting, but there is a problem with this move. If black takes this, yeah, you get rook d8 mate, but there's an intermediate move. Queen takes d2 check, and once you take, I take this queen and black wins. So we have to be careful. Tactics आनी चाहिए, but इतनी tactics ना आए कि हम blunder कर दें. By the way, queen d3, he plays my move. Interesting, he plays my move. Most improved player in last 2 years, Pragnanda. I think Arjun, Gukesh and Prag all can claim that. It's not just Prag. Everybody has improved a lot in the last 2 years. I think Nehal is the one who's kind of stuck. Oh, by the way, you can now take on b6, because rook b6, there's queen d8 mate. So he can just take on b6 now. He can just take the pawn. It's over. Saltigo candidates. Thanks, bye. Any chance of Vishy playing next candidate? I don't think he will like to. He would not like to play the candidates. He's won the world championship enough times. He would not like to play these qualification tournaments जहाँ पे he might get a chance. Maybe he'll play a few, but he will not do it so focused way में. मतलब he will not like qualify करना ही करना है. Stop. अच्छा, okay. Can Anand participate in world championship? Yeah, but he'll have to win the candidates, man. But a guy didn't improve for last 5 years. The spammer came again and do you think super GM who play creative? अरे ये क्या है भाई? कितने हैं भाई ये? कितने सारे भाई? एक MPL की स्ट्रीम करी थी हमने, तब से सारे हमारे पीछे पड़ गए भाई. अरे उसी वजह से है ना, तुम वो स्ट्रीम जाके देखो, उसी स्ट्रीम में स्टार्ट हुआ था ये सब. Anyway, chat 500 की watching है. Do like the stream and if you're here for the first time, do subscribe to the channel. We'll be covering the event, of course. अभी बहुत tournament आने यार, मजा आएगा. And by the way, he took the pawn and now queen b7. I mean, let's bring the bishop back, take on f6, king को नंगा करें और enjoy करें. ये नंगा बोलने के तो नहीं आते हैं bots. क्या किया स्ट्रीम में? अरे उसमें वो था ना, वो MPL को स्पॉन्सर कर रहा था, वो क्रिप्टो वाले स्पॉन्सर कर रहे थे. So whenever anything regarding to crypto is there, तो ऐसे bots पहुंच जाते हैं वहाँ पे. Because MPL को क्रिप्टो स्पॉन्सर करी थी, I think. That was the thing. Anand has played the most number of candidates. Yeah. Is this true though? I'm not sure about this. भाई क्या किया रॉकी भाई ने MPL स्ट्रीम में? क्या किया भाई? आपकी ब्रॉड क्लिक करो तो भाई मेरी ब्रॉड स्ट्रीम कुछ होता ही नहीं है भाई. Anand has played the number of candidates. I'm not sure about this fact though. चेस इंडिया में भी आ रहे थे, वहां भी आ रहे थे क्या? फिर तो आई थिंक नॉर्मली है. फिर आई थिंक चेस स्ट्रीम भी टारगेट करना स्टार्ट कर दिया इन लोगों ने. लेवॉन नहीं बहुत खेले यार, बहुत खेले हैं. By the way, Carlsen 1 minute now. Bhai, thoda fast Carlsen because you have to play like literally 6 moves in 1 minute. It's not so easy for him also. By the way, Wang Hao has to play 6 moves in literally 11 seconds. How will he play it? Bhai, literally he has to play 8 seconds में 4 move खेलने हैं भाई साहब. 8 seconds में 4 move खेलने हैं. He has no time. He's lost. He blundered, chat. He blundered. Carlsen ने ये pawn भी मार लिया and now he has 2 passed pawns. He's completely lost. Queen C3 incoming and A5. Best mating position, quick ways to mate. Arey yaar, chat, that's why time is important. Time is really important. Wang Hao had no time to calculate and he could have put up more resistance, but he blundered because he had no time. And now Carlsen is completely winning. Queen C7 wins the spot. Queen. Look at the queen on 8. I mean, kya sapne dekhe the? Let's play rook d8, trade off everything. And bishop against knight. It's completely lost. And Carlsen has won. With this, chat, I think the final standings will be. Let's go to the final standings once. Standings now, I only trust Chess 24. So let me go to the Chess 24 standings. These are the final standings, chat. As you can see, you have Wesley So and Vishy Anand with 3 out of 3, basically a clear win. Then you have Carlsen, Mamedyarov and Anish with a draw in the classical game and win in the tie breaks. Then you have Wang Hao and Topalov and Tari with a draw in the classical and loss in the tie breaks. And then you have Rajabov and Vishy Anand with a loss in the classical game itself. So Vishy Anand leading the tournament after day 1. That is absolutely insane. So Vishy OP in the chat once, chat. एक बार Vishy OP chat में चला दो यार, मजा आ जाए. एक बार चला दो final जाने से पहले. And chat, do like the stream. Stream जरूर like करना. Before you go, if we can get to 1500 likes, that would be awesome. And if you're here for the first time, do subscribe to the channel, guys. हमारी family में शामिल हो जाओ भाई. आजकल subscribe करना बहुत मुश्किल है YouTube पे. Do subscribe. It will really help us a lot. Thanks a lot. Indeed, Vishy OP in the chat. नकिल बोलने से स्पैमर आ जाता है. हो सकता है ना. It's possible. It's totally possible. सौरभ भाई, I have already found my own. तुम अपना देखो भाई. सिंगल लोग सेट्स ले. कुछ मिस करा मैंने. अरे बहुत मिस कर दिया यार. Most of the moves to app Super GM guess कर देता है, पर आपकी रेटिंग इतनी कम कैसे है? Yeah, thing is, मतलब भाई, if it's a complicated position, right, जहाँ पे I would blunder during an actual game, I can take the help of an engine. I mean, everybody does. Every commentator you see, I think probably takes help of the engine sometimes, because otherwise we can't really calculate some complicated position faster than Vishy sir, right? And he's focused on the game. We have to manage OBS, look at the game, manage the chat. So हम कहाँ से करेंगे? So sometimes we need that help, but in most cases it's not required, because for example in this position, it doesn't take a genius to see कि भाई, you know, simply queen d8 or queen takes b8 followed by rook d8 should be winning for white. It doesn't take a genius. आरती टिक्कू असली वाइफ है? नहीं भाई. मिल गई. वाह, ये कहाँ से है? फ्लिपकार्ट. क्या मिल गई भाई? अच्छा, गर्लफ्रेंड. नहीं, मिल गई मतलब मैं ढूंढ लूंगा, मैं खुद ढूंढ लूंगा. ठीक है चैट, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग इन. बहुत मजा आया. I'll see you tomorrow. Do like and subscribe. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Keep smiling as always. And खुशी सो जाओ भाई. खुशी से. Vishy sir is doing well. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye chat. Take care.